Chapter 1575. Bahi was escorted away. This result stunned Yang Kai, but seeing the confident look on Bahi's face, Yang Kai estimated that his life would not be in any danger. Mi Tian was also warmly welcomed to the side while Yang Kai and Xia Ningchong were led by a monster race woman to Half Moon Mountain, where they walked up a neat mountain path. The monster race woman walking in front of Yang Kai could not tell what kind of monster beast bloodline she possessed. She was petite, but her figure was extremely vigorous. Clearly she was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and her 2 ears were not like those of a human but rather more like those of a cat, short and delicate. Yang Kai was not surprised by this sight and simply observed the scenery of Red Moon Territory's holy land. The surrounding world energy was very rich, so there should be a good earth vein at the foot of this half-moon mountain. Otherwise, it would not be able to meet the needs of a large number of monster race cultivator. Girl, are we going to see Chiyu's master now? After walking for a long time, Yang Kai asked. Master has an important matter to attend to and will not see you for the time being, but someone else will receive you, the monster race woman in front replied lightly without turning her head. Understood, Yang Kai nodded and did not ask any more questions. Although Xia Ningchang's performance in Shimmering Moon City was shocking enough, Qiyu was still one of the 10 great tribal lords and an origin king realm master, so it was reasonable that she would not personally receive Xia Ningchong. However, she would not underestimate Xia Ningchong too much and would arrange for a capable person to receive him to show the importance she attached to Xia Ningchong. Yang Kai came here just to see Shanqing Luo, the dragon lady. Whether he could meet with Qiyu or not did not matter. Not seeing Qiyu was actually better. After all, facing an origin king realm master, Yang Kai felt some pressure. Now that he heard this monster race woman say that someone else would receive him, it was exactly what he wanted. Following behind her, Yang Kai was already considering how to find Shanqing Luo. In this kind of place, Yang Kai did not dare to use his divine sense too recklessly. If he really did so, it was very likely to cause trouble. After walking for about an hour, the Yao woman finally brought Yang Kai and his senior sister to a magnificent palace. She walked straight in. Inside the palace, a spacious and bright hall. Many demon cultivator lined up on both sides and looked at the entrance curiously. They had all received news that a human had refined a pill with pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, and the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, Ma Guna, would be escorting her to the palace to serve the tribal lord. They were naturally very curious about what kind of human had such amazing alchemy skills. Above the demons, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sat at the head of the table. The one on the left. He was tall and sturdy. It was like an iron tower with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. The one on the right was tall and slender. Her facial features were picturesque and seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She was already a beautiful woman, but now, when she was set off by the ugly man on the left, she seemed even more otherworldly. Many of the monster race cultivator waiting below stole glances at this woman from time to time, but they quickly averted their eyes as if they were afraid that if they stared at her for too long, they would fall into her charms. At this moment, the face of the tower-like man on the left was twitching slightly, as if he was very impatient, his buttocks swaying from side to side, a very uncomfortable look on his face. On the other hand, the woman on the right was frowning slightly, a look of suspicion on her face as her beautiful eyes stared out of the hall, as if she was trying to see through the barrier of space and into the distance. As time passed, the woman's expression began to change, gradually becoming one of joy and excitement. Her originally lazy posture gradually straightened and her tender body could not help trembling slightly. Her pair of beautiful eyes burst out with amazing splendor as she bit her red lips lightly, a look of anticipation appearing on her pretty face as a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The many monster race cultivators below took in this scene and felt their hearts beating violently in their chests as their mouths went dry. They'd never seen this lord reveal such a charming smile, and for a time, they were actually unable to resist the temptation brought about by that smile. They wished for nothing more than to immerse their minds within it and allow themselves to sink into oblivion. Even if they were bound by darkness and would never be able to see the light of day, they wouldn't hesitate. Many monster race cultivators sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to attack their minds. They would rather harm themselves to regain their senses quickly. If they continued to sink, they were afraid that they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. What a disaster! The adopted daughter that Sir Monarch took in back then was indeed a troublemaker. Even the most famous woman from the Fox clan in the monster race was inferior to her in terms of seduction and charm. How could a mere human have such charm? Many monster race cultivators could not figure it out even after racking their brains. With such an existence, it was likely that even the most outstanding monster race disciple was not worthy of her. Why haven't you come yet? This uncle is worried to death. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the palace, completely waking the monster race cultivators from their stupor. They all looked up at the towering brawny man. The burly man felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he scratched his head with his thick hands before turning to the enchanting woman next to him and putting on a flattering look, an ugly smile on his face as he hummed, "Little sister, why don't you wait here while elder brother takes care of his own business first?" The enchanting woman glanced at him and chuckled, "Zhou Xian, this is adoptive mother's order. The one who has come is an alchemy grandmaster, so etiquette cannot be lacking. If you run away and adoptive mother finds out about this, little sister won't speak up for you." Ahem. Zhou Xian smiled awkwardly, thinking of the horror of his adoptive mother, and could not help shivering, his tall and strong body suddenly seeming to shrink. "I was just saying, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." As soon as Zhou Xian's voice fell, a monster race woman walked in from the door, walked up to the main hall and bowed gracefully, lightly opening her red lips and saying, "To master, the one has been brought. She's finally here." Zhou Xian coldly snorted, a look of displeasure filling his face. This uncle wants to see if this alchemy grandmaster really has any skill. If she's like the previous ones, just fishing for fame, don't blame this uncle for being impolite and tearing her apart. Because Red Moon valued humans with special talents. Therefore, in Red Moon territory, many humans dreamed of being appreciated by the master tribal lord and living on Half Moon Mountain. However, some people clearly had no ability but bragged about how amazing they were in an attempt to make up the numbers. Without exception, all of these people were cruelly killed by Zhou Xian. As such, this time, Zhou Xian did not believe that there was really a human who could refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds. Most likely, it was just Shimmering Moon City's city lord who wanted to profit from it. "Quickly invite them in." The enchanting woman above suppressed the excitement in her heart. She called out in a trembling voice. "Yes." The monster race woman nodded. Turning around and looking behind her, she beckoned. A man and a woman walked over side by side, the man's figure tall and sturdy. The woman was petite and dainty. The eyes of the two swept around the hall casually. Both of them then fixed on the enchanting woman. Yongkai grinned. Xianxia also pursed her lips and chuckled. The enchanting woman's tender body trembled slightly as a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, but fortunately her mental fortitude was quite good. In front of so many people she did not lose her composure. Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed her excitement and raised her smooth chin slightly as her beautiful eyes stared at Yongkai, a look of love and hatred flashing across them. No one noticed that her silver teeth were lightly clenched, making a slight noise. "To master, they have arrived," the monster race woman reported respectfully. "Oh, wasn't it said that only women were alchemy grandmasters? What's this man doing here?" Zhou Xian looked at Yongkai curiously. The monster race woman replied, "These two seem to be senior sister and junior brother from the same sect. So it's just a little boy toy." Zhou Xian sneered. Uncle despises this kind of person the most. He subconsciously regarded Yongkai as someone who relied on Xianxia to live off a woman. Yongkai did not care about his evaluation and continued to stare at the enchanting woman with a playful smile on his face, seemingly unable to bear Yongkai's aggressive and unflinching gaze. The enchanting woman glared at him fiercely, a look of rebuke flashing across her beautiful eyes. "In front of so many people, bold humans, why haven't you saluted the two master?" From the monster race crowd on both sides, angry shouts suddenly rang out. Red Moon territory had dispatched so many people and even had two esteemed masters personally greet them, which was more than enough to give the alchemy grandmaster face. It was only reasonable that these two humans should not stand here foolishly and should at least show some humility. But they actually stood there without moving. They really thought too highly of themselves. Without the appreciation of a master tribal lord, what were these humans worth? They were nothing more than accessories to the monster race. What was even more intolerable to the monster race crowd was that this little boy toy had been staring at their master since he entered the hall, not even blinking once, as if he wanted to swallow this master alive. How rude. Even if this master's charm was boundless, a trivial human should not act so presumptuously. How could this master be blasphemed by a mere human? Many monster race masters glared at Yang Kai at this moment. You little boy toy, where are you looking at? Yu Xiong also noticed that something was wrong and quickly got up, glared at Yang Kai and said fiercely, "Do you believe uncle won't dig out your eyes? Human, there are some people you can't look at, just relax and act as a little boy toy." A monster race master nearby sneered. This human was too insatiable. Although the face of the woman beside him could not be seen clearly, just by looking at her figure and skin color, one could tell that she was definitely a rare beauty. It was fine that he was not satisfied, but he actually dared to cast covetous eyes on that lord. He really did not know what was good for him. This human girl must be blind. How could she be with such a man? Such an excellent alchemy grandmaster could only be matched by the elite disciples of the monster race. Chapter 1576. Human Master Yu Xiong's temper is not very good. If you want to live, quickly admit your wrongs, apologize and kowtow. You may be able to keep your life. A monster race man shouted, seemingly wanting to instruct Yang Kai on how to behave. After all, the charm of the master above was obvious to all, so it wasn't entirely his fault that this human race man had lost his composure like this. Admit my wrongs, apologize, kowtow. Yang Kai stroked his chin, looking like he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but his eyes were still fixed on the enchanting woman as a playful smile appeared on his face. Beauty, are you sure you want me to do this? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, revealing looks of disbelief. This human actually called the master a beauty? This was not just rude but blatant flirting. Although the master was originally a human, for some special reason she had been adopted as the adopted daughter of tribal lord master. Over the years she had been carefully trained and cultivated, and her talents were well known throughout the world. Even the elites of the monster race had to act humbly and respectfully when they saw her. A human race man in front of everyone's eyes actually dared to flirt with the master so blatantly? Had he never died before? Bold. A monster race master shouted, his face filled with anger. Flirting with the master was tantamount to insulting the monster race and Red Moon tribal lord. No monster race master could tolerate Yang Kai's impudence, so for a time, everyone in the hall was filled with anger and murderous intent. Yu Xiong froze for a moment, seemingly unable to recover from his shock, but after a while he burst into laughter. Pointing to Yang Kai, he turned to the enchanting woman and said, "Little sister, this little gigolo actually called you a beauty. Am I not?" The enchanting woman glanced at Yu Xiong lightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Yu Xiong's laughter immediately got stuck in his throat as he shrank back and hurriedly said, "Of course that's not what elder brother meant, it's just that I've never heard anyone call you that before, so I was surprised. And this little gigolo is too shameless, do you want elder brother to teach him a lesson?" As he spoke he glared at Yang Kai. In the Red Moon territory, Yu Xiong could be said to be under only one person. As the adopted son of the Red Moon tribal lord, his strength and status were not something an ordinary monster clan member could compare with. His temper was upright and unyielding, and he was not afraid of anything. There were only two people who could make him submit. One was naturally the Red Moon tribal lord. The other was the coquettish woman sitting to his right. If one were to say that he was in awe of the Red Moon tribal lord, in that case he admired his little sister. He admired her aptitude and cultivation speed, which was something he would never be able to reach. His foster mother had once said that in Red Moon territory his little sister was the most promising existence to break through to the Origin King realm besides Bahi. In this aspect he was no match for him. No need. The enchanting woman refused Yu Xiong's proposal. You're letting him go just like that? That would be letting him off too lightly. He must pay the price for his frivolity. Yu Xiong shook his head, somewhat unhappy. The coquettish woman smiled lightly, got up from her chair and walked down, chuckling lightly as she said, "Let him off? Naturally, there's no such thing as letting such a shameless guy off so casually. I'll teach him a lesson myself." "But that's fine too." Yu Xiong nodded before turning a gloating look towards Yang Kai, grinning as he said, Little gigolo, you're finished. If this uncle were to take action, I could give you a quick death, but if little sister were to take action, ha ha ha. When the monster race masters standing on either side heard that this master was going to teach this little gigolo a lesson herself, they immediately cheered up and secretly looked forward to the show. But then again, to be able to be taught a lesson by this master herself, this little gigolo, was truly blessed. Many monster race masters showed looks of envy. A moment later, the coquettish woman arrived in front of Xianxia, her smooth white chin still slightly raised, giving her a noble and inviolable look, revealing her white slender neck, a dazzling sight to behold. Xianxia showed no fear and simply stared back at her with a smile. The woman grit her teeth and slowly stretched out her hand, her jade finger poking towards Xianxia's chest. Wuxia watched on happily, looking forward to what kind of inhumane and heinous method his little sister would use to torture this shameless guy. Many monster race masters also stretched their necks forward, a look of satisfaction on their faces, pointing her jade finger at Xianxia's chest. The coquettish woman grit her teeth and said, "Tell me, should I dig out your heart, pull out your liver, or directly cut open your stomach and see if there's black or white inside? Do you hate me that much?" Xianxia rubbed his nose. "Yes." The coquettish woman raised her chin a little more. "I hate you to the bone. I wish I could tear you into 10,000 pieces. I wish I could grind your bones to dust." Xianxia chuckled dryly. As the coquettish woman spoke, her jade finger gently poked Xianxia's chest as she ground her teeth, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between her and Xianxia. Wuxia's face flashed with excitement as he secretly paid attention to Xianxia's reaction. His little sister didn't seem to be using any overly harsh means, but with her ability, it should be easy for her to cause this little gigolo some internal injuries. Wuxia wondered if this little gigolo's 5 viscera and 6 organs would turn into a pool of pus after being poked a few times by his little sister. But why did his little sister's tone sound so sad? Wuxia scratched his head, puzzled. "Don't make trouble." Xianxia showed a helpless look as he grabbed the coquettish woman's little hand. The other party tried to pull back but was unable to do so. The group of monster race masters were immediately filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. Audacious. This little brat not only dared to flirt with their master, but now even dared to take advantage of her. How could they tolerate this? Just as they were about to rush out and teach Xianxia a good lesson, they saw a shy look appear on the master's face, her white cheeks blushing slightly, even her neck becoming pink. Her raised chin lowered at some point and her proud temperament became gentle and pleasant at this moment. What was going on? Why did the master have such a reaction? The group of monster race masters were dumbfounded. "You bastard!" The coquettish woman cursed softly, a look of grievance appearing on her beautiful eyes. "Didn't I tell you I was on Monster Star? Why didn't you come to see me until now?" "I couldn't help it. Sailing through Monster Star's territory is not a place where I can come and go as I please." Xianxia explained helplessly. "Being able to come here this time was really a stroke of luck. Aren't I here now?" "Qing Luo, don't be angry, you're making a fool of yourself." "They've been making a fool of themselves for a long time." Qing Luo glared at Xianxia. "Did you want the situation to become like this? Are you satisfied now?" Xianxia grinned. "In fact, I didn't expect you to be the one to receive me and little senior sister. You've wronged me." "If that's the case, then I won't argue with you," Qing Luo snorted lightly. While the two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other, the many monster race masters in the hall all stared blankly. By now, how could they not know that their master and this little gigolo seemed to have known each other for a long time and had a very close relationship? Otherwise, how could they be flirting like this? This was almost unacceptable to them. Wuxia was also dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never seen his little sister treat any man so kindly, and when his little sister was talking to this little gigolo, she actually showed a look of satisfaction and happiness. Wuxia had seen his little sister appear lonely more than once when she was alone, but now her satisfaction formed a sharp contrast with her previous loneliness. "Your status here seems to be very high," Xianxia asked softly. To be honest, seeing Qing Luo sitting high up in the hall here really surprised him. Although he had long known that Qing Luo had been adopted by Red Moon Tribal Lord as an adopted daughter, after all, they were from different races. Xianxia had thought that Qing Luo was living a very difficult life here, but now that he saw her, he realized he was wrong. An adoptive mother values me very much, so those monster race masters don't dare disrespect me, Xianxia Luo replied softly. Who is that guy? He seems to have the same status as you. Yang Kai looked up at Yuxiong. Like me, he was taken in by adoptive mother and is nominally my eldest brother, but he is a genuine monster race master. Xianxia Luo explained softly, and after she finished speaking she found that the trace of hostility in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. This discovery made her heart leap with joy. Xianxia Luo knew better than anyone what it meant for a man to be jealous of a woman. Elder brother-in-law, hello. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and smiled at Yuxiong, greeting him loudly. Yuxiong's eyes instantly fell to the ground. If Yuxiong had some speculations when he saw his little sister act so intimately with this gigolo just now, Yang Kai's greeting confirmed his suspicions. His little sister and this gigolo actually had that kind of relationship. How is that possible? Yuxiong looked at Xianxia Luo in disbelief but was surprised to find that his little sister did not try to deny it and was instead smiling shyly. Yuxiong seemed to have heard some kind of shattering sound and could not help glancing around at the other monster race masters in the hall, only to find that all of them wore looks of grief and indignation, as if their hearts were being twisted by knives as they stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, as if they wished to turn their gazes into sharp arrows and kill this gigolo on the spot. Yuxiong's mind was a little confused and he did not know what to say to Yang Kai. Suddenly, he glanced at Xianing Chong, who had been standing quietly next to Yang Kai, and asked, "What is the relationship between you and this girl?" "Little senior sister is my woman." Yang Kai smiled, reaching out and hugging Xianing Chang's waist while pulling Xianxia Luo into his embrace with his other hand. Xianxia Luo struggled slightly but still complied with Yang Kai's wishes, snuggling into Yang Kai's arms with a blush. Yuxiong's jaw dropped as he stared dumbfoundedly at this human gigolo with a brilliant smile on his face, a feeling of admiration welling up in his heart as he gave him a big thumbs up. This is a true winner in life. A perfect example of a gigolo. Chapter 1577. Yang Kai and Xianing Chong settled down peacefully in the palace. After the farce in the hall, everyone knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and Xianxia Luo. This caused many monster race masters to feel envious and jealous while cursing Yang Kai's luck with women. Inside the guest room, Xianxia Luo brought Biluo to visit Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother. Just now there had been too many people around so she hadn't had much to say, but now that she had the opportunity she naturally wanted to pour her heart out. Although Yang Kai had learned many things from Biluo in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai didn't understand the details very well. After talking with Xianxia Luo, he learned that the Dragon Lady had indeed suffered a lot after arriving on Monster Star. She was already a beautiful woman with a natural charm, and when she arrived on Monster Star her strength wasn't high, so it was natural that she was targeted by many men with ulterior motives. If she hadn't met Red Moon Tribal Lord who had recognized her talent and accepted her as a foster daughter, Xianxia Luo wouldn't have believed what kind of fate she would have today. Therefore, to a certain extent she was very grateful to Red Moon Tribal Lord. Furthermore, ever since he had taken her in as his adopted daughter, the Red Moon Territory Lord had placed even more importance on her. This could be seen from her position in the Red Moon Territory. Those who did not know the truth would most likely think that she was a pure demon. A human being able to hold such a high position in Red Moon Territory was inseparable from the cultivation of Red Moon Tribal Lord. After listening to Xianxia Luo's story, Yang Kai also felt a deep respect for Red Moon Tribal Lord, whom he had never met before. In short, foster mother is very good to me. Moreover, because I refined the heavenly moon demon spider's source, I am no longer a complete human being. However, I also can't be considered a monster race cultivator. Xianxia Luo chuckled. Then what are you? Yang Kai asked in surprise. And a half monster. There is a group of special existences on Monster Star, but their status is really low, only a little higher than humans. Half monster. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, these half monsters were born from the union of the human race and the monster race. They are not recognized by humans and not accepted by the monster race, so their status is quite awkward, Xianxia Luo explained casually. The union of the human race and monster race. Monster Star allows this kind of thing to happen? Of course it is not allowed. Monster Emperor Star was different from other cultivation stars. Here monster race is supreme, how can they tolerate their bloodline being's bloodline? So, a half-monster is a special half-monsters a half-monster. That's why this special group of half-monsters was born. Shanqing Luo slowly said, to tell the truth, this is the first time I've seen such a group of half-monsters. I really admire these people. For example, that senior Bahi who came here with you, he has experienced such things. You know about Bahi? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I didn't know at first. I only heard Yu Xiong mention some things before. Tell me about it. I'm also very curious about that old man, Yang Kai quickly asked. He had heard a lot of rumors about Bahi when he was in Shimmering Moon City. This old man's strength was indeed extraordinary, so naturally Yang Kai was interested in him. Shanqing Luo didn't know much about him, but the reason why Bahi had concealed himself in Shimmering Moon City for 200 years, even changing his appearance and concealing his cultivation, was related to a human woman. This old man was the #1 general under Qi Yu's tribal lord several hundred years ago. His aptitude was top-notch and he had cultivated to the third order origin returning realm long ago. In terms of no origin returning realm master could compare to him. For a time he was known as the #1 master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. He was also the most promising existence on Monster Star to break through to the Origin King realm. Once he achieved this, it meant that he could stand on equal footing with Qi Yu and become a powerful tribal lord-level existence. However, when Bahi was at his peak, he fell in love with a human woman at first sight and fell in love with her again. The monster race had always rejected the union of humans and monsters, let alone a future rising star like Bahi. The resistance he encountered was naturally greater than anyone else, especially from Qi Yu's tribal lord, which made Bahi even more miserable. If things continued to develop like this with Bahi's arrogant temperament, it was very likely that he would betray the monster race. At that time he would definitely become a character hated by everyone on Monster Star. Qi Yu's tribal lord also had a headache. She naturally didn't want to see her most capable general being forced into such a desperate situation. Out of her love for talent, she was even prepared to accept this fact and allow Bahi to marry that human woman. After all, although the monster race and human race couldn't openly unite, some monster race masters liked to play with human beauties. This was a very normal thing. Which monster race master didn't have a few human beauties as playthings in their mansion? It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding not to make this matter public. As long as Bahi could break through to the Origin King realm, what did it matter if he married a human woman? But before she could make this clear to Bahi, a melodramatic event occurred. The human woman actually became the demon race at a critical juncture when breaking through a minor realm and died suddenly. After learning this news, Bahi was completely disheartened and furious. He subconsciously believed that the reason why his beloved woman became the demon race was definitely related to Qi Yu's tribal lord. Perhaps the tribal lord master had done something in secret. As such, he made a scene on Half Moon Mountain and went to Qi Yu's palace to confront her face to face. No one knew what happened in her palace, but when Qi Yu's master came out, she announced that Bahi was ungrateful and had committed treason, so she personally killed him. Since then there had been no news of Bahi for 200 years. Until this time when he took the initiative to appear in Shimmering Moon City. So, Qi Yu's tribal lord didn't kill Bahi back then and instead let him go? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded lightly. Adoptive mother is a second-order origin king. If she really wanted to kill Bahi, Bahi would have died without a doubt. It would have been impossible for him to survive. Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Kai. Shanqing Luo suddenly called out softly. Do you think that human woman becoming the demon race and dying suddenly had something to do with adoptive mother? How would I know? What happened more than 200 years ago, I'm afraid no one knows except for the people involved. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but suddenly saw the worried look on Shanqing Luo's face and asked in a low voice, "What are you worried about?" Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head and squeezed out a smile. "It's nothing. By the way, you have to be careful of that Mi Tian. I heard that you had a conflict with him in Shimmering Moon City. Mi Tian is a proud and arrogant guy, so if you offend him he will never let you go." "Don't worry, he can't do anything to me," Yang Kai smiled proudly. The two talked for a while before Shanqing Luo got up and left. Junior brother, what should we do next? After Shanqing Luo left, Xianing Chong asked softly. I haven't thought about it yet, Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai grinned. He had tried to enter the palace mainly because he wanted to see how Shanqing Luo was doing. Now that he saw that she was doing well and her status was high, he naturally felt relieved. Then do you want to take elder sister Qing Luo away? Xianing Chong asked again. I didn't think so, but based on what she said, I think it's better for her to stay here. After all, this is Monster Star, which is extremely beneficial to her cultivation and future development. Xianing Chong gently nodded. After listening to Bahi's story, she immediately understood that if Yang Kai really insisted on taking Shanqing Luo away, it would be very difficult. No one knew whether the death of the human woman who fell in love with Bahi had anything to do with Red Moon Tribal Lord, but if it really was Red Moon Tribal Lord's doing, Xianing Chong understood why Shanqing Luo showed a worried look just now. She was clearly afraid that Yang Kai would follow in the footsteps of that human woman. For the sake of her adopted daughter's future, Red Moon Tribal Lord would not mind the death of a human man. But since we're here, we should naturally search for a batch of unique materials here first. Yang Kai looked at Xianing Chong with a smile. Little senior sister, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your strength for this. After leaving the guest room, Shanqing Luo took Biluo straight to Qiyu's palace. She was highly regarded by Qiyu and was being cultivated as a future successor, so naturally no one dared to stop her from walking around the palace. All the monster race cultivator who saw her bowed respectfully to show their respect. Arriving outside the palace, Shanqing Luo happened to see a bare-waisted, tiger-backed man standing outside the palace, his brow furrowed and his body slightly tilted as if he was listening to something. Yu Xiong. Shanqing Luo walked up and shouted. Hearing this call, Yu Xiong quickly turned around and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Sneaking around in front of adoptive mother's palace, what are you doing? Be careful, adoptive mother doesn't know you'll be punished. Shanqing Luo frowned and reprimanded him. Senior Ba, he is being tortured inside, listen. Yu Xiong pointed inside with a gossipy expression on his face. Shanqing Luo was surprised and listened carefully. Sure enough, she heard tragic screams coming from inside the palace. Her face couldn't help turning pale as she asked in shock. Does adoptive mother refuse to forgive Senior Bahi? Although she had never met Bahi's situation was somewhat similar to hers. If Red Moon Tribal Lord refused to let go of Bahi, then the future of her and Yang Kai would be bleak. Bahi's ending, to a certain extent, was a good example for her to learn from, so when she heard Bahi's screams while being tortured inside, Shanqing Luo became nervous. She seemed to be able to see Yang Kai being tortured in front of her adoptive mother. I don't know, adoptive mother has always been pleasant and rarely gets angry. She only instructs us rather than reprimands us, never punishes us. Seeing Senior Bahi being tortured so miserably this time, it seems adoptive mother is really angry. Yu Xiong smacked his lips as his ears perked up, listening even more intently. Shanqing Luo's expression changed as she became even more worried, secretly wondering what she should say when she saw adoptive mother. Chapter 1578. Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong listened outside the palace for more than an hour before the screams inside gradually subsided. Even a monster race master like Yu Xiong could not help feeling a little apprehensive upon seeing this. The door of the palace opened with a bang and a figure staggered out. This person was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak, as if he was not far from death. Shanqing Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. She could tell at a glance that this master should be Bahi. After all, he was exuding a powerful third-order origin returning realm aura. It seemed that adoptive mother was really angry this time, and it was hard to tell if she had forgiven Senior Bahi or not. Senior, you're all right. Yu Xiong walked over and helped Bahi up. Cough cough. I'm fine, I won't die for the time being. Bahi waved his hand slowly as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yu Xiong opened his mouth but didn't know how to comfort him. Bahi suddenly raised his head and looked towards Shanqing Luo. Even though this old man was extremely knowledgeable and had seen countless people, the moment he saw Shanqing Luo, his eyes couldn't help lighting up and his originally weak aura seemed to recover somewhat. Gently nodding, Bahi said, "This should be Sister Shan?" Qing Luo greets Senior. Shanqing Luo bowed gracefully. Sister Shan is too polite. Good, the monster race has finally produced some decent talents. Bahi smiled. This old master acted willfully back then and failed to live up to the expectations of tribal Lord Master. I hope you won't disappoint her again. I will follow Senior's teachings. Shanqing Luo whispered with a complicated expression. Go in, Master's waiting for you. Ba He waved his hand, supported his weak body and walked out step by step, leaving behind a trail of blood in his wake. Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong stared at Ba He's receding figure and couldn't help sighing. The future star of the monster race, the strongest master below the Origin King realm, was now being punished like this by adoptive mother. Is that Qing Luo? Come in, inside the palace. Qi Yu's voice called out. Shanqing Luo felt guilty for no reason. Biting her red lips, she braced herself and walked inside. I'll go back first, Yu Xiong muttered to himself before turning around to flee. Yu Xiong, get in here too. Qi Yu's tender voice called out. Yu Xiong's scalp went numb. His raised foot immediately fell back down. He turned around. With an expression as if her parents had died, she reluctantly followed behind Shanqing Luo. He should have withdrawn long ago. Yu Xiong's intestines turned green with regret. In the spacious and bright bedroom, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire stood there quietly. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure. Her breasts were tall and straight and her waist was slender and beautiful. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy fluctuation coming from her body. She looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. She was extremely beautiful, her red lips like the most beautiful rubies, flashing in alluring luster, her skin white as snow and her 10 slender white fingers. In terms of attractiveness to men, she was not inferior to Shanqing Luo at all, only lacking the natural charm of Shanqing Luo. However, the noble aura exuding from her tender body was many times higher than that of Shanqing Luo. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman was one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star and the adoptive mother of Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong, Qi Yu. After the brother and sister pair came in, they first greeted Qi Yu and after receiving a response from her, they sat down carefully. Has the Alchemy Grandmaster from Shimmering Moon City been properly arranged? Qi Yu asked casually. Reporting to adoptive mother, everything has been arranged. Does adoptive mother wish to see him? Shanqing Luo looked at Qi Yu. There's no hurry. Since this person was able to refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds, she was indeed extraordinary, but compared to her I was more interested in the human race man who came with her. Qing Luo, do you have anything to tell me? I vaguely heard some incredible rumors. Qi Yu sat down in her seat and turned her beautiful eyes towards Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo's tender body trembled and she quickly got up, knelt on the ground and said through gritted teeth, Adoptive mother, please forgive me, that man. Why are you so nervous? Adoptive mother won't eat him, stand up and speak. Qi Yu stretched out her hand and lifted Shanqing Luo up. Seeing that Qi Yu didn't seem to be angry, Shanqing Luo couldn't help feeling relieved and her nervous mood gradually calmed down. Tell me, is the rumor I heard true or false? Qi Yu continued to ask. It's true, Shanqing Luo replied through gritted teeth. Oh. In that case, is that human really the one you like? Qi Yu laughed softly. Yes. Is he that great? Why would even a woman like you fall for him? Yu Xiong said he's just a little boy who relies on women to eat. No, Yu Xiong is talking nonsense. Shanqing Luo glared at Yu Xiong fiercely, causing the latter to shrink his head back and scratch his chin while looking up at the sky. Tell me, what is so great about him that you can't forget him? Qi Yu seemed to be interested and asked carefully. Daughter doesn't know. Shanqing Luo smiled shyly. In front of a powerful existence like Qi Yu, her queenly aura was completely suppressed. We met when he was very weak. At that time, daughter was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator while he was just an Yuan Qi Boundary cultivator. The gap is quite big. Qi Yu raised her brow. But he seems to have reached the second-order origin returning realm now. Does that mean his cultivation speed is on par with yours? Understanding this, Qi Yu finally showed a look of shock. The speed at which Shanqing Luo was breaking through was something she had witnessed with her own eyes. That human boy was actually not inferior to her adopted daughter was something she couldn't help feeling slightly shocked. I don't know where he has been all these years or what he has been doing. Last time I accidentally met him in the Emperor Garden, but this time he came to Monster Star specifically to find me. He went to the Emperor Garden. Qiyu became even more interested. And at that time, daughter joined forces with him to fight a group of people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. But before we had time to talk, the Emperor Garden closed. Humph, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Qiyu coldly snorted, a trace of disdain appearing on her pretty face. Since you joined forces with him, tell me, how strong is he? This. Shanqing Luo showed an awkward look. You don't know. Qiyu's face sank. Adoptive mother, please forgive me. The battle was not long at that time, so daughter was not able to observe carefully, but daughter is certain that he is not weak. Qiyu smiled softly and slowly said, since you are so sure, I can give him a chance. Although his courage to come to Monster Star for you is admirable, in the end he is still just a human and he seems to have another woman. How can Qiyu's daughter share a man with another woman? Put away your feelings for now. I will personally observe what he is like. If he really has the ability to make me approve of him, I will not oppose your relationship. However, if he is only a superficial person, I will personally kill him. After saying so, Qiyu looked towards Shanqing Luo, thinking that she would panic and beg for mercy, but instead she saw a look of joy on Shanqing Luo's face. Do you have so much confidence in him? Qiyu was surprised. Although I haven't seen him for several dozen years, he was a man who was good at creating miracles. Daughter believes that he will not let me or adoptive mother down. Shanqing Luo quickly said. Good, since you say so, I can rest assured. Qiyu nodded gently, very satisfied with Shanqing Luo's attitude, and shouted, Yu Xiong. Yes, daughter. Yu Xiong quickly got up. I'll leave this matter to you. Test the depths of that little bastard for me. If he's just an ordinary human, kill him as soon as possible, lest he becomes an eyesore. Qiyu waved her hand. Yes. Yu Xiong's eyes flashed a fierce light as he replied in a deep voice. You may leave. The brother and sister pair left Qiyu's palace, Yu Xiong looking excited as he rubbed his hands together, ready to go all out. Although he felt that Yang Kai was a very interesting guy, even daring to call him his brother-in-law, in the end he was still a human being. On the premise that he already had another woman, yet he still coveted his little sister. It was no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now that he had received Qiyu's instructions, of course he had to carefully evaluate Yang Kai. No matter what, he had to beat the crap out of him first. Yu Xiong. Shanqing Luo shouted. What's the matter? Yu Xiong quickly looked up at her. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light as she glared at him and said, If you dare take action against him personally, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Xiong was dumbfounded and said with a sullen expression, Little sister, big brother is only acting on behalf of adoptive mother. I don't care, in any case, you can't do it yourself, otherwise, you won't have a little sister like me in the future. After saying so, she didn't give Yu Xiong a chance to speak and simply left. Little sister, great aunt, great aunt. Yu Xiong called out from behind, but no matter how he shouted, he didn't get any response. He suddenly felt that this was a very difficult task. After living in the palace for 3 days, Qiyu finally summoned Xianing Chong. As an alchemy grandmaster who could refine pill clouds, Xianing Chong was qualified to do so. As for Yang Kai, Qiyu didn't pay him any mind and naturally had no intention of meeting him. Qiyu had a very good impression of Xianing Chong. This human woman was docile and kind with clear and pure eyes. Not only was her cultivation high, but her attainments in alchemy were also extremely profound. When she summoned Xianing Chong, Qiyu specifically asked several famous alchemists in the palace to accompany her in order to test Xianing Chang's skills. The result was to her satisfaction. In terms of understanding of alchemy, Xianing Chong already had the demeanor of a grandmaster, not inferior in the slightest to the white-haired old men who had devoted their lives to alchemy. The alchemy competition held on the spot was also won by Xianing Chong with an absolute advantage. Qiyu was overjoyed to obtain such a talent and immediately offered extremely generous conditions, allowing Xianing Chong to live in the palace with peace of mind and perform alchemy for her. If it weren't for Xianing Chang's inexperience and age, the position of chief alchemist in the palace would likely have changed hands. Chapter 1579. Xianing Chong was now placed in an important position. Not only did she have her own loft, but she also had several young and beautiful maids to take care of her daily needs. All she needed to do was focus on alchemy for Qiyu. Everything was going according to Yang Kai's expectations. Sister Xia, These materials were allocated to you by Master Tribal Lord. Master hopes to see the finished pill in 1 month. Inside the loft, a maid in green handed a space ring to Xianxia. Give it to me, Yang Kai smiled and took the space ring. The maid in green frowned slightly, seemingly a little unwilling, but she didn't refuse and gently placed the space ring in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai swept the ring with his divine sense and chuckled. Why are there so few materials? Is this still too little? This is already 40 origin grade pills worth of materials. The maid in green frowned. It's a bit too little. Can you get me more materials? Yang Kai asked. I can, but the other grandmasters in the palace only have so many shares each month. If you ask for more, they won't have time to refine. How can those people compare to my little senior sister? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Go get more materials, the more the better. The maid in green suddenly looked at Xianxia awkwardly. To be honest, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. Rumors that Yang Kai was a gigolo who only relied on women to make a living had already spread throughout the palace. No woman would have a good impression of such a man. He already had an alchemy grandmaster as his woman, but he still wasn't satisfied and actually extended his evil claws to Master Shanqing Luo. Sadly, Master Shanqing Luo's wise and bright eyes were obscured by something and she couldn't see through this shameless bastard, unable to see the filthy soul hidden under his facade. Inside the palace, almost everyone was sighing for Shanqing Luo, feeling that such a beautiful flower was willing to be stuck in a pile of cow dung, making them feel sad and indignant. Now that Yang Kai's tone was so arrogant, the maid in green, who already had a bad impression of him, felt even more disgusted. However, the Master Tribal Lord seemed to intend to put this new alchemy grandmaster in an important position, so she couldn't refuse. She just wanted to ask for Xianxia's opinion. As junior brother says, Xianxia said softly. If her lordship asks about it, just say that I want it. She won't disagree. Yes. The maid in green nodded helplessly. By the way, the grandmasters in the palace. What is the general probability of refining a pill? Yang Kai asked again. 20%. The maid in green replied indifferently. 10 sets of materials. 2 successful refinements. Understood, many thanks for telling me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. The maid in green looked at him seriously as if she wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a while, she couldn't bring herself to say it and just said goodbye to Xianxia before turning around and leaving. This girl seems to hate me. Yang Kai looked at her back and chuckled. He naturally knew why the other party showed such a look of extreme disgust, but he didn't take it to heart. Junior brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai worriedly. What's wrong? After all, these are origin grade materials, their value is not low. If we do this, it's tantamount to swindling materials from Red Moon Tribal Lord. Xianxia felt a little uneasy and guilty. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. Little senior sister, think about it, that girl just said that when the other grandmasters in the palace refine origin grade pills, their success rate is about 20%. In other words, 80% of the materials will be wasted. But little senior sister is different. If you try your best to refine pills, even if you don't have a 100% success rate, you will still succeed. Even if you fail occasionally, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you only need to convert those materials into 30% pills. For Red Moon Tribal Lord, she will have already made a big profit. We will only be reaping some benefits from it. This is something that benefits everyone. Although what you said is correct, I still feel it's not right. Xianxia pursed her red lips slightly. Although she felt that she and her junior brother were like thieves in her heart, since Yang Kai wanted her to do this, Xianxia would not refuse. The two of them soon devoted themselves to the great cause of alchemy. The process of alchemy for Xianxia was similar to cultivation. For her, alchemy was a kind of enjoyment, not hard work. Moreover, she was now a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. After studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, her attainments in alchemy were no small matter. In addition, the last time she successfully refined a spirit pill that formed pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, her harvest was huge and her comprehension of alchemy was quite profound. Now even Yang Kai admired her understanding of alchemy. One set of materials after another was converted into finished pills in her hands, her efficiency extremely high. Yang Kai was not idle either. He was experimenting with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture's final pill refining technique. If he succeeded, he would be able to produce more spirit pills from each set of materials, not just one. One could imagine how great of an impact it would have on the alchemy territory if his experiment was successful. This was definitely a groundbreaking development. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have a clue for the time being, so he could only refine spirit pills while studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The senior sister and junior sister worked together, and the trivial 40 sets of alchemy materials were all squandered in just a few days. A few days later, when the green-clothed maidservant came again and received a bottle of 12 spirit pills, she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had only been a few days, yet this young and beautiful alchemy grandmaster had really finished refining all the materials? Moreover, the number of finished pills was 10% higher than the other grandmasters in the palace. The maidservant could hardly believe her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that these spirit pills matched the materials delivered before, she would almost suspect that Xianxia had used the spirit pills she had refined before to make up the numbers. No wonder the tribal master valued her so much. It turned out that she really had the ability. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Kai was an eyesore. This little gigolo really had a thick skin. All day long he did nothing but stay by this girl's side, never leaving her side, as if he was afraid someone would snatch her away. However, one couldn't blame him for doing this. He didn't have much ability and could only rely on women to make a living, so of course he had to keep a close eye on her. For such an outstanding woman like Grandmaster Xia, there were likely countless suitors. Grandmaster Xia, these are the materials for 100 sets of origin-grade pills. The tribal master said that if you want more materials, you only need to tell this maidservant and the palace will unconditionally provide you with sufficient materials. The maidservant in green respectfully handed over more materials. Many thanks. Xianxia smiled lightly. Just put them there, Yang Kai gestured lightly. The maidservant in green glared at him fiercely before putting down the materials in her hands. After thinking for a while, she suddenly shouted, "I'll trouble you to treat Grandmaster Xia better, you shameless man." After saying so, she left in a huff. Yang Kai was puzzled and frowned. Why did she scold me? I didn't provoke her. Xianxia chuckled and comforted. Don't worry, others may not know junior brother's excellence, but I know. Yang Kai's heart warmed. Xianxia lowered her head and whispered, Actually, this is good. I was really afraid that more women would know how excellent you are. Since little senior sister says so, then I'll be at ease as your little gigolo, Yang Kai laughed. Xianxia's face blushed slightly. The word gigolo always made her think of some bad things. Red Moon territory was one of the top 3 territories on Monster Star, so it was naturally rich and produced a lot of precious treasures. What's more, this was Monster Star, where there were countless monster beasts, so the palace didn't lack the herbs and monster beast monster cores needed for alchemy. No matter how much Xianxia wanted, the palace would be able to satisfy her. In order to get as many benefits as possible from this place, Yang Kai and Xianxia's senior sister spared no effort in alchemy. They only refined 30% of all the materials and handed the refined pills to the green-clothed maidservant before taking new materials from her. The remaining 70% was pocketed by Yang Kai. This kind of opportunity to plunder alchemy materials was rare, so how could Yang Kai let it go? He didn't care about it himself. Now that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, unless he used Origin King grade materials to practice, he could effectively improve his alchemy skills. Otherwise, no matter how many pills he refined, it would only increase his proficiency. But Xianxia was different. She needed a huge number of materials to perform alchemy and improve her cultivation. As the Star Master of Zhou realm, the little senior sister was eager to improve her cultivation so that she could bring vitality to her homeland. The materials obtained from the palace would become a stepping stone for Xianxia's growth. Xianxia's outstanding performance made Qiyu very happy. Although there were several origin-grade alchemists in the palace, none of them could perform alchemy as efficiently and quickly as Xianxia. It could be said that even if all the origin-grade alchemists in the palace were added together, they would still be inferior to Xianxia. Qiyu felt that if Xianxia could serve in the palace for 10 years, it was very likely that Qiyu would be able to create hundreds of origin-returning realm cultivators. This was not a joke. If there really was 10 years, the pills refined by Xianxia and given to a talented monster race cultivator would definitely be effective in helping them grow. Qiyu was more and more optimistic about Xianxia, granting almost all of her requests without the slightest hesitation. This kind of indulgence made it even more convenient for Yang Kai to collect materials. Yang Kai was already considering whether he should obtain some Origin King grade materials from Qiyu. There had never been an Origin King grade alchemist on Monster Star before. This meant that there must be a large number of Origin King grade herbs stored in the palace. Yang Kai had already learned this from Shanqing Luo and knew that Qiyu had a storehouse where many precious materials were stored, many of which were Origin King grade. This made Yang Kai very excited. Chapter 1580. Inside the loft, Xianxia was concentrating on alchemy while Yang Kai was trying to figure out how to steal the Origin King grade herbs from Qiyu's storehouse. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one solution. Using the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose could move silently through the earth, and because it was a very special kind of creature, it was extremely difficult for others to detect its life fluctuations. When he was a guest at Shadowed Star's Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai had used the stone mongoose to steal a large amount of Thousand Illusion colored glass from Colored Glass sect, using it as the main material to build an Origin King grade starship. However, the situation this time was somewhat different from that time. Although Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was heavily guarded by Colored Glass sect, there were still opportunities to be taken advantage of. The masters of Colored Glass sect could never have imagined that there would be a creature in this world capable of stealing Thousand Illusion colored glass right under their noses. As for Qiyu's storehouse, it was likely that the security around it was not something Colored Glass Mountain could compare to. Although the stone mongoose was useful, its sentience was not high, so if Yang Kai rashly sent it out, it was very likely to alert the enemy. Yang Kai could only take action himself. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand, summoning a golden stone mongoose in front of him. This stone mongoose could be considered the only member of Xiao Zhao's race, but when it was born, its soul was damaged due to various reasons, causing its originally low sentience to become like a dead creature. It just so happened that Yang Kai had taken it as an existence similar to his embodiment. It had also absorbed a large amount of Yang Kai's pure golden blood, so its color was pale gold. Looking at the golden stone mongoose in front of him, Yang Kai gently nodded and sent out the soul clone from his knowledge sea. This soul clone poured into the stone mongoose's body. In the next moment, the dull eyes of the stone mongoose regained some light and seemed to become much more lively. Yang Kai closed his eyes and his expression changed slightly. No matter how many times he had experienced this, Yang Kai still found it amazing. He injected his avatar into the stone mongoose and made the stone mongoose his Dharmakaya. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been split into two. Not only could he feel all the emotional fluctuations and feelings of his main body, but he could also see everything the stone mongoose saw and heard. This was an indescribable wonder. It was an indescribable feeling. He was in no hurry to act. Instead, he tried to use his avatar to control the stone mongoose's movements. After familiarizing himself with this strange body, he suddenly disappeared into the ground. Solid ground for the stone mongoose. It was as if nothing had happened. Its peculiar body was able to perfectly merge with itself. It was like a fish swimming in the water. No one in the palace noticed. Yang Kai also asked Shanqing Luo about the location of the storehouse. Therefore, he didn't need to look for anything. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the storehouse. After estimating the distance and location, the stone mongoose arrived at the bottom of the storehouse in no time. Yang Kai quietly released his divine thought and looked up. As he expected, even deep under the storehouse, there seemed to be a restriction. When his Dharmakaya's divine thought probed, it quickly encountered a layer of invisible resistance in front of him. The invisible resistance didn't seem to be very strong. Yang Kai had a thought and slightly increased the power of his divine thought. He condensed the power of his divine thought into one and blasted it toward the void. To be honest, this was just a test. Yang Kai tried his best to control the range of his power to the smallest extent possible. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight test wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, the moment his divine sense made contact with the invisible resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the palace. This aura was so strong that it made everyone shudder. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes had appeared in the void and were overlooking the entire palace, observing everyone's actions. Under the gaze of these eyes, no one dared to act rashly. This aura rippled and soon swept across the entire palace before disappearing. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even origin-returning realm masters felt weak in their hands and feet at this moment. What is Master Tribal Lord looking for? I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace that angered her? Everyone was discussing this matter, but they were still puzzled. Everyone knew that this powerful aura belonged to the Red Moon Tribal Lord. She was the only one who could silence the entire palace with a single thought. Yang Kai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Qiyu to react so quickly. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's special physique that allowed them to perfectly blend into the surrounding earth, his embodiment would have been exposed. After such a commotion, Yang Kai no longer dared to do anything to the storehouse and quickly controlled his embodiment to retreat. Inside Chiyu's palace, her brow furrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face, muttering to herself, "Strange, the barrier around the storehouse was obviously touched, so why didn't she notice anything?" She was also somewhat puzzled. No one could act presumptuously in her territory and no one could hide from her prying eyes, so she thought that the barrier around the storehouse had been in disrepair for many years and had some kind of problem that caused the anomaly just now. Thinking so, she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to investigate and instead showed a smile of interest as she whispered softly, "But Yu Xiong seems to have become smarter this time, knowing how to kill with a borrowed knife. This queen wants to see just how much skill this human has." Saying so, she quietly sent her divine sense to the loft where Xianxia was, observing the situation. Inside the loft, Yang Kai had just taken back the stone mongoose into the black book space when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and glanced towards a certain spot in the void, his brow furrowed. At this moment he felt like he was being spied on, but when he carefully probed with his divine sense he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed and Chi was monitoring me? Yang Kai's face went black. This little guy actually noticed something? Chiyu called out in surprise. With her powerful second-order origin king cultivation, it was a piece of cake for her to monitor a second-order origin returning realm boy without him noticing. However, Yang Kai's glance towards the void just now clearly showed that he had noticed her spying. However, that was all. It was impossible for him to really detect her divine sense. He was probably just suspecting her now. Chiyu saw this from the look on Yang Kai's face. This is interesting. Chiyu suddenly became a little interested. Yang Kai frowned as he sat in place, secretly feeling troubled. After a while, his expression became calm as he pretended nothing had happened and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "My apologies. Two young lords. You can't go in, this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that while Grandmaster is performing alchemy, no one is allowed to disturb Grandmaster Xia." Yang Kai's expression changed. He began to listen carefully. He discovered that the person speaking should be the green-clothed maidservant who had delivered the herbs to Xianxia before. At this moment she seemed to be preventing someone from breaking into the loft. This young lord knows that this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy, so this is why he came here. If not for this, do you think this young lord would have come here? Step aside, I have something to discuss with Grandmaster Xia. A rough voice sounded, one that sounded very unfamiliar. Two young lords, please conduct yourself with dignity. His lordship has already given strict orders, so please don't make things difficult for this servant. The maid in green begged bitterly as she brought up Chiyu's name, using both soft and hard methods. Scram. The owner of the rough voice seemed to become angry. Don't use Senior Chiyu to pressure this young lord. As for Senior, this young lord will explain himself. Who do you think you are to dare block this young lord's path? Little girl, please step aside. This young lord and brother Shuelian came here to ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy for us, not to do anything to her. Brother Shuelian has a bad temper, so if he has offended you in any way, this young lord will apologize on his behalf. Another voice sounded. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. He recognized that the owner of this voice was none other than young Master Demonic Eyes, Mi Tian. Since entering the palace, Yang Kai had not seen him again, but someone as proud and arrogant as him would definitely not take the matter of Shimmering Moon City lying down. Shan Qing Luo had also warned him before to be careful to prevent him from retaliating. This time he had come here with ill intentions. But who was this other person? Hearing Mi Tian call him Shuelian, it seemed his status was not low, otherwise how could he call Mi Tian a brother? Yang Kai was curious. Ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy? The green-clothed maidservant froze for a moment before quickly responding, No, Grandmaster is a talent favored by Tribal Lord Master. Without Tribal Lord Master's orders she cannot perform alchemy for others. The monster race master named Shuelian sneered, Why not? She's just a trivial lowly human slave. This young lord asking her to perform alchemy is simply giving her face. So what if she can perform alchemy? If she dares to disobey, this young lord will instantly consign her to eternal damnation. The green-clothed maidservant's face turned pale with fright. Although she feared the ferocious momentum of this monster race master named Shuelian, she still firmly stood in front of him, preventing him from breaking into the palace. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't move aside, prepare to die. With this young lord's identity, if I kill a little maidservant, I don't think Senior Qiyu will blame me. Think about it carefully. Shuelian stared at the green-clothed maidservant coldly, his eyes fierce and his expression violent. Girl, please move aside, your delicate skin won't look good if it's broken. Mi Tian still smiled gently as he tried to persuade the green-clothed maidservant, his eyes flashing a wicked light. As soon as their eyes met, the eyes of the servant girl in green became a little sluggish and blurred. The struggling expression on her face gradually became docile. She blushed, nodded shyly and stepped aside to let him pass. Shuelian coldly snorted, stretched out his hand, and pushed the green-clothed maidservant further away before striding straight towards the palace. Mi Tian followed behind him with a grin. Just when the two were less than 100 meters away from the palace, the door to the palace suddenly opened with a creak and Yang Kai walked out, gently closing the door behind him before turning around and staring at Mi Tian and Shuelian indifferently. Shuelian and Mi Tian stopped at the same time, the former sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai before disdainfully curling his lips. The latter, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as a look of hatred and dread flashed across his face. He would never forget Yang Kai's terrifying performance in Red Moon City. This was an opponent worthy of his attention. Chapter 1581. Brother Shuelian, be careful, this is the human I mentioned to you before. Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai coldly and reminded him softly. The monster race cultivator named Shuelian frowned as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, curling his lips as he said, This is the human who killed your 2 thunder flame flying lizards? He doesn't look like much. He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, his expression filled with contempt. Mi Tian chuckled. If Brother Shuelian looks down on him because he is a human, it would be a big mistake. He seems to be different from the humans on Monster Star. I haven't seen you for more than a decade, Mi Tian. Where has your spirit gone? Now you're actually praising a human so highly. If my carriage monster beast is killed, he won't live to see the sun of the next day. Mi Tian, you're done for. From now on, this Monster Star will belong to me, Shuelian. Shuelian didn't seem to take Mi Tian seriously and sneered. Mi Tian didn't get angry though and instead smiled. I'm just reminding you, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not, haha. The 2 monster race masters didn't lower their voices at all, so Yang Kai naturally heard them clearly. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at the cultivator named Shuelian with interest as a strange expression appeared on his face. This Shuelian really had a great background, otherwise how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai knew that Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord and was famous throughout Monster Star, but this Shuelian dared to speak to him on an equal footing and even mock him mercilessly. What kind of background did this Shuelian have? However, his cultivation was no weaker than Mi Tian's and he was also a 3rd order origin returning realm master. Do you two have something to discuss? Yang Kai smiled. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he asked lightly. Naturally, we came here for a reason. Shuelian grinned as he looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, but you aren't qualified to talk to this young lord. Call that human woman surnamed Xia to come out and see me. You want to see little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not very convenient. Little senior sister is currently refining pills and won't see anyone. Refuse? Shuelian's expression became fierce as he coldly snorted. That's not up to her. Since this young master is here, she has to see him. Even if you don't want to, you still have to. Mi Tian stood behind Zhou Xian. Yang Kai smiled and echoed, Brother Zhou Xian came here this time to find that young lady for alchemy. And I heard that her alchemy skills are quite good. Brother Zhou Xian has already prepared the herbs. As long as she is willing to refine it, it will be fine. Alchemy is fine. Yang Kai nodded. You don't have to tell my senior sister about such a small matter. I'll agree on her behalf. Give me the herbs. Then I'll go back and wait for a few days. Mi Tian raised his brow while Zhou Xian sneered. Give these herbs to you? Who do you think you are? This young master heard that you are just a gigolo who relies on women to make a living. Tell that woman to come out and see me. A trivial little human slut dares to put on airs in front of this young master? Be careful or I'll cut her into pieces. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes narrowed, suddenly revealing a cold and ruthless look. Did you just curse my senior sister? Are you deaf? So what if I curse her? So what? You'll pay the price. Yang Kai's tone was cold as he suddenly appeared not far in front of Zhou Xian and threw a punch towards his face, his Saint Chi surging fiercely as he punched out. The other party was obviously here to find trouble, so Yang Kai had no intention of continuing to argue with him. Zhou Xian was taken aback. He didn't even see Yang Kai's movements clearly before he felt a sharp murderous intent approaching him. Hurriedly roaring, Zhou Xian threw out a punch to meet this attack. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule. Yang Kai's sudden attack really surprised him. There had never been a human being so bold as to take the initiative to attack him. However, this human was clearly overestimating himself and was actually trying to compete with him with pure physical strength. Even among the Monster Star and Monster Star, Zhou Xian's bloodline was one of the strongest. Even many monster race masters could only look up to him, let alone a mere human. Zhou Xian attacked with all his strength, thinking that Yang Kai would be smashed to pieces. Kong. The two fists collided in the void and the void seemed to collapse in an instant. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings and spread out fiercely in all directions. Yang Kai's body shook as he raised his brow in surprise. Zhou Xian's eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When their fists collided, both of them felt the ferocious force transmitted from the other party and realized that the other was not to be trifled with. The huge force caused the two of them to stagger back a few steps before they finally stabilized themselves. Fierce. Mi Tian was not stingy with his praise. The moment Yang Kai made his move, Mi Tian had gracefully floated to the distance, and after stabilizing himself he was able to see the collision between the two of them. He was greatly surprised. Although he had always felt that in terms of overall strength he was superior to Zhou Xian, when it came to pure physical strength Mi Tian was ashamed of his inferiority. After all, Zhou Xian's bloodline was not something he could compare to. It was known for its tenacity and violent strength. If Mi Tian were to fight Zhou Xian one-on-one, he would try his best to avoid contact with his opponent's body and use his strength to attack his opponent's weaknesses. However, this guy named Yang Kai was actually evenly matched with Zhou Xian. It seemed that no one had gained the upper hand or suffered a loss in this first exchange. Mi Tian's expression became solemn as he immediately understood that Yang Kai being able to kill his two thunder flame flying lizards in Shimmering Moon City was not just a random eruption of strength. He really did have such ability. There's a good show to watch. Mi Tian suddenly became excited as he shifted his gaze to a certain position 1,000 meters away. Over there, Yu Xiong was standing on the roof of one of the palaces with his arms crossed, looking down condescendingly with a smug expression on his face. Noticing Mi Tian's gaze, Yu Xiong waved his hand in greeting before joining Mi Tian in watching. Interesting, you're quite interesting, human. Zhou Xian swept his eyes over Yang Kai, re-examining him as he shouted, again. As soon as his voice fell, a strange blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. This blood-red light was filled with an evil aura, causing Zhou Xian's aura to soar. Taking a big step forward, Zhou Xian rushed towards Yang Kai. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble, leaving behind deep footprints. With these footprints as the origin, the ground around him began to crack like a spider's web. Yang Kai was instantly enveloped by a biting murderous intent. This murderous intent seemed to be tangible, cutting through his body like a sharp blade, giving off a chilling aura that made one want to get as far away as possible from this murderous intent. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it, nor did he want to. A low and deep roar sounded out from his throat like a wild beast that had gone mad. His muscles swelled up and his bones emitted crisp cracking sounds. His imposing aura rose explosively along with it, and it attacked the killing intent that was everywhere in the surroundings and turned this invisible thing into powder. Zhou Xian rushed in front of Yang Kai and sent out a barrage of punches filled with heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing power towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of dodging, simply allowing the other party's attacks to land on his body while simultaneously counterattacking with his two iron fists towards Zhou Xian's vital points. Asterisk ping ping ping. Asterisk a series of muffled bangs rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle as the two men let out muffled groans. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of defeat and instead fought back and forth with Zhou Xian. Mi Tian's expression changed while Yu Xiong's jaw dropped. The green-clothed maid even lost the ability to think as her beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this. She had always thought that Yang Kai was nothing more than a man who lived off a woman, a shameless man. She secretly felt sorry for Xianing Chang, thinking that Xianing Chang's vision was really problematic. There were so many outstanding men in this world, so how could she have chosen such a man? But now she finally understood that this man she thought of as a good-for-nothing also had a dazzling side to him. For the sake of his woman, daring to confront young Lord Zhou Xian head-on was already dazzling enough. This man is so handsome. The strength and physique Zhou Xian was so proud of failed to play the slightest role in suppressing Yang Kai. The other party's attainments in this territory were clearly on par with his own. Yang Kai's eyes became cold and fierce, like the fury of a bloodthirsty monster beast. In a world of fists and feet, Yang Kai and Zhou Xian tangled with one another, each of their blows shocking the heavens in surging waves of power. Between Yang Kai and Zhou Xian, a violent power sputtered out as pure physical strength sublimated, transforming into an indescribable realm that enveloped the two of them. Even masters like Mi Tian and Yu Xiong were somewhat unable to distinguish the specific situation of the battlefield. They could only see the figures of these two figures moving about, hear the sounds of explosions, and feel the terrifying power behind each blow. A bloody battle. Zhou Xian roared, his voice filled with rage while Yang Kai also seemed like a mad demon. The two of them who had only met for the first time had already regarded each other as life and death enemies, their eyes bursting with blood-red light that caused one's heart to tremble, not daring to look directly at them. The two figures tangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately, like two reckless men who had never cultivated before, not using any other kind of strength, only wanting to suppress their opponent in this territory. During this period of time, flashes of light would burst forth like meteors, dazzling and intoxicating to the eyes. This kind of crude and simple fighting style had always been disdained by cultivators, but at this moment, this kind of violent battle was shining brilliantly under the hands of these two. Any kind of power, when cultivated to the extreme, could not be underestimated. The more Zhou Xian fought, the more shocked he became. He had never thought that a human could actually fight to a draw with him in a contest of physical strength. He used all his strength to bombard Yang Kai with his fists, but every time he struck, it was as if he had hit the hardest rock in the world, producing a metallic clanging sound. The strength of Yang Kai's physique made Zhou Xian feel like he was facing a body of iron, not flesh and blood. How was this possible? Even the monster race, which was famous for its physical strength, could not compare to his bloodline, so how could a human achieve this? Is he even a human? Chapter 1582. But that wasn't all. What was most terrifying was Yang Kai's aura. As the battle progressed, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the power behind each of his punches grew stronger and stronger. Zhou Xian, who was in the middle of this battle, could clearly feel this. After fighting for just a cup of tea's worth of time, the other party's strength had gone from being equal to his to actually suppressing him. What was going on? Could it be that he had not been using his full strength all this time? Zhou Xian's expression became more and more dignified as his expression became crazier and crazier. He was a proud son of heaven, a dazzling new star on Monster Star. He was not afraid of strong enemies, and the madness in his bloodline was eager to fight. Only by killing masters could he demonstrate his strength. He was finally interested in Yang Kai. Yu Xiong, what's going on? 1,000 meters away from the battlefield on the roof of the palace, Shan Qing Luo suddenly arrived, her brow furrowed as she looked down at the battle below and asked anxiously. With such a big commotion here, how could she not have noticed? After realizing that the fluctuations of the battle were coming from Xia Ningchang's palace, she immediately came here and saw Yang Kai and Shuelian fighting a bloody battle. Why is Yang Kai fighting with Shuelian? Didn't Shuelian only come here a few days ago? Shanqing Luo asked suspiciously. If Yang Kai and Mi Tian were fighting, she could understand. After all, there was a gap between the two. Yang Kai had killed 2 of Mi Tian's 9th order monster beast, so with Mi Tian's personality, how could he possibly let this matter go? However, Yang Kai and Shuelian had clearly never met before. There was no deep hatred between the two, so why were they fighting to the death down below? I don't know. Yu Xiong shrank his head and quickly waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him, but his flickering eyes allowed Shanqing Luo to see some clues. You really don't know? Shanqing Luo narrowed her eyes at Yu Xiong, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ahem. I really don't know. I'll ask you one last time, what the hell is going on? Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth and shouted. Yu Xiong's face suddenly became bitter as he stared at Shanqing Luo pitifully, a sad expression filling his face as he smacked his lips. He was speechless. As expected. It's all you're doing. Shanqing Luo was almost angered to death, her chest heaving up and down violently. Shuelian was not an ordinary monster race cultivator, so Yang Kai decided to fight him. No matter if he won or lost, nothing good would come of it. After realizing that this was a trap set up by Yu Xiong, Shanqing Luo wished she could chop this cheap brother of hers into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. I didn't do anything. Yu Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Shuelian just came to the palace a few days ago. I was just bragging about how outstanding Grandmaster Xia's alchemy skills were in front of him and Mi Tian, and it just so happened that blood refining needed some pills, so... Shanqing Luo didn't say a word as she ground her teeth and glared at Yu Xiong. This isn't Big Brother's fault. Big Brother originally wanted to instigate Mi Tian to take action, but that guy was too cunning and actually let Shuelian do it. And right, speaking of which, it's all your fault. My fault? Shanqing Luo screamed, her anger growing. Yu Xiong anxiously whispered, wasn't it you who didn't want Big Brother to take action himself? It was adoptive mother who ordered Big Brother to figure out that little brat's depths, so Big Brother had to think for 3 days and 3 nights before coming up with such a good idea. If you had let Big Brother take action himself, I would have been more careful not to hurt that little brat. No matter what, he is still my brother-in-law, ha. So, it's really my fault. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly as she ground her teeth. No, it's all Big Brother's fault. Yu Xiong immediately admitted his mistake. Yu Xiong readily admitted his mistake. He knew that if he continued to pester her, he would definitely not have a good end, so if he acted like a coward, his little sister would forgive him. If anything happens to my man, you're dead. Shanqing Luo grit her teeth and shouted. Worrying too much, Sister Qing Luo. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Both Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong were startled and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to find that Ba He had arrived at some unknown time and was standing not far from them. Worthy of being the strongest master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. It seemed that after living in seclusion for 200 years, not only had his cultivation not regressed, it had actually advanced even further. Yu Xiong and Shanqing Luo were filled with awe and quickly saluted. Senior, what you said just now. Are you optimistic about Yang Kai? Shanqing Luo looked at Ba He with her beautiful eyes and asked excitedly. Although she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, comparable to Ba He in terms of eyesight, she admitted that she couldn't compare with the other party, so Ba He's words made her feel much more relieved. Ba He chuckled. I didn't say that, but he really isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid Shuelian won't be able to take him down, and in his current state. After saying so, Ba He sighed again. Amazing. Young people nowadays are really amazing. This little guy is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to force Shuelian into such a state. If he really breaks through to the third order, Shuelian will definitely not be his opponent. Shanqing Luo looked happy as a sense of pride welled up in her heart. This was the man she had chosen. That was how extraordinary it was. Back when he was in the central capital, he had set off a storm with his weak cultivation. At that time he often created miracles, but after several dozen years he seemed to be even more outstanding than he was back then. Xian was not an ordinary monster race master. He had a great background and was a top existence even among third-order origin returning realm masters. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as a sense of pride welled up in her heart, as if as long as it was Yang Kai, no matter how incredible it was normal. Senior, did you just say that in his current state Xian won't be able to take him down? Yu Xiong, on the other hand, understood the hidden meaning in Ba He's words. And Xian hasn't used his full strength yet. You should be able to see that the potential of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline hasn't been fully awakened yet, Ba He explained with a smile. Hearing what he said, Shanqing Luo's pretty face couldn't help sinking. She suddenly realized this problem. Yu Xiong glanced at Shanqing Luo cautiously and asked softly, "Then senior, if Xian were to go all out, would my brother-in-law be able to stop him?" "I don't know," Ba He smiled faintly. "I don't know the details of this guy's strength, but if that's all he has, he shouldn't be able to stop him. If he has other means, though, I can't say for sure, but in my opinion, in a contest of physical strength, Xian has the upper hand. Xian has the advantage." "And Junior thinks so too," Yu Xiong nodded in agreement. However, a human being with a lower realm, being able to fight Xian to such an extent was something to be proud of. Adoptive mother's orders. It seems he can complete his task perfectly. Such a performance. Adoptive mother should approve of him, but this little brat's unfaithfulness is a problem. Adoptive mother would never allow little sister to share a man with another woman. "Little sister, you can rest assured. If things don't work out, big brother can go down and separate them," Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo glared at him fiercely, causing Yu Xiong to let out a hollow laugh. "Oh, golden blood." Ba He suddenly called out in surprise as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. He found that the blood flowing from Yang Kai's wounds was actually a pale golden color. This was not the color of a human's blood. Did he really possess some kind of extraordinary bloodline that allowed him to compete with Xian in terms of physical strength? But what kind of bloodline could produce such golden blood? The blood that exuded a pale golden glow seemed to contain a surge of vitality, and as soon as it appeared, it began to repair the wounds on Yang Kai's body. His cracked skin and flesh were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. What kind of powerful restorative ability was this? Ba He was shocked on the spot, and his body involuntarily leaned forward a little, as if he wanted to see more clearly. 1,000 meters away, the bloody battle was still ongoing. Both Yang Kai and Xian were bathed in blood, the pale golden and blood-red colors intertwining and staining their bodies. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, a series of explosions suddenly rang out from the point of contact between the violent forces, and Yang Kai and Xian separated. Both of their eyes were as sharp and resolute as an eagle's, not caring about their own injuries and simply staring at each other coldly. "Human, you really are amazing. I take back my previous boasting, you are a very good opponent." Xian took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned, "But you don't seem to be that good." Xian laughed. "Arrogant enough, this young lord hasn't met a human like you for a long time. The last guy who dared speak to me like this was torn apart by me. I hope you can hold on a little longer and let me enjoy myself." As soon as his voice fell, drops of blood suddenly oozed out from Xian's exposed skin. As soon as these drops of blood appeared, they transformed into a blood mist that wrapped around Xian. This caused his already violent aura to become 30% stronger. In an instant, Xian seemed to have become a blood man, his entire body red, giving him a terrifying appearance. The blood mist wriggled around his body and suddenly transformed into scales that covered his skin. At the same time, 2 red curved horns appeared on Xian's forehead, giving him a majestic appearance. "Flood dragon transformation." Ba He shouted in a deep voice as his expression became dignified. Shanqing Luo's expression also became tense while Yu Xiong's face became even more solemn. Xian was the son of the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord and possessed the bloodline of the Blood Flood Dragon. He was the most powerful monster race bloodline on Monster Star, a fact that all monster race masters had to admit. After displaying the Flood Dragon transformation, Xian's strength would soar by at least 30%, a secret technique of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline. Most powerful monster race masters possessed this secret technique, but depending on their bloodline, the potential they could stimulate would vary. The current Zhou Xian compared to just now was like a completely different person. A fierce and surging aura spread out from him, causing the entire world to tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling and burning. A red aura wrapped around him. The red mist twisted and changed, rising into the air like a flame, making him look like a burning fireball. Zhou Xian is going all out. Chapter 1583. That little brat Zhou Xian's flood dragon transformation has reached its peak. In Qiyu's palace, she muttered to herself softly as she became more and more attentive to the movements coming from her loft. As one of the 10 great tribal lords, of course, she wouldn't run over to watch the battle like Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong. Doing so would be far too degrading, but with her powerful divine sense, it was not a problem for her to secretly peek and not worry about being discovered. To be honest, the battle between Yang Kai and Zhou Xian really made her eyes light up. Who was Zhou Xian? He was the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, the successor that Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had cultivated with all his strength. He was the future master of Blood Flood Dragon territory, yet even with his powerful Third Order origin returning realm cultivation, he was still unable to defeat Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could fight evenly with an ordinary Third Order origin returning realm cultivator, he would already be considered a heaven-defying genius, but his opponent was Zhou Xian. Qiyu had never expected that Yang Kai, as a human, could actually force Zhou Xian to use his flood dragon transformation in a battle of physical strength. Even among the experts of the demon race, there were very few who could do this. Yang Kai had done it as a human. This kind of thing had never happened on Monster Star before. The human cultivator on Monster Star was suppressed by the monster race and the cultivation resources were scarce. Even origin returning realm masters were rare, let alone someone who could fight head-on with the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord. Qiyu was shocked as she secretly blamed herself for not being able to see the true strength of Yang Kai. However, she didn't know what his achievements in the other territories were. If his overall strength was really good, he was worthy of Shanqing Luo. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for her to accomplish this good deed. In this way, not only would she be able to make Shanqing Luo submit, but she would also be able to gather a powerful ally, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After what happened with Bahi 200 years ago, Qiyu no longer dared to oppose such a thing. She was afraid of arousing Shanqing Luo's disgust and repeating Bahi's mistakes. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that in mind, Qiyu hid his divine sense around the battlefield and paid attention to the situation there. Outside the attic, Yang Kai frowned. He stared at Zhou Xian with a strange expression. At this moment, blood refinement. Its appearance was savage and terrifying. Its exposed skin was covered in blood-red scales, and its entire body seethed with a red glow while its battle-intent soared. He saw the strange look on Yang Kai's face. Laughing loudly, he said, "Human. Don't tell me you're scared? If you're scared, it's not too late to beg for mercy. Do you only know how to talk big?" Yang Kai curled his lips and the strange look on his face became even more intense. The moment Zhou Xian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Zhou Xian's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai felt a surge of energy in his body begin to stir, as if it wanted to rush out of his body uncontrollably. This made him extremely surprised. After figuring out what kind of power was causing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Yang Kai did not allow this mysterious power to erupt and instead suppressed it. Suddenly, a 5-colored light filled his body, and this 5-colored light seemed to have a mind of its own, wrapping around his body and roaming about. Yang Kai's momentum, which was not weak to begin with, soared in an instant. What is this? Bahi was shocked and stretched his neck to look at Yang Kai. Damn, he really isn't using his full strength. This guy is too terrifying. Yu Xiong's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. Mi Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also shocked. He had thought that after Zhou Xian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Yang Kai would lose. But now, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had also used some kind of mysterious secret technique to enhance his own strength. Human secret techniques are really broad and profound. Mi Tian was excited as he stared unblinkingly at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of magical effect this 5-colored light had. The 5-colored light had different hues: yellow, blue, white, red, gold, all of them intertwined and exuded 5 different auras. But these 5 auras fused together perfectly without the slightest sense of awkwardness. 5 elements: indestructible sword chi. Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength were extremely high not only because his foundation was good, but also because he had taken a large amount of life-revitalizing jade cream to create a large amount of pure golden blood, which had greatly enriched his vitality and vitality. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art he cultivated had also raised his physical strength to a whole new level. This was an extremely mysterious body tempering secret art. When Yang Kai cultivated it, the grade of the 5 elements supreme treasures he chose was extremely high, so the effects were naturally remarkable. Now that he had reached the minor accomplishment stage in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he could use it to fight his enemies. Looking at Yang Kai shrouded in 5-colored light, Zhou Xian froze for a moment but soon grinned. Good human, it seems you've also used your trump card. Let's see who is stronger between you and me. As soon as his words fell, his figure turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Yang Kai. The red light was like a cloud of blood, directly pouncing on top of Yang Kai's head, opening a giant maw that enveloped Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him whole. The blood mist that filled the air was filled with an extremely evil and violent aura, drawing out the innermost brutality in the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to turn red. Yang Kai shouted as a 5-colored light burst forth, transforming into 5 layers of energy armor that wrapped around his body. A dazzling golden light emerged from Yang Kai's fists, and in an instant, they seemed to be covered in countless tiny golden needles that bombarded the blood cloud. Among the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the metal element was the sharpest and most lethal, while the earth element had the most outstanding defense. These 5 elements complemented each other perfectly. The layer of fine blood-red scales on Zhou Xian's body was extremely sturdy at first glance, so Yang Kai naturally used the metal element indestructible sword chi to attack his enemy. All the masters who were paying attention to this battle held their breaths at this moment, wanting to know who was better between Yang Kai and Zhou Xian after using their respective secret techniques. However, the result was shocking. There was no intense battle, nor was there a prolonged entanglement like before. This time, after Yang Kai and Zhou Xian collided, Zhou Xian seemed to have immediately suffered a loss. From the blood-red light, Zhou Xian's exclamations and roars rang out while Yang Kai remained silent, but everyone could tell that he was launching a fierce and merciless attack. Blood splashed out as a series of scales fell out. These were Zhou Xian's scales. Bahi's eyes trembled. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength had surpassed those of the blood flood dragon lineage, which was known for its tenacity and strength. Bahi had completely misjudged this young man before. He subconsciously put himself in Zhou Xian's position and thought about how he would resolve the current crisis if he were Zhou Xian. The result he came to made his face pale. Powerless. He was truly powerless. The true strength of this second-order origin returning realm human was not inferior to any third-order origin realm master and was even fiercer than most third-order origin realm masters. Even if Bahi went down to fight him one-on-one, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good ending. Bahi's forehead oozed cold sweat as he groaned in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Kai's origins were. Such a genius, even if one searched the entire star territory, there would likely be no other. Little sister, which cultivation star do you think my brother-in-law came from? Yu Xiong asked blankly. A very backward low-level star, Shan Qingluo smiled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Low-level stars. Yu Xiong felt like he couldn't think straight. How could a human from a low-level star have such strength? His strength was enough to make all the people in star territory who thought they were geniuses commit suicide out of grief and indignation. Good, can you report to adoptive mother now? Presumably, adoptive mother will be very satisfied with this result. Shan Qingluo glanced at Yu Xiong with a smile that was enough to dazzle all living beings. Absolutely. Yu Xiong nodded heavily. If adoptive mother wasn't satisfied with such a human, it was likely no one would be. In this battle, this cheap brother-in-law of his had proven his strength to everyone. Shan Qingluo no longer spoke and simply stared down in a daze, her mind immersed in Yang Kai's strength, unable to extricate itself. After confirming that Yang Kai had the upper hand, she no longer worried about Yang Kai and instead began to appreciate this battle. A scream rang out as Zhou Xian retreated, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai tremblingly. His aura had withered and countless blood-red scales had fallen from his body. Even the 2 curved horns on his forehead seemed to have dimmed, no longer exuding the dazzling luster they had before. A great humiliation. Being forced into such a state by a human cultivator who was a minor realm lower than him was simply a stain on his life. He could not accept such a result. On Monster Star, Zhou Xian was famous for his fighting prowess and did not fear any cultivator below the Origin King realm. Even Meteon had not been placed in his eyes, but this human of unknown origin had made him suffer a great loss and humiliated his bloodline. How could he accept this? How could he be willing to give up? Human, you forced me to do this. Zhou Xian roared, and after he finished speaking, a look of determination appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. This bead was the size of a baby's fist and contained a terrifying amount of power. Vaguely, there seemed to be a small snake-like thing swimming inside this blood bead. Zhou Xian has gone mad. Yu Xiong was shocked and shouted in horror. He actually spat out his monster core. Not good, Zhou Xian is going all out. Bahi's face also flashed a look of horror as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him." Saying so, he hurriedly rushed over to the battlefield. Shanqing Luo also seemed to have recovered and nodded before following closely behind Bahi. The experts of the demon clan, regardless of whether they were transformed from demonic beasts into humans or were born with a human body, had a special item called the inner elixir in their bodies. The inner elixir was the most important treasure of the demon clan. It was the existence of their life. A monster race cultivator would never use their monster core in battle unless it was absolutely necessary, because once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1584. The risk he had to take was not small, but using his monster core could greatly increase the strength of a monster race cultivator. Zhou Xian spitting out his monster core at this time showed just how crazy he had become, so it was no wonder Bahi and the others were so frightened. Zhou Xian's identity was extraordinary, so if he was still defeated by Yang Kai even after using his monster core, the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord would never give up. He was a top master whose strength was not inferior to Qi Yu's, so if he became angry, all of Monster Star would be plunged into darkness. But if Zhou Xian won with his current madness, Yang Kai's fate would not be any better. How could Bahi, Yu Xiong and Shanqing Luo just stand by and watch? So, no matter what, they had to stop Zhou Xian before he could use the source strength contained in his monster core. Only then could they turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. The movements of these three were not slow. They were only 1,000 meters apart, so with their strength, they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Bahi opened his mouth and was about to act as a peacemaker and persuade the two to stop, but before he could say anything, a loud roar rang out from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time an incredible power spread out. Even someone as strong as Bahi felt his heart tremble. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, the corners of his eyes twitching. If he had heard correctly, that loud roar just now should have been dragon roar. Inside her palace, Qi Yu's beautiful face paled as she stood up abruptly, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something incredible. Even with her second-order Origin King cultivation, when that roar rang out, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. She still had goosebumps all over her body. That was an instinctive reverence that had nothing to do with strength. Qi Yu had a trace of the heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline, which was why she was able to cultivate to the Origin King realm. This was also why she was so optimistic about Shanqing Luo, who had absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source, and did not hesitate to accept Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter and vigorously cultivate her. She looked forward to the day when Shanqing Luo would be able to bring back the majesty of the heavenly moon demon spider to this world and see the ancient era once more. The power of the heavenly moon demon spider. The heavenly moon demon spider was an ancient species. It was a terrifying monster beast. However, compared to the legendary ancient divine spirits, there was still a gap. Among the ancient saint spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. Unfortunately, such a powerful holy spirit, he had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Only in the most ancient books and records could one see their sky-covering figures and their exaggerated descriptions. Those ancient holy spirits that only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, they were also part of the Yao clan, but they were born emperors of the Yao clan. They were existences that every Yao clan had to bow down to. Qi Yu thought that these ancient divine spirits had already gone extinct. But in her temporary residence she had no choice. She suddenly heard the purest dragon roar. It pierced straight into the 9 heavens and was deafening, causing the trace of heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline in her body to tremble in fear. She no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. Then she rushed towards the battlefield. She knew that Zhou Xian was in big trouble this time. Outside the palace, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath, giving up on suppressing the mysterious power in his body and allowing it to erupt. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and a dazzling golden light flashed as a huge golden figure suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. This figure covered the sky and exuded a thick majestic aura. Its 2 eyes, which were larger than houses, were also golden in color, awe-inspiring to those who looked at them. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed straight towards Zhou Xian without the slightest hesitation. Zhou Xian was dumbfounded. The frenzied aura around his body was instantly extinguished as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. While he was lost in thought, the golden dragon opened its bloody maw and bit down on the monster core in front of him, swallowing it into its stomach. Immediately after, it returned to the top of Yang Kai's head and looked down. Impossible! Mi Tian cried out involuntarily as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, shocked by the sudden appearance of this figure. Divine dragon! Yu Xiong almost bit his tongue as his whole body trembled violently. He stared speechlessly at the shocking scene in front of him, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as an 8-legged giant silver spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her, resisting the thick dragon pressure. This giant spider was the size of a house and its phantom was so condensed that it seemed almost tangible, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Of all the people present, only she was in a better situation. Firstly, she was a human, so the dragon pressure suppression on her was the least, and secondly, she had the strength to resist the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source. Even so, she was still shocked by the golden dragon that suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's body. The audience fell silent as the bloody battle came to an abrupt end, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Yang Kai glanced up, a strange look flashing across his face as he turned to Zhou Xian and said faintly, "Sorry, this guy seems to be very interested in your monster core. I wasn't able to suppress it." Zhou Xian's face was extremely pale as the arrogance in his eyes collapsed like a skyscraper, turning him into ruins. In this battle, Yang Kai had completely whipped him from the inside out, from his body to his soul. Under the terrifying suppression of the dragon pressure, Zhou Xian couldn't even think about taking back his monster core. Enough! A delicate shout suddenly rang out, and the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the void. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd and finally fixed on the golden dragon. She took a deep breath and her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly. "Adoptive mother." Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong hurriedly called out. "Master." He bowed respectfully. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he swept this beautiful woman with his divine sense, but was shocked to find that he couldn't see through her depths at all. He was an Origin King Realm Master. The identity of the other party was obvious. She was undoubtedly the owner of this palace, Qiyu. This was not the first time Yang Kai had seen an Origin King Realm cultivator. He had spent some time with Guizhu before, but the feeling Qiyu gave him was far more terrifying than Guizhu's. After all, Guizhu was just a first-order Origin King while Qiyu had already reached the second order. The gap of a single minor realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Qiyu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shouted loudly. Qiyu only cast her eyes on him now and gently nodded. "You are also a guest of my palace, so there's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior has admired Senior's prestige for a long time and should have taken the initiative to pay Senior a visit, but Junior's status is too low to meet Senior. I hope Senior can forgive him." "It's fine, this queen coming to see you is the same," Qiyu replied faintly. "Adoptive mother this time." Shan Qingluo saw Qiyu's attitude towards Yang Kai and could not help panicking, thinking that she was blaming Yang Kai, so she quickly tried to speak up for Yang Kai. "You don't need to say anything, I know." Qiyu waved her hand and interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "The outcome of this battle has been decided, shouldn't you return his monster core?" Return it? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. You don't want to be so ruthless. Qiyu slowly shook her head. Red Moon shook his head slowly. You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of doing that. Junior really doesn't know. Please enlighten me, Senior Qiyu. Yang Kai looked at Qiyu casually, seemingly not afraid of her at all. He broke out in a cold sweat. Mi Tian felt the soles of his feet cramp, and Yu Xiong couldn't help shivering. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this? Did this little brat not know how high the heavens were and how thick the earth was? What good would provoking a powerful monster race tribal lord do to him? Did he not know how to be lenient when it was possible? Little bastard. Even though Qiyu's mental fortitude was quite good, she was still amused by Yang Kai's arrogance. After thinking about it for a moment, she said with a gentle expression, "This queen will give you face, but you should also give this queen some face. After all, this queen is already so old, talking so much is tiring." The senior very old? This junior feels that senior is still in her prime, not at all worse than those young girls in their late 20s. Yang Kai was surprised. He and the other monster race masters were suddenly thrown into disarray. All of them stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Was he trying to flirt with their tribal lord master? Was this absolutely true? In this world, there was actually someone who dared to flirt with their tribal lord master. Looking towards Qiyu cautiously, He and the others were surprised to find that their tribal lord master didn't show the slightest sign of anger and instead showed a strange smile, as if she was enjoying this, coldly snorting. This human really has a glib tongue. No wonder Qing Luo is so deeply in love with you. Is this how you managed to deceive her? Senior is mistaken. Junior used his personal charm to conquer Qing Luo. There was no such thing as a glib tongue. Yang Kai shook his head seriously. Arrogant. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled, but after a moment she restrained her smile and said seriously, "But in any case, you can't act too presumptuously in my palace. If something really happens to Shuelian, this queen won't be able to answer to Shuejiao. Return his monster core to him and this queen will owe you a favor." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced over at the pale-faced Shuelian, a look of reluctance on his face. "He doesn't need to return it." Shuelian suddenly shouted, "It's just a divine dragon afterimage, it can't bind this young lord's monster core." As he said this, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A loud dragon roar sounded again as a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the golden dragon's body and was swallowed into Shuelian's abdomen. Shuelian easily took back his monster core. The golden dragon was furious and bared his fangs for a moment. "Human, it was just this young lord being careless just now. Do you think you can defeat this young lord with such an afterimage? You underestimate me too much." Shuelian's expression was one of unwillingness to admit defeat, but the contempt he had before was now replaced with dread. Whether he admitted it or not, Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Chapter 1585. Enough, Shuelian, don't be so long-winded. Since you've come to this queen's palace, you must abide by this queen's rules. Do you think this is still your Blood Flood Dragon territory? Before coming here, didn't Blood Flood Dragon teach you what to do? Qiyu reprimanded. "This queen can let bygones be bygones, but if there is a next time, you know what the consequences will be." Shuelian's face struggled for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, "Shuelian has been disrespectful, please do not blame him, Senior Qiyu. Mitian, take him back to rest. In a few days you will set off, so take good care of him. If he causes any more trouble, this queen will hold you responsible." Qiyu turned her eyes to Mitian, who had been standing there watching the show from beginning to end, her expression cold and stern. "Yes." Mitian responded obediently. No matter how arrogant he was in front of Qiyu, he had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. None of the monster race's 10 tribal lords were easy to provoke, let alone Qiyu, who was ranked at the top. Quickly calling out to Shuelian, Yang Kai prepared to take him away. "Human, remember this, today's matter isn't over." Shuelian glared at Yang Kai with hatred and left behind a ruthless warning before leaving. Yang Kai sneered softly as he watched Shuelian gradually disappear into the distance before taking back his golden dragon. "You all should also disperse." Qiyu waved at Yu Xiong and the others casually before turning her eyes to Yang Kai and saying, "As for you, come with this queen." Saying so, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai and a soft force instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Perceiving that Qiyu did not seem to have any malicious intent, Yang Kai did not resist, letting her do as she pleased. The next moment the two disappeared at the same time. Adoptive mother. Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Don't worry, little sister, adoptive mother shouldn't have any ill intentions towards that guy. With adoptive mother's powerful strength, if she really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to resist, Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo suddenly became a little worried, grit her teeth and rushed towards Qiyu's palace. In the bedroom, Qiyu and Yang Kai's figures appeared. Looking around, Kai Yang found that the decorations here were very simple and crude. However, there was an air of nobility in its simplicity. This should be Qiyu's residence, he speculated in his heart. After bringing Yang Kai here, Qiyu stared straight at him, her phoenix eyes narrowed, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai remained calm. She stared back at her fearlessly. After a while, Qiyu gently nodded. It was hard to tell whether she was praising him or mocking him. Your courage is indeed not small. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second human who dares to look me in the eye. Do you think this consort won't do anything to you? I don't think so, Yang Kai chuckled. Senior doesn't look like someone who would bully the weak. If you really think so, then you're seriously underestimating the value of the divine dragon source in your body. Qiyu took a deep breath and said solemnly, to tell you the truth, I am very interested in the divine dragon source in your body and have thought about killing you to seize it. With it, this consort may be able to peer into the heavenly way and break through to the third order origin king realm. Do you know this is this consort's long-cherished wish? Even this consort cannot resist such a temptation. Yang Kai still showed no signs of fear and gently nodded. Since Senior says so, it means you don't want to kill me now. May I know why? You're quite smart. Qiyu coldly snorted, turned around and sat down in her chair, not intending to hide anything as she said, there are 3 reasons. First, this consort cannot guarantee that I will be able to take the divine dragon source after killing you. Since it chose you, it means it acknowledges you. This consort is not confident it will acknowledge me. Second, even if it acknowledges me, I may not have a chance to break through to the third order origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded gently. What about the third reason? You are the man Qing Luo has taken a fancy to. If this consort really kills you, she will lose Qing Luo. The gains do not make up for the losses. Her future potential is much greater than this consort's. Junior admires Senior's straightforwardness. Yang Kai grinned. Stop flattering me, this consort doesn't buy it, Qiyu said with a serious expression. Qiyu's expression was solemn. Although I don't want to kill you, do you know how much trouble you've caused this time? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Senior is referring to Zhou Xian? What kind of trouble is he? Qiyu coldly snorted. The trouble this consort is referring to is the other tribal lords on Monster Star. Yang Kai frowned but soon understood why Qiyu said so. You underestimate the appeal of the divine dragon source to people like us. If a human origin king were to learn that you have the divine dragon source in your body, they may only be shocked and amazed and try to strangle you before you grow. But it is different for our monster race. The divine dragon is a supreme emperor, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of our monster race. Tell me, who wouldn't want such a thing? Qiyu's expression became solemn. Once this news leaks out, the other 9 tribal lords on Monster Star will definitely come to Qiyu territory to find you. When that time comes, do you think this consort should protect you or not? Even if this consort is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to this consort? Yang Kai was surprised. Junior had not thought about this, but Senior, isn't this Junior's fault alone? Doesn't Senior also bear some responsibility? He had been fighting with Zhou Xian for so long, so Yang Kai did not believe Qiyu had not noticed. Since she had not stopped him even after noticing, it was obvious she had acquiesced. Perhaps she had allowed this battle to continue. Qiyu glared at Yang Kai fiercely, naturally not admitting to this. In short, this queen has nothing to do with you. This queen is not related to you in any way. This queen will not intervene in your troubles, Qiyu snorted, almost wanting to sweep Yang Kai out the door. Haha, this junior didn't ask Senior to protect him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. If they want the divine dragon source in my body, they'll need to have the ability to do so. Qiyu frowned as she stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to recover from her shock. After a long time she sneered, How arrogant are you? You don't even put the tribal lords of my monster race in your eyes. This consort knows that humans have always been arrogant but none like you. Only those with ability can be arrogant. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. To put it bluntly, even if Senior wants to kill this junior, she may not be able to succeed. Qiyu narrowed her phoenix eyes and said in a cold tone, "You're provoking this consort." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Junior didn't mean that, he was just telling the truth. Qiyu stared at him seriously as if she wanted to see if he was trying to trick her. But Yang Kai's expression was completely serious, without the slightest trace of guilt. This discovery surprised her greatly and she couldn't help wondering where Yang Kai's confidence was coming from. She was a second-order origin king while he was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, an entire great realm gap. Even if he performed well in his battle with Zhou Xian, Qiyu was confident she could kill him with a single blow. After living for so many years, she had never seen a boy as domineering and arrogant as Yang Kai. However, it was undeniable that although such a boy was a bit arrogant, he did have his own unique charm. No wonder Qing Luo had fallen for him and was unable to extricate herself. "You still have a trump card you haven't used yet." Qiyu's pretty face finally showed a trace of surprise. She thought that Yang Kai had gone all out in his battle with Zhou Xian, but now hearing him speak such nonsense, she suddenly realized that Yang Kai was still holding back. Zhou Xian's actions were not in vain. Such a human had already suppressed all the rising stars of the monster race. Mi Tian and Zhou Xian were nothing more than mediocrity in front of him. Yes. Yang Kai readily admitted. Qiyu let out a sigh of relief as she stared at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster. After a while she waved her hand dispiritedly. "Forget it at this point, it's useless to pursue such matters. You can now be considered half a member of my monster race and as your senior, this consort will naturally not embarrass you too much. And this consort will no longer interfere with the matters between you and Qing Luo. You, just let nature take its course." "How am I half a monster race?" Yang Kai shouted with a blank look on his face. Qiyu's evaluation of him made him very unhappy. He was clearly a genuine human being from head to toe. "Do you think I'm insulting you?" Qiyu stared at Yang Kai coldly. "This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. Boy, you'd best show a satisfied expression." "An opportunity." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he pondered for a moment before asking, "Senior is referring to the so-called divine dragon source?" "Indeed. Your current situation is somewhat similar to Qing Luo's. As a human, you have inherited the source of a powerful monster race, so you can be considered half a monster race." Qiyu nodded. "About the divine dragon source, can Senior explain it to this junior?" Yang Kai asked. "What do you want to know?" Qiyu asked. "Everything Junior wants to know." Yang Kai looked at Qiyu with a smile. Qiyu's brow furrowed, but she didn't show any signs of anger, instead patiently explaining, "You should have heard of the term ancient divine spirit. In ancient times, some of the powerful creatures that were born with the formation of the heavens and earth were ancient divine spirits. They were the predecessors of my monster race and were the most powerful existences. Our demon race has tens of thousands of clans, all of which evolved from the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit. However, some clans inherited a thin portion of the bloodline, so they are relatively weak. Some clans inherited a rich portion of the bloodline, so they appear strong. And the one you fought with, Zhou Xian, possesses the blood flood dragon bloodline, which means he inherited from the dragon race, and the bloodline he inherited is not thin. That's why when the divine dragon source in your body appeared, he was instantly suppressed. That's why the divine dragon source was so interested in his monster core, because if it swallowed Zhou Xian's monster core, it would be able to enhance its strength and strengthen itself." Yang Kai listened carefully, nodding from time to time. These were the words of the monster race's Red Moon tribal lord, so they were undoubtedly very authoritative. Chapter 1586. However, although you have the power of the divine dragon source, you don't seem to know how to use it, wasting such a great opportunity. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. That's why Zhou Xian was able to take back his monster core so easily. If not for that, he wouldn't even be alive right now. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. This so-called divine dragon source was something he obtained from the Heaven's Cave inheritance with Su Yen when he was still in High Heaven Pavilion. Many years later, Yang Kai learned that this was the inheritance left behind by the two founders of Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. But over the years Yang Kai had never used it for anything, only when he was dual cultivating with Zhou Xian did the golden dragon tattoo on his body become active. Qiyu saying that he had wasted such a great opportunity was not wrong. Without even mentioning that each of the divine spirits from ancient times had a divine technique that could split the heavens and earth, each of them being the rulers of the monster race, with the dragon and phoenix being the most powerful. However, for some unknown reason, these ancient holy spirits all disappeared at a certain time. There are rumors that a great battle broke out between them, and 90% of the ancient holy spirits have fallen. There are also rumors that they have gone into hiding. As for the real situation, no one knows. After the disappearance of the ancient divine spirits, other powerful demon clans took over the dominant position. These demon clans are all known as the Ancient Mutants or the Savage Mutants. Blood Flood Dragon, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Nine Nether Xianxia. They all belong to this category. Although the Savage Xenogeniacs only appeared after the Holy Spirits, some of the powerful Savage Xenogeniacs were not inferior to the Holy Spirits, and some were even stronger. Moreover, some of these savage variants still exist today. Of course, these are bloodlines that have been passed down from generation to generation, not really from ancient times. Shuai Yan's bloodline and Qing Luo's source both belong to savage variants, right? Yang Kai asked modestly. Qiyu nodded. That's why this queen said that Qing Luo's future achievements will be brighter than mine. What she has is a complete source, unlike this queen who only inherited a faint bloodline. We can be considered family. You can also say that we are family. You should understand what kind of position Qing Luo holds in this queen's heart. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Let's talk about the divine spirits. Qiyu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. As this queen said just now, among the divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes, dragons and dragon race. The golden divine dragon was revered again. What you inherited is the golden divine dragon's source. Golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai, you Yang even among the divine spirits is to begin to be divine spirits now. You to the king to the heavens to the monster king's spirit? Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly smiled. Senior being able to resist this kind of temptation is truly worthy of this junior's admiration. Queen to Yang to you Yang to, T's to me. To Yang soul to spirit of tubes to Yang's to TB, to you this king, ha. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. However, this queen is also very curious as to how much of the divine dragon source you have inherited. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai with interest, carefully sweeping him with her divine sense, but still wearing a look of suspicion. I don't know, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, that's strange. Qiyu suddenly seemed to discover something and the look on her pretty face became even more curious. How come? There seem to be two divine spirits in your body? One is the divine dragon force from before and the other. Senior is talking about this. Yang Kai frowned and pulled out the verdant dragon bone sword without hesitation, pouring his Saint Qi into it. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant green dragon immediately hovered above Yang Kai's head, looking down at Qiyu condescendingly. Qiyu's phoenix eyes narrowed as she cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, you still have this." With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was an artifact refined from a piece of dragon bone that seemed to have been mixed with a dragon bead. What's more, the faint dragon soul had not yet been extinguished. Qiyu was shocked to the extreme, her eyes turning red as she envied the opportunity Yang Kai had. He was obviously just a human, so why did he possess an opportunity that made all the monster race envious? Is this your trump card? Qiyu gasped for breath as she felt the dragon pressure rushing towards her, causing the faint heavenly moon demon spider bloodline in her body to stir again. After a long time, she calmed her excitement and said with a complicated expression, "If this is your only trump card, then this queen must advise you not to take yourself too seriously. With the power of this artifact, it may make you invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but an Origin King is not something an Origin returning realm cultivator can resist." Yang Kai just smiled and did not comment. This boy still had a trump card. Qiyu was really shocked. What kind of freak was this? Yang Kai looked at Qiyu faintly. He knew that what Qiyu had sensed just now was not the dragon bone sword, but the Ice Phoenix Remnant Soul. However, the Ice Phoenix Remnant Soul did not belong to him and was only temporarily attached to him. It belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai would rather expose the dragon bone sword than let Qiyu discover the existence of the ice phoenix. If Qiyu knew this, it was hard to imagine how she would feel. Forget it, put it away. If you continue to act like this queen is afraid she won't be able to resist taking action against you, Qiyu said seriously. Yang Kai nodded and put the dragon bone sword back into his body. Qiyu sat there, her mood still fluctuating, not speaking for a long time. Yang Kai did not want to rashly provoke her, so he could only stand in place and wait. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Qiyu raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai with a strange smile on her face as she asked unhurriedly, "Boy, do you want to dig out the divine dragon source in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Does Senior have a way?" "Pa, do you think this queen has a way?" Qiyu smiled slyly. "Just now, this queen saw your battle with Zhou Xian from beginning to end. Not bad, your physique is indeed extraordinary, even better than Zhou Xian's. This queen does not know how you tempered your body, but it must have something to do with the five-colored light. However, if you can exert the effects of the golden divine dragon source, your physique will rise to a whole new level, perhaps even comparable to a real golden divine dragon." Yang Kai's eyes lit up even more. "That's an immortal existence." Qiyu's words were full of temptation. Yang Kai's desire was instantly extinguished as he stared at Qiyu vigilantly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it, there is no need to beat around the bush." This junior admits he is very interested in what you have to say and is willing to pay a price to obtain it. But please tell this junior clearly what you want from me. If it is too difficult, then forget it. "Good," Qiyu shouted. "It's never tiring to talk to smart people. And this queen does have something she needs your help with. You can choose to refuse or agree, everything is voluntary." "Please speak, Senior." "Have you heard of the blood prison trial on Green Mountain's star?" "I have." Yang Kai's expression became strange. Naturally, he had heard of the blood prison trial. He had even left Qian Tong and the others on Green Mountain's star to wait for the blood prison trial to open. Could the matter Qiyu was talking about be related to this? Although the blood prison trial was famous and had attracted all the Third Order Origin returning realm masters from the entire star territory to participate, the masters on Monster Star were all from the monster race, so it was impossible for them to blatantly travel to Green Mountain's star. If they really did so, there would be no good consequences. Just as the monster race on Monster Star did not like humans, humans did not like monster race. "Since you've heard of it, it's easy to explain," Qiyu smiled with satisfaction. "This queen needs you to go to Green Mountain's star, enter the blood prison and find something for this queen." "Find what?" "An origin essence crystal," Qiyu shouted. "What's that?" Yang Kai frowned. "An origin essence crystal that only a Third Order Origin King can condense. You can think of it as the crystallization of that master's essence, chi and soul. After such a master dies, their origin essence crystal will be left behind. Of course, what I want you to find is an origin essence crystal left behind by a top master from my monster star. Its true form is actually a monster core." "A monster core?" "And you should have heard of the origin of the blood prison trial. It was a chaotic battle between a dozen or so Origin King realm masters. Almost all of them were wiped out, and the battlefield was filled with the power of the Origin King realm masters' territory, which is why so many Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator were attracted to it. A powerful tribal lord of my monster race participated in that battle, but unfortunately he fell in the blood prison. I want you to take out his origin essence crystal." "You want me to take it out?" Yang Kai frowned. "By the way, Mi Tian and Zhou Xian coming to the palace at this time, are they going to participate in the blood prison trial?" He suddenly realized this. Counting the days, the blood prison trial was not far away. It just so happened that the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord and the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had come to Qiyu's palace together. Qiyu mentioning the blood prison trial at this juncture made Yang Kai think there was some kind of connection between the two. "Yes, they will participate, which is why they came to this queen's palace. Because only this queen can safely enter the blood prison. In addition, not only them but Qing Luo, Yu Xiong and Ba He will also participate, as well as 2 monster race rising stars you have never seen before. They will soon arrive. Since so many people are going to participate, why do you want me to take it?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Qiyu and sneered, "Isn't it dangerous?" Participating in the blood prison trial is a very dangerous act in itself. Haven't you heard that more than half of the masters who enter the blood prison will die? As for taking the origin essence crystal, there is definitely danger, but since you are so arrogant, are you afraid of such trivial danger? Junior only has one life, so naturally he must cherish it. Please answer my question, Senior. Yang Kai looked at Qiyu stubbornly. Chapter 1587. This smelly brat really isn't easy to deal with, Qiyu cursed in her heart. However, she did not expect Yang Kai to agree so easily. With his shrewdness, how could he not inquire about these things clearly? Good, Qiyu sighed. The reason why I want you to obtain it is because only you can do it. Although the top master of my monster race has fallen, its origin essence crystal is not easy to obtain. Any attempt to lay a finger on it will cause it to resist and most likely self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Does it have sentience? Yang Kai was stunned. No, it just has a trace of the remnant soul of that monster race master attached to it. Qiyu slowly shook her head. I need it to comprehend the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm, and only you can use the power of the Golden Divine Dragon to suppress it for a moment before capturing it. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Kai nodded, but Junior still doesn't quite understand. Since Senior wants it so badly, why don't you do it yourself? With your means, isn't it easy to suppress it? What kind of joke is that? Qiyu shouted angrily. Don't you know that Green Mountain Star has a Star Master? Secretly sending a few monster race juniors into the blood prison is one thing, but if this queen had gone to Green Mountain Star personally, how could he have given up fighting with him on his own turf? This queen isn't stupid enough to do that. Green Mountain Star actually has a Star Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Wasn't there no Third Order Origin King on Green Mountain Star? Who knows where that guy got his luck from? With just a Second Order Origin King, he dared to refine the source of a star. The most infuriating thing is that he actually succeeded. Qiyu's pretty face twisted as she seemed to recognize this Star Master. Yang Kai gently nodded. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Green Mountain Star had a Star Master presiding over it, so Qiyu did not dare to go there easily. Both of them were Second Order Origin Kings, so if they fought elsewhere they might be evenly matched, but on Green Mountain Star, Qiyu would definitely not be the Star Master's opponent. As for the Monster Race Master's Monster Core, it could also be called an Origin Essence Crystal, but it was extremely sensitive. Any attempt to touch it would lead to unpredictable consequences, but the Golden Holy Dragon's Draconic might had a suppressive effect on it, just like how he had suppressed Zhou Xian before. This is this consort's suggestion. Whether you agree or not, you can carefully consider it for a few days. In any case, there was still some time before the blood prison trial began. I can wait. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was as if he was sure that he would win. There's nothing to consider. I agree. To Qiyu's surprise, Yang Kai readily agreed. But I have a condition. Yang Kai grinned. What? First, tell me the method to excavate the source power of the sacred dragon. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Red Moon was so angry that she laughed. That's the reward you get after you succeed. Why would I hand it over to you now? Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Senior, you're wrong to think that way. According to what Senior said before, whether I can succeed or not depends on the suppression of the Golden Holy Dragon. This junior knows nothing about the Golden Holy Dragon's source power and doesn't know how to use it. What if something happens and the Origin Essence Crystal explodes? Presumably, Senior doesn't want to see such a result, right? Qiyu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. It was undeniable that even if she understood that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense, what he said was exactly what she was worried about. So, to be on the safe side, I think Senior should teach me the method first. Senior can rest assured that since this junior has agreed to this matter, he will not go back on his word and will do his best to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal for you. This queen would be a fool to believe you. Qiyu coldly snorted in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Qiyu suddenly laughed softly. It's not impossible to give it to you first. This queen can even teach you personally and pass on some of her insights. Yang Kai raised his brow. Senior's good intentions this junior will accept. However, this queen will only teach you half of it, the other half will be taught to you after you succeed. And that's fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but after saying so he seemed to think of something and added, Senior, you can teach me half of this secret art first and give the other half to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. In any case, he is going to Green Mountain's star, so when this junior obtains the origin essence crystal, he can exchange it with Yu Xiong. Qiyu frowned slightly as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Such a good secret art. Junior can't wait to obtain it as soon as possible. Yang Kai showed a harmless smile. Qiyu stared at him for a long time before gently nodding. Good. But this queen will remind you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame this queen for not taking Qing Luo's feelings into consideration. Naturally, I am a man of integrity, Yang Kai patted his chest and promised. Now that they had reached an agreement, Qiyu immediately took Yang Kai to a secluded room and taught him half of the secret art for unearthing the source of the Golden Divine Dragon, the monster transformation secret art. In order to ensure Yang Kai's success rate in obtaining the origin essence crystal, Qiyu did not hide anything and taught him everything she knew. This monster transformation secret art was specifically designed to unearth the source strength hidden in one's bloodline, especially those at the divine spirit grade. Its effects were remarkable. Since Yang Kai obtained the Golden Divine Dragon tattoo, he had not been able to develop its potential, but now with Qiyu he finally understood the terrifying and bright prospects of the Golden Divine Dragon. His cultivation had not increased, but if he used the source strength of the Golden Divine Dragon, Yang Kai's combat power could be significantly improved. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of Qiyu's palace with a look of excitement on his face, as if he hadn't had enough. By now he had realized the value of the source strength in his body, but unfortunately, Qiyu had only taught him half of the secret art and had not allowed him to fully study it, a regrettable outcome. What the hell is this little brat doing? Inside her palace, Qiyu was puzzled. Although Yang Kai asking her to give the second half of the secret art to Yu Xiong made her vigilant, she still could not figure out what Yang Kai was planning. Was he not going to return to Monster Star? Otherwise, why would he make such a proposal? But as long as his little senior sister stayed in the palace, where could he run off to? Looking at him, he did not seem like someone who would disregard the safety of his senior sister. If that were the case, Qing Luo would definitely feel disgusted with him and they would part on bad terms. This was the result Qiyu hoped to see. After thinking about it for a while, Qiyu still could not figure it out and could only wait and see. As long as Xia Ningchong was still in her hands, she was not afraid of Yang Kai stirring up any waves. Inside Xia Ningchang's loft, Shan Qing Luo and her were waiting anxiously. It had been half a month since Yang Kai had a conflict with Shuel Yen and Yang Kai was taken away by Qiyu, but Yang Kai still had not returned, which naturally made the two women extremely worried. Shan Qing Luo had also gone to Qiyu's palace many times to ask for an audience, but she had never received a reply. Ningchong, don't worry, adoptive mother won't do anything to him. Shan Qing Luo herself was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but she still comforted Xia Ningchong. Elder sister Qing Luo, can you be sure that Red Moon Tribal Lord won't do anything to junior brother? Xia Ningchong looked at her eagerly as if she had placed all her hopes on her. Shan Qing Luo felt like she was under a mountain of pressure. Although she didn't dare guarantee anything in her heart, she still quickly nodded and made a promise. At that moment the sound of light footsteps came from outside. The two women released their divine senses at the same time, and in the next moment, their faces filled with joy as they hurriedly stood up. A moment later Yang Kai stepped in from outside, completely unscathed and seemingly in good spirits. Were you waiting for me? Yang Kai glanced at the two women before walking over to the table and pouring himself a glass of water before taking a sip. Are you okay? Shan Qing Luo asked nervously. Me? I'm fine. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry, Senior Qiyu didn't do anything to me, she just made a deal with me. A deal? Shan Qing Luo's brow furrowed. What kind of deal? And I can't tell you the details, but I want to go with you to Green Mountain's Star. You're going to Green Mountain's Star too? You're going to participate in the blood prison trial? Shan Qing Luo covered her mouth. Yes. But you're only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Only third-order cultivators are going there. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai chuckled. No one says that second-order cultivators can't go. In any case, I already promised Senior Qiyu, so it's too late to back out now. That being said, but no buts. Yang Kai shook his head, but I'm curious. Counting the days, the blood prison trial will open in about 1 or 2 months. If you don't leave now, will you be able to make it in time? Shanqing Luo smiled. There's no need to be in such a hurry. There is a cross-cultivation star space array in the palace that can send us directly to the blood prison, so we just need to wait for the blood prison to open. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's a cross-cultivation star space array here? Shanqing Luo nodded. It is said to be something left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. The blood prison trial is such a grand event that the monster race on Monster Star also wants to participate, but it's really inconvenient for us to rush to Green Mountain Star. So tens of thousands of years ago, the previous generation's Red Moon Tribal Lord organized a group of array masters and artifact refining grandmasters to construct a cross-cultivation star space array. Basically, every time the blood prison trial opens, Monster Star will secretly send a group of newcomers in. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder time is so tight and Senior Qi doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Turns out there is such a thing. And why else do you think Mi Tian and the others gathered at the palace? They all want to go to the blood prison from here, Shanqing Luo explained with a smile. Chapter 1588. After hearing what Shanqing Luo said, Yang Kai understood why the monster race masters from other territories would rush to Red Moon Palace. It turned out they wanted to use the cross-cultivation star space array. By the way, Qing Luo, this blood prison trial shouldn't be easy. Take this thing with you. Although you don't have much time, try to refine it as much as possible. Perhaps it will provide you with some help. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring and handed it to Shanqing Luo. This is... Shanqing Luo looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand suspiciously, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she called out, an Origin King grade artifact? She instantly noticed the strong and restrained energy fluctuations coming from this thing. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be emitted by an Origin King grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip. I think it should be very suitable for you. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a smile, not showing any sign of politeness to Yang Kai, instead taking the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip from him and pouring her Saint Qi into it. The long whip immediately let out a humming sound, as if it was resonating with her Saint Qi. This seems to really suit me. Shanqing Luo showed a thoughtful look on her face. Its previous owner was a human, right? The remnant brand of life inside is somewhat incongruous with its original form. And it seems that it needs to be circulated with monster qi in order to display its full power. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip was originally Thunder Typhoon Sec's hallowed artifact. After Yang Kai killed Fong Ping in the Sealed World Bead, this Origin King grade artifact became his trophy. Yang Kai hadn't studied it carefully, but he vaguely felt that this whip-shaped artifact matched Shanqing Luo's temperament well, so he had given it away. Just think about it. The enchanting and charming Shanqing Luo swinging her long whip, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her clothes fluttering in the wind. It always made one's blood boil and it made one feel like conquering. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip? Shanqing Luo happily played with the long whip, seemingly unable to put it down. Not bad. Then it should be. This might have been a secret treasure owned by one of the monster clan's powerhouses. Eventually it fell into the hands of humans. I can feel the aura of its original owner. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to be the case. Yang Kai frowned slightly. At that time when I was fighting with the previous owner of this artifact, I felt that this artifact wasn't very powerful. If what you said is true, then its full power was not displayed, but now that it is in your hands, it shouldn't be a disgrace. I will not disappoint it, Yang Kai, thank you. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never owned an Origin King grade artifact before. Anyone who could own an artifact of this grade was a tribal lord of the monster race. She knew the value of this kind of artifact better than anyone else. But now, such an invaluable artifact had been gifted to her by Yang Kai without even batting an eye. She clearly felt the weight she held in Yang Kai's heart. Her heart leaped with joy. At this moment she felt that her many years of waiting and guarding had turned into a sweet spring that nourished her heart, causing her heart to be filled with sweetness. Should I leave for a moment? Xianning Chong asked weakly. Shanqing Luo was stunned for a moment before giggling. She got up and walked over to Xianing Chong, stretched out her jade white hand, lifted her little head and immediately kissed Xianing Chong with her red lips. Elder sister Qing Luo, what are you doing? Oh? Before Xianing Chong could finish her words, Shanqing Luo covered her mouth. Separated by a veil, the tender lips of the two collided and Xianing Chong even felt something enter her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant as she was at a loss. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After a while, Shanqing Luo straightened up, stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue, licked her lower lip, glanced at Yang Kai coquettishly, and then left arrogantly with a bell-like laughter. Yang Kai and Xianing Chong were left breathing heavily. Did Qing Luo give this gift to the wrong person? Yang Kai's eyes stared straight at the door, swallowing hard as he asked dryly. Before leaving, Shanqing Luo's coquettish eyes had almost stolen his soul. Xianing Chong lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again, her delicate earlobes red. Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly felt restless. Although Shanqing Luo's gift was definitely given to the wrong person, even separated by a veil, he didn't know why. It made his blood boil as if it had aroused the deepest desires in his heart. Standing up, Yang Kai walked over to Xianing Chong and picked her up. Yang Kai felt Xianing Chang's tender body heat up. On Monster Star's side, 6 Monster Race rookies were originally scheduled to go to Green Mountain Star to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Red Moon territory monopolized 2, naturally Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong. In addition to them, there was also Mi Tian and Shuelian from Thousand Eyes territory and Blood Flood Dragon territory, as well as 2 Monster Race masters, both Third Order Origin returning Realm masters. However, now that Bahi had returned, he would naturally participate in this Blood Prison trial as well. Bahi had chosen this time to apologize to Qi Yu and return to the palace because he wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the Blood Prison trial, hoping to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. In addition to Yang Kai, Monster Star would send 8 people to Green Mountain Star. At that time, no one could guarantee how many of them would return alive. Every Blood Prison trial was extremely dangerous, and at least half of the masters would fall in it. The dangers in the Blood Prison didn't just come from the domain power that permeated the terrifying battlefield, but also from the competitors of different star forces. It could be said that the fall of most masters was related to the struggles between them. But no matter how dangerous it was, it still couldn't erase the enthusiasm and determination of these Third Order Origin returning realm masters to enter the Blood Prison. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult. Out of 100 Third Order Origin returning realm masters, only 2 or 3 could cultivate their Shi to the Grand Accomplishment stage and be qualified to break through to the Origin King realm. Of these 2 or 3, not a single one could truly succeed. As such, Origin King realm masters were extremely rare in the entire territory of a star. Every cultivator who reached this realm could become a powerhouse in their own right. After entering the Blood Prison, not only could one comprehend the power of their territory from the battlefield left behind 10,000 years ago, but one could also find a special object. Territory Stone. The formation of territory stones had a great relationship with the fallen Origin Kings. The power of their territory erupted after their deaths was absorbed by some strange jade stones in the Blood Prison, and after countless years of accumulation, it formed a special object called Territory Stone. Territory stones contain the mysteries of their territory, allowing a cultivator to comprehend them at any time and place. Most Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator entered the Blood Prison trial in order to obtain territory stones. They did not expect to break through to the Origin King realm in the Blood Prison, but instead wanted to find some territory stones and carefully comprehend their mysteries in order to improve their martial Dao. This was the ultimate goal of most cultivator entering the Blood Prison and the root cause of all the fighting. If there were no territory stones, perhaps 90% of masters would be able to maintain their rationality and would not easily fight with others. After all, at this point no one wanted to fall. However, it was precisely because of the existence of territory stones that the probability of falling in each Blood Prison trial was so terrifying. Shanqing Luo's understanding of the Blood Prison trial was undoubtedly much deeper than Yang Kai's. She was the one who told Yang Kai this information, so when he learned that there was a territory stone in the Blood Prison trial, his interest was immediately piqued. Although he was only a Second Order Origin returning realm cultivator now, One day he would also become a third-order Origin Realm Master and launch an assault on the Supreme Martial Dao. The Territory Stone would undoubtedly provide him with great help. Rubbing his hands together, Yang Kai waited for the blood prison trial to open. During this time, Xia Ningchong was refining pills while Yang Kai was comprehending the half of the monster transformation secret art that Qiyu had taught him, trying his best to develop the source of the divine spirit in his body. Everything was calm and peaceful. A month and a half later, Yang Kai was in the loft urging the source of the golden divine dragon in his body when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up. A moment later there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up, opened the door and saw Shanqing Luo standing outside. "Is it time?" Yang Kai asked. Shanqing Luo gently nodded. "Adoptive mother wants us to gather now." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After saying so he turned around and walked back into the loft. A moment later he reappeared in front of Shanqing Luo and asked her to lead the way. Inside one of the palaces in the palace, a terrifying force had gathered. Not only were there the rising stars of the monster race gathered here, but there were also several Origin Kings. However, everyone was silent as if they were quietly waiting for something. From time to time, Demon Clan experts would arrive and bow to the three lords above. Then they would find a place to sit down and close their eyes to rest. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were the last to arrive, and as soon as they stepped into the palace, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he began circulating his Saint Qi involuntarily. Yang Kai was shocked to discover that there were 3 Origin King Realm Masters in this palace, and besides Qiyu, there were 2 others he had never seen before. However, the sharp gazes of these 2 monster race masters made his scalp tingle. "Hey Qiyu, why is there a human here?" On the left, an old man with red hair asked as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That's right, Qiyu, you never told us about this kind of thing. What is the meaning of this?" Another burly man with bronze skin on his right was also puzzled. Qiyu chuckled and said lightly, "Why are the 2 of you making such a fuss? It's just a trivial human." Chapter 1589. The red-haired old man coldly snorted and said with a look of displeasure, "A trivial human is indeed no need to make such a fuss, but Qiyu, you must be mistaken. This time, we are here to send our monster race's juniors to the blood prison." Could it be that he also came here to enter the blood prison? Yes, Qiyu gently nodded. The red-haired old man's face sank as a look of anger appeared on his face. The burly man also wore a cold expression as he asked, "Why haven't Brother Guangshi and I heard about this?" "It's just a small matter. This queen didn't think it was important, so she didn't tell you too," Qiyu said indifferently. "This little guy and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances. This time he is only going to Green Mountain's star through this queen's space array. You 2 don't need to worry about it." The burly man frowned as he stared deeply at Qiyu, asking in a low voice, "Qiyu, what the hell are you doing? What could this queen do? Can't you 2 see that he is just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator? This little brat seems to be overestimating himself. Just because he and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances, he thinks he's a toad eating swan meat. This queen and he have already agreed that if he can safely escape from the blood prison, this queen will allow him to pursue Qing Luo. Since he wants to die, this queen will not stop him. And are you 2 satisfied with this explanation?" The red-haired old man and the burly man glanced at each other. Although neither of them dared to believe Qiyu's words, neither of them wanted to get to the bottom of it. The space array leading to the blood prison was created by the previous generation's Red Moon tribal lord tens of thousands of years ago and belonged to Red Moon territory. For her to open it up and allow the juniors of other territories to pass through was already a great kindness. Qiyu had complete control over this space array in the first place. If they continued to pester her, the gains would not be worth the losses. If Qiyu became angry and refused to allow the juniors of other territories to enter the blood prison trial next time, the juniors of other territories would have no chance to enter. "This little brat is quite arrogant." The red-haired old man looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, daring to boast so shamelessly. Since he wants to die, this old master naturally has no objections, but Qiyu, if this kind of thing happens again, please inform this old master in advance. The burly man nodded in agreement. Qiyu smiled and said, "I was a little rash this time. And I promise that there won't be a next time." Hearing her say this, the red-haired old man and the burly man didn't say anything else. They could only close one eye and pretend that they didn't see anything. Qing Luo, come and greet Senior Mad Lion and Senior Wuxia. These two are famous figures on Monster Star. Qiyu beckoned to Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo responded and quickly went forward to pay her respects. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he immediately understood that these two origin kings should be Wild Lion Tribal Lord and Fierce Crab Tribal Lord, but he didn't know why they would appear here. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared from the side. Turning his head, he saw Shuai Lian looking towards him. Yang Kai grinned, causing Shuai Lian's face to twitch, seemingly recalling the unpleasant scenes he had fought with Yang Kai a few days ago. In that battle, his pride had been completely crushed. Yang Kai, come here. Bahi called out enthusiastically. Yang Kai nodded gently, walked over to the chair next to him and sat down. A few days ago, Bahi had gone to the loft to ask his little senior sister to perform alchemy, and the results were naturally pleasing to him. The herbs he had worked so hard to find were not wasted and were successfully refined by Xianing Chang. As such, he was very grateful to Xianing Chang and was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, you have to be careful on this trip to the blood prison. Everyone there should be a minor realm higher than you, so don't be too arrogant, Bahi whispered. Junior has always been very low-key, Yang Kai chuckled. Bahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. By the way, Senior, who are those two? Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two monster race newcomers he had never met before and asked. Bahi naturally wouldn't conceal anything and immediately introduced them to Yang Kai in a low voice. One of the two was a well-developed woman called Shui Sunday. She came from the Furious Crab territory and seemed to be a capable subordinate of the Furious Crab Overlord. The other was a sunny young man called Lai Feng. He came from the Wild Lion territory and was also a capable subordinate of the Wild Lion Overlord. Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and Wild Lion Tribal Lord didn't have any decent heirs, so they could only send their best subordinates to participate in the blood prison trial. Whether it was Shui Sun or Lai Feng, both were famous in their respective territories. Yang Kai gently nodded, remembering them in his mind. These two monster race masters also seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai and would occasionally glance at him. When their eyes met, Lai Feng would even show an amiable smile to Yang Kai. This guy shouldn't be difficult to get along with, Yang Kai thought to himself. The hall was completely silent as time slowly passed by. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. Yang Kai's divine sense continued to scan the ultra-long-distance space array in the hall, prying into its mysteries. He suddenly discovered that the layout of this array was somewhat similar to the altar that connected Monster Star and Spider Mother's nest, but he couldn't figure out what kind of connection there was. A day later, Qiyu and the other Tribal Lord level masters suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, a brilliant light flashing across their eyes. It's begun. Wild Lion Tribal Lord shouted. The 8 origin returning realm masters who were waiting to depart also wore shocked expressions and stood up together. The 3 monster race tribal lords didn't move at all, but all of them suddenly arrived at the edge of the ultra-long distance space array and stood in a triangular formation with solemn expressions on their faces. Do it! Qiyu shouted in a tender voice, her hands suddenly forming a series of profound and complicated seals. The same was true for Wuxia and Guangshi. As these seals emerged, the 3 powerful tribal lord-level monster race masters gradually released terrifying energy fluctuations. The origin-returning realm cultivators in the hall stared at all of this in a daze, secretly wondering when they would be able to display such power with just a wave of their hands. Qiyu, Wuxia and Guangshi's St. Qi surged as they madly poured it into the space array, seemingly doing their best. The array buzzed and the Saint crystals that had been inlaid long ago bloomed with light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant, making it as bright as day. Everyone, Green Mountain Star is very far away from Monster Star. Although this ultra-long-distance space array can guarantee that you will be sent to the blood prison, it cannot guarantee where you will be sent, so you must be careful. Qiyu's voice sounded. Those who can enter the blood prison are all masters with extraordinary strength. Inside, avoid conflict as much as possible and focus on comprehending the mysteries of your territory while searching for territory stones. This queen hopes that all of you will go together and return together. Did you hear that clearly? Guangshi couldn't help roaring when he saw the lack of reaction from everyone. Understood. The monster race rookies shook their spirits and replied in unison. Kuang Shi showed a satisfied look. This king doesn't have much to say to you. Wuxia chuckled and said concisely, come back alive, and in the future, there will be a place for you on Monster Star. We will follow the teachings of 3 seniors. Right at this moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed capable of destroying the world emanated from the superstar teleportation formation, and then a pure white pillar of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. Even from 10 million kilometers away, everyone could clearly see this white beam of light. The trembling gradually subsided and the white beam of light gradually disappeared. Finally, above the ultra-long distance space array, an oval-shaped energy gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Let's go. Qiyu's expression became solemn as she shouted. He took the lead and nodded lightly to Qiyu before rushing into the oval-shaped energy gate without looking back, disappearing in an instant. One figure after another followed closely behind He, rushing in one after another. Yang Kai was too lazy to compete with others and simply followed behind. When he stepped into the ultra-long distance space array and was about to disappear, he suddenly grinned at Qiyu and waved, Senior Qiyu, we will meet again if fate wills it. Qiyu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. But before she could ask anything, Yang Kai had already disappeared. This human brat is really arrogant. Kuang Shi coldly snorted. Close this array first, Wuxia hurriedly said, lest we cause too much of a commotion and that guy from Green Mountain Star notices. Qiyu didn't respond, her expression fluctuating as if she had realized something. Releasing her divine sense like a tidal wave, she probed towards the loft where Xianxia had been. In the next moment, Qiyu's pretty face twisted as she ground her teeth and muttered, Little bastard, you actually dare play such a trick on this queen. When she noticed that Xianxia was not in the palace, Qiyu immediately understood what Yang Kai was planning. He had no intention of returning to Monster Star at all, nor did he need to return to Monster Star. Qiyu had thought that by controlling Master Xia she could play with this human brat at will, but she hadn't expected the other party to be one step ahead of her. However, Qiyu couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had made Xianxia suddenly disappear, or where he had hidden her. When she had investigated before, that woman surnamed Xia was still in the loft, so why had she suddenly disappeared? Qiyu, what are you doing? Wuxia and Kuang Shi both looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly became so angry. Nothing, Qiyu shook her head and took a deep breath. Close the array first. Being schemed against by a mere second-order origin returning realm human brat, how could Qiyu say such a thing? If she really did say it out loud, she would definitely be laughed at by Wuxia and Kuang Shi. She would never do such a shameful thing. This little brat's methods are quite good. No wonder he asked me to hand over the half of the monster transformation secret art to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. It turns out he already had a plan. What about Qing Luo? Would she also leave with him? Thinking so, Qiyu's mind became chaotic and her expression became extremely ugly. Being schemed against by Yang Kai was one thing, and if he had really obtained the origin essence crystal and reached a deal with Yu Xiong, she wouldn't have suffered a loss. But if he had taken Qing Luo away with just a few words, where would she find her in this vast star territory? If such a thing really happens, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this queen will take your head. Qiyu secretly swore to herself. Chapter 1590. A feeling of dizziness assaulted Yang Kai from all directions, as if space itself had collapsed. This was the sign of a space transmission. For Yang Kai, short-distance teleportation didn't affect him in the slightest, but this kind of ultra-long distance teleportation from one star to another was still somewhat taxing on him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to dispel these negative effects. In a flash, Yang Kai found himself in a strange land. Before he had time to look around though, he noticed the aura of a life not far away. Turning his head vigilantly, Yang Kai found that this person was actually Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory, only 1,000 meters or so away from him. The other party had arrived one step ahead of him, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had not yet recovered from the transmission. Lai Feng did not have the Tao of space like Yang Kai did, so he naturally could not recover from the negative effects of this transmission as quickly as Yang Kai did, but he was still a rising star of the monster race and his strength had already reached the third-order origin returning realm. After about 3 breaths he suddenly opened his eyes and just like Yang Kai he vigilantly scanned the surroundings while secretly circulating his Saint Qi, preparing to deal with any possible crisis. In the next moment he saw Yang Kai who was 1,000 meters away. Oh! Lai Feng showed a look of surprise as he stood in place and thought for a moment before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Yang Kai, asking with a smile, "I heard your name is Yang Kai?" And Yang Kai nodded lightly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "I also heard that you taught Zhou Xian a lesson?" Lai Feng seemed to be very interested in him. Yang Kai did not answer. Lai Feng shrugged his shoulders. "I heard about it from Yu Xiong. It's a pity I couldn't get to Red Moon territory earlier, otherwise I would have been able to watch the fun. Haha, I won't lie to you, I don't like that Zhou Xian guy, but it's quite surprising you were able to teach him a lesson. The human race really can't be underestimated. I think I can invite you." "Why did you invite me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The other party acted like they were close friends, and his attitude was also quite amiable, so Yang Kai didn't feel any ill will towards him. "I'm inviting you to join me." Lai Feng smiled. "Brother Yang, you also know that this is Green Mountain's star. My monster race cultivator has come here so he definitely won't be treated well. Looking around it seems that there are only me and Brother Yang here, so if we can join forces our safety will be greatly improved." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head and refused. "Why?" Lai Feng frowned. "Because I'm a human. I won't be treated differently here." Yang Kai pointed at himself and then at Lai Feng. "You're from the Yao clan. Do you think someone who hates the Yao clan would attack me as well if they saw me with you? I don't want to look for trouble." Lai Feng scratched his head in surprise and said, "What you said is reasonable. Since Brother Yang says so, then forget it." This Lai Feng didn't consider it thoroughly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I wish Brother Yang good luck, this one will take his leave first." Lai Feng didn't seem to be annoyed by Yang Kai's rejection of his invitation and simply chuckled before picking a random direction and hurrying off. He was very straightforward. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed his surroundings. After a while his expression changed and he quickly took back his divine sense. The information provided by Shanqing Luo was not wrong. In the blood prison, it was not suitable to release one's divine sense casually to investigate anything. Although there were no restrictions on divine sense here in this special ancient battlefield, there were countless territory vortexes. These territory vortexes were left behind by the battles between Origin King realm masters tens of thousands of years ago. Some had already dissipated, while others had transformed over the course of time, becoming even more terrifying. These territory vortexes were strong enough to swallow anything including divine sense. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss just now, and if he had not taken back his divine sense in time, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Even so, at this moment he felt a tingling pain in his head as if it was being pricked by a needle. This was a sign that his soul had been damaged, but with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, Yang Kai didn't care too much about this damage. "It seems that we've really arrived at the blood prison." Yang Kai looked around and muttered to himself. Only in the blood prison could such strange territory vortexes exist. The previous generation's tribal lord Qiyu was truly a genius, being able to create a cross-cultivation star space array that connected the blood prison and monster star. Unfortunately, because the distance was too great, it was impossible to accurately pinpoint his location, so Yang Kai only found Lai Feng nearby. The other monster race rookies had all been teleported somewhere else. Yang Kai was quite confident in Shanqing Luo's strength. In any case, she had inherited the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, so an ordinary cultivator in the same realm was not her opponent. In addition, he had given her the Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip, which could greatly improve her combat power. The only troublesome thing was her bewitching appearance, which may be the main reason for her troubles. Few men could resist her bewitching appearance. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qing Luo had her own path to walk, and Yang Kai felt that he could not always take care of her. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still alive and well, so he believed that she would be able to move forward smoothly in the future. Choosing a direction at random, Yang Kai slowly flew forward. He did not dare to move too quickly. He had only heard about the strangeness of the blood prison and had never personally experienced it, But this place was the burial ground of a third-order origin returning realm master, there was no doubt about it. Yang Kai was invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but when facing an Origin King's territory he had to be careful. He did not want to die before he had even begun his journey. Along the way Yang Kai did not encounter too many setbacks. Instead there were a few remaining territory vortexes in the blood prison that Yang Kai studied with great interest. Unfortunately, these territory vortexes were not too strong, and the mysteries they contained were vague. Yang Kai tried to probe them with his divine sense, but after studying them for a long time he did not gain much and could only give up. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. He knew that there were countless murderous intents hidden here, so he could not underestimate the blood prison just because of a few weak territory vortexes. Along the way, Yang Kai also felt several life auras and even saw a third-order origin returning realm cultivator pass by a few thousand meters away. Fortunately, the blood prison had just opened, so no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Everyone still maintained a rational state of mind and avoided conflict as much as possible, so when Yang Kai felt a few auras he took the initiative to avoid them. A day later, Yang Kai stood in an open space with a dignified expression, staring straight ahead at a certain spot 1,000 meters away. There, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was bathed in blood, the Saint Chi pulsing from his body flickering as if he was in a very difficult situation. Around his body was a defensive artifact that looked like a water curtain. He was constantly releasing his Shi and performing various secret techniques in an attempt to escape from this place. However, none of his attempts had much effect. The space around him seemed to be calm, but it was as if it had frozen solid, imprisoning the middle-aged man. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. In the void, streams of light constantly shuttled back and forth, like sharp swords, cut through the defensive artifact around the middle-aged man's body, wearing down its power. This man had accidentally rushed into a territory vortex. What's more, this was a very powerful territory vortex that could easily imprison a third-order origin returning realm master. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely panicked as he felt the call of death, pushing his Saint Chi harder and harder. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai staring at him from not far away and couldn't help his eyes lighting up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, shouting loudly, "Friend, please help me. This one was accidentally caught in this territory vortex and can't escape. Please help me, friend." Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, the vortex in his territory made him unable to extricate himself. For a stranger, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. Yang Kai had only stayed here to comprehend the mysteries of the vortex in his territory. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, the middle-aged man couldn't help becoming anxious, thinking that the other party was cold-blooded and ruthless and wouldn't help him, so he quickly shouted, "Friend, this one is Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect Master, Su Dingyang. Please help me. If you can escape, this Su will give you a generous gift and Blue Feather Sect will be grateful." Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai's expression changed. He had vaguely heard of this star before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it for a while. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Friend, it's not that I don't want to save you, it's just that the power of this vortex in my territory is somewhat frightening." Su Dingyang's face darkened. Although he showed a look of unwillingness, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. For a moment he was left speechless. "Hold on, I'll see if I can find a way," Yang Kai said lightly. He wasn't really trying to save this man out of kindness. Without even mentioning Su Dingyang's personality, Yang Kai knew nothing about him. Even if he was a kind person, since he had entered the blood prison, he should have been prepared to die. If he died here, he couldn't blame anyone. Yang Kai said this because he wanted to explore the vortex in his territory. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the power of an Origin King's territory. Su Dingyang obviously misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning and was overjoyed. Good, this Su thanks you in advance. Friend, you must be careful, this vortex seems to contain the power of many different territory and is extremely difficult to deal with." Yang Kai nodded gently and took a step forward. In an instant Yang Kai paled in horror. At this moment he felt as if the space around him had solidified, and there were many different kinds of Saint Chi being applied to him, causing the Saint Chi in his body to involuntarily resist. With a loud sizzling sound, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly cut into several pieces. This invisible territory power seemed to want to kill any creature that dared to intrude. The difference of just one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly circulated his secret art to resist while summoning his purple shield, which transformed into a purple fluorescent light to protect his body. Chapter 1591. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the purple shield as a terrifying force invisible to the naked eye constantly bombarded Yang Kai's defensive artifact. The purple fluorescence covering his body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he hurriedly took back his purple shield. Although his defensive artifact was origin-grade high rank and extremely sturdy, it didn't seem to be enough to compete with the territory vortex here. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the territory vortex here, the shield's spirituality would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Qi with all his strength to resist the invisible and terrifying pressure around him, so for a time he was unable to move. How could he only be a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? Su Dingyang stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. As soon as Yang Kai circulated his Saint Qi, Su Dingyang naturally perceived Yang Kai's true cultivation and inevitably felt a little disappointed. Although the difference between the second order and third order was only a minor realm, the gap in strength was quite large. Moreover, this was the blood prison, so all the cultivator who entered here was at the third order. After perceiving Yang Kai's cultivation, Su Dingyang felt a little disheartened. He felt that with Yang Kai's ability he wouldn't be able to save him. "Friend, I'm sorry." Su Dingyang struggled to resist while kindly reminding Yang Kai, "I didn't know you were only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you for help. You should withdraw quickly before you enter too deep, otherwise, you won't be able to escape even if you want to." Yang Kai ignored him and simply continued to increase the intensity of his Saint Qi as he probed the mysteries of this territory vortex. However, to his horror, the vortex in this territory seemed to grow stronger the stronger it was, and no matter how hard he tried he was always suppressed by it, making it difficult for him to even move his feet. Several mysterious forces wrapped around his body, making it impossible for Yang Kai to understand their mysteries. This was the power of this territory. This was a power unique to Origin Kings. "Friend, use your own force to fight. You can't rely on brute force in your territory. Otherwise you will sink deeper and deeper." Su Dingyang saw that Yang Kai was in a difficult situation and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly released his Shi according to Yang Kai's words. In an instant he noticed that the frozen space around him seemed to show signs of loosening, and his own momentum was like an invisible sharp blade, cutting into the vortex in his territory, becoming the capital to resist it. "Many thanks for the advice." Yang Kai raised his head, glanced at Su Dingyang and thanked him. "You're welcome." Su Dingyang squeezed out an ugly smile, his forehead full of sweat as the Saint Qi radiating from his body fluctuated more and more rapidly. After talking to Yang Kai for a while his situation became even more unbearable. He immediately restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to speak again. He wholeheartedly searched for a glimmer of hope in this terrifying vortex of territory. Yang Kai's demeanor also became focused as he released his Shi with all his strength. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius began to distort as faint, almost invisible void cracks suddenly formed and then disappeared. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly became much lighter. The territory of an Origin King Realm Master was an evolved form of Shi, a mysterious power that was one level above it. Using Shi to resist a territory really had some effect. If this territory was formed by a living Origin King Realm Master, even if Yang Kai's Shi reached the grand accomplishment stage he would not be able to resist it. However, the vortexes in his territory here were remnants from tens of thousands of years ago, so even if they had been accumulated and transformed over time, without human intervention they were still dead. Yang Kai was barely able to resist them. No wonder the blood prison was a place that third-order origin returning realm masters flocked to. No wonder this place was so dangerous that it attracted so many third-order masters to come here for life experience. The vortexes in his territory here were simply the best helpers to help a third-order cultivator condense their Shi. A cultivator could condense their Shi here, enhance their control over it and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. Once they condensed their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would have the capital to charge towards the Origin King realm. This was a height that most third-order Origin returning realm masters could not reach. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his Shi to resist the invisible territory vortexes around him, an inexplicable feeling pouring into his heart, causing him to frown from time to time and reveal a joyful expression. Unconsciously, Yang Kai also began to move forward, and although his speed was very slow, his body was unconsciously approaching the center of the vortexes in his territory, seeking more powerful and profound mysteries within his territory. Yang Kai's control over his Shi seemed to have become more flexible. The Shi that originally only covered a radius of 10 meters around Yang Kai's body began to expand at a subtle speed, and although it was not obvious, it had indeed increased. Yang Kai was completely immersed in this special feeling, unable to extricate himself. Although the cultivator named Su Dingyang was in a worrying situation, he was also observing Yang Kai's movements. When he saw this young man walking towards him step by step, resisting the terrifying territory vortexes with just his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, Su Dingyang was completely shocked. He knew better than anyone else just how deadly the vortexes in his territory were, so he thought that with Yang Kai's ability he would withdraw immediately, otherwise he would die. However, this young man he had never met before not only did not withdraw, he even launched an attack towards the center of the vortexes in his territory. This world was simply too crazy, and Su Dingyang could hardly believe his eyes. Which cultivator who could reach the third-order origin returning realm was not a proud and arrogant person. Su Dingyang was even the sect master of a medium-sized sect and had received extremely good cultivation since childhood, so he had no need to worry about resources. But now, compared with this young man, Su Dingyang felt inferior. He felt like his self-confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. Just as he was feeling uneasy though, a slight sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dingyang's expression changed as he quickly turned to the source of the sound, his face turning pale in the next moment. The defensive artifact he had been protecting his body had finally reached its limit, and a small crack had appeared on its surface while more cracks were rapidly forming. Friend. This Su is likely unable to escape this calamity. If it is convenient for this friend, please take some time to visit Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect and inform the Blue Feather Sect's Elder Council that this Su has fallen here. Everything in this Su's space ring can be used as a thank you gift. Many thanks, friend, Su Dingyang shouted anxiously. Hearing his shouts, Yang Kai broke free from his deep contemplation and opened his eyes to look at him. Just in time to see the water curtain around Su Dingyang's body turn to dust. Su Dingyang's little remaining Saint Qi erupted at this moment and he rushed out with all his strength. Although he had already warned Yang Kai, Su Dingyang obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to fight one last time. The light on his body alternated between bright and dark as his expression became ferocious and a roar like that of an angry beast emerged from his throat. With a sizzling sound, the invisible force of his territory attacked him from all directions. After taking less than 3 steps, Su Dingyang's body suddenly shook and he came to a halt, his face turning red as drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Ping. With a loud bang, Su Dingyang's entire body burst apart, his flesh and blood splashing out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. A third-order origin returning realm master dying so tragically in front of him made Yang Kai deeply realize the terror of his territory, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. But soon, Yang Kai dispelled these distracting thoughts and continued to close his eyes, walking towards the center step by step. He and Su Dingyang were complete strangers, so naturally he wouldn't feel any emotional fluctuations over his death. Even if he killed Su Dingyang's territory vortex, he wouldn't necessarily repeat the same mistake. Yang Kai was confident. His Shi was still shuttling back and forth in the surrounding space as Yang Kai comprehended this mysterious force and absorbed it, turning it into his own nutrients for his own growth. The murderous aura coming from the void did not stop Yang Kai's pace of exploration, so he continued to move forward step by step. Without using any defensive artifacts and only circulating the minimum amount of Saint Qi to protect his body, Yang Kai approached the vortex in his territory and used his Shi to resist it, allowing him to experience the wonders of his territory. Yang Kai gained something and gradually immersed himself in it. The benefits of having a powerful physique were once again demonstrated. Perhaps no origin returning realm master would dare to do this. They could only use their Shi to resist the territory vortex in order to gain benefits and continue to grow. This indirect method was far inferior to Yang Kai's overbearing method. Yang Kai not only used his Shi but also his physical body. The benefits he obtained were far greater than any origin returning realm master. Time passed by, and at a certain moment Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his body shook and his Shi suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in his territory, which made it difficult for him to even move forward, was no longer obstructed, and Yang Kai strode forward directly to the center of the vortex. This was the most terrifying vortex in his territory, where Su Dingyang had died. There were still remnants of Su Dingyang's body on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Yang Kai stood there silently, gradually restraining his Shi and allowing the surrounding territory vortex to press down on him. The terrifying power caused Yang Kai's bones to creak, as if they were about to be dislocated. The power of the vortex in his territory seemed to want to crush him into dust. A five-colored light appeared as the five elements' indestructible sword qi filled every inch of Yang Kai's muscles, causing his physical strength to soar, allowing him to compete with the vortex in his territory. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood boiled, as if he would explode and die at any moment. However, his gains began to increase and he began to gain more. He began to comprehend the mysteries of his territory, and his understanding of Shi also began to deepen. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this though, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he fell into a deeper state of enlightenment and enjoyed it. Yang Kai vaguely felt that this blood prison trial would allow him to gain unimaginable growth. Chapter 1592. Originally, Yang Kai was not very interested in this blood prison trial. After all, this place was specially prepared for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although he could fight those above his realm and was not afraid of any cultivator below the origin king realm, his cultivation was not high enough. So he thought he would not gain much from the blood prison, so he left Qian Tong and the others behind and went to Tong Xian realm to find his family and friends. But since Shanqing Luo told him that there was a territory stone in the blood prison, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Now that he was here in person, Yang Kai fully understood that even without a territory stone, he could obtain unimaginable benefits from this territory vortex that filled the blood prison. As long as one had enough strength, any origin-returning realm cultivator could use this territory vortex to condense their Shi and advance to the grand accomplishment stage. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. That being said, there were only a few who could truly achieve this. Yang Kai was one of them. At the same time, 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, there was a tall mountain with a stone pavilion at its summit. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 cultivators sitting inside this stone pavilion. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, but all of them without exception were origin kings. Anyone who saw such a terrifying lineup would be horrified to the core. This was definitely a terrifying force. These masters sat in various positions in the stone pavilion, either resting with their eyes closed, chatting in pairs, discussing the heavenly way and martial Tao, or simply watching with cold eyes. This was a gathering of the top masters from all the cultivation stars in Tong Xian realm territory. They had rushed here on the day the blood prison trial opened, not to watch the show but to scout for talents. They were waiting for the day when the cultivator who entered the blood prison would emerge. Being able to walk out of the blood prison safely meant that this cultivator had great potential. Even if they could not break through to the origin king realm in the future, they would still be a top master in the origin returning realm. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent masters here, Purple Star had sent masters here, and Sword Union had also sent people here. It could be said that the 7 or 8 origin kings here represented the peak great forces of the entire star territory. Every time the blood prison trial opened, they would come to Green Mountain's star in order to find talents they favored and bring back to their forces to cultivate. Of course, there were also people who came for the territory stones produced by the blood prison. They already had origin king realm cultivations, so they did not need territory stones. However, they also had nephews and juniors who needed them. Every piece of territory stone brought out of the blood prison could be bought at a high price. Among these 7 or 8 origin kings, a man wearing golden robes and a purple gold crown was the most conspicuous. When the other experts looked at him, There was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. This man didn't look very old. He seemed to be in his 30s. His sword-like eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and his expression was dignified without being angry. It was as if he was born to be in a high position, making people revere him. At this moment, the man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he was very surprised. All the surrounding Origin King realm masters turned their gazes towards him. An old woman frowned thoughtfully before looking at him with a chuckle and asking, "Master Luo Hai, did you find something interesting? If it's convenient, can you tell us more about it? You should know that on Green Mountain's star only you as the Star Master can sense some of the movements inside the blood prison." Someone nodded and echoed, "Yes, Brother Luo Hai, although we are very close to the blood prison, you know what kind of place it is. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all, so what's the situation inside?" The man named Luo Hai smiled, stood up and said unhurriedly, "This king did find something interesting. However, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss. And during this blood prison trial, a little second-order origin returning realm cultivator entered." A second-order origin returning realm cultivator? The old woman looked surprised. Everyone else also showed surprise. It's not that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator has never entered the blood prison before, but it's quite rare, and most of those people's fates don't end well. Generally speaking, after 1 or 2 days in there, they're all little brats who think too highly of themselves and fail to see. I'm afraid this person is no exception. The old woman slowly shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. And such a little brat won't settle down unless he suffers a loss. The blood prison has always only been accessible to third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although there are no clear rules or restrictions, this is the result of tens of thousands of years of experience. Brother Luo Hai, what is the situation of that little brat now? For you to be so interested in him, did he show some kind of extraordinary performance? A beautiful woman looked at Luo Hai with a smile. This beautiful woman had picturesque features and a powerful first-order origin king cultivation. But when facing Luo Hai, she had to be cautious. This was not just because Luo Hai's cultivation was higher than hers, but also because this was Green Mountain's star, Luo Hai's territory. No one would be stupid enough to oppose the star master of a cultivation star. To put it bluntly, even if a top third-order origin king cultivator came here, they would not necessarily be able to kill Luo Hai on Green Mountain's star. Here Luo Hai was the master. When Luo Hai broke through to the third-order origin king realm, any master who came to Green Mountain's star would have to act according to his mood, and Luo Hai, who had refined the star's source, definitely had the potential to do so. Therefore, the Origin King realm masters who came here, while being wary of Luo Hai, all spoke with a flattering tone. There's nothing extraordinary about his performance. Luo Hai smiled faintly. It's just that this king hasn't seen such an interesting little brat for a long time and was a little curious. And he seems to have rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain's star, but this king is unable to investigate the specific situation. After all, that is the blood prison. Even if this king is the star master of Green Mountain's star, his divine sense is greatly restricted there. He rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain's star. The old woman sighed slightly. It looks like he's dead. There are always some people in this world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Forget it, there's no need to pay attention to him. He won't be able to live much longer. Let's wait a few days and see if there are any good seedlings who come out alive. It happens once every 1,000 years. Didn't we all come to Green Mountain's star for that day? Hearing this, Luo Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, this king knows your purpose for coming here, but please allow this king to remind you that if you see any good seedlings, do not force them. Everything is up to their own free will. As the star master of Green Mountain's star, this king has an obligation and responsibility to protect these little ones and ensure they receive fair treatment. Brother Luo Hai is too polite. After so many years, when have we ever forced anyone? Of course, it's all up to them." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "I don't want them. This old master came here just to buy territory stones. Haha, those little guys can go grab them themselves." A white-haired old man chuckled meaningfully before saying with some unwillingness, "If it weren't for Brother Luo Hai forbidding me, this old master would have personally gone to the blood prison to look for territory stones. Brother Zhou is mistaken. Luo Hai shook his head. It's not that this king forbids you, it's just that this blood prison has a barrier placed down by the previous Star Master of Green Mountain's star before his death, preventing any origin king from entering. Even though this king has become the new Star Master of Green Mountain's star, he cannot remove this barrier. Perhaps in a few thousand years, when this king's strength breaks through to the Third Order Origin King realm, he will be able to ignore this barrier. The previous Star Master placed a barrier? Everyone was shocked as if they had never heard of such a thing before. And this king has never publicized this matter, but it is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think no one left the blood prison after the Great War 10,000 years ago? Is it the restriction of that layer of restriction? Someone revealed a thoughtful expression. That barrier was placed using the source strength of Green Mountain's star, and not only did it prevent origin kings from entering, it also prevented them from leaving. Luo Hai gently nodded. No wonder more than 20 masters with similar cultivation to us didn't come out alive. So it was for this reason, the man who asked suddenly realized. There were many doubts about the Great War 10,000 years ago, but the biggest one was that no one survived. Even if that battle was unprecedented and there were a huge number of origin kings involved, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for all of them to be wiped out. At the very least, there should have been a few survivors. But in fact, the history books recorded that no one had survived. Now, after listening to Luo Hai's explanation, everyone understood. Green Mountain's star's source strength had been used to place this barrier, and without the Star Master lifting it, the other origin kings were indeed unable to leave. The final result may have been that the previous Star Master was heavily outnumbered and dragged his enemies down with him. After learning the truth about the birth of the blood prison, everyone fell silent for a while. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Hai suddenly let out a soft cry as his face filled with surprise. Master Luo Hai, what interesting thing did you find? The old woman frowned and asked. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Luo Hai raised his brow, his face filled with surprise as he quickly said, that little guy actually walked out of the vortex in his territory. What? The old woman was shocked. Brother Luo Hai, are you talking about that little second-order origin returning realm brat? The beautiful woman was also shocked. This is really interesting. How did he survive? Luo Hai asked suspiciously. Even though he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he could not explore the situation inside the blood prison clearly, so he was very surprised that Yang Kai was able to survive. Could it be that the vortex in his territory was very weak? Someone speculated. There are countless vortexes in the blood prison, some of them not even worth mentioning. What he encountered should have been one of those vortexes, right? Impossible. Before him, a third-order origin returning realm master died in that vortex in his territory, so this vortex was definitely not weak. Luo Hai slowly shook his head, denying the man's guess. Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the Origin King realm masters in the stone pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this origin returning realm cultivator. Haha, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union, the old woman chuckled. If he can walk out of the blood prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him. Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered. You've reserved him with just a few words, shouldn't you ask your friends here first? My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling. My purple star also wants him, the beautiful woman interjected. This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him, the rest is up to you, the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from or whether he has a great backer behind him. Even if he doesn't, Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union. The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. Maybe he will like Purple Star more. Old O coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, "You too, do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy?" "It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei, you're being too presumptuous." The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. "Enough. Stop arguing." Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. "Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown, so what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time, and that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke?" Hearing Luo Hai's words, the three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, "Master Luo Hai. Then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us so that we don't have any expectations." "This king will do his best," Luo Hai gently nodded. "Many thanks, Master Luo Hai." The old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the blood prison, Yang Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yang Kai felt that his Shi had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shi had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yang Kai swept Su Dingyang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Dingyang's space ring that made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Dingyang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Dingyang's request before his death, Yang Kai didn't care. He and Yang Kai had met by chance and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wave Star to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yang Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Lu Yen Desert on Shadowed Star or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide and there were many restrictions, so even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin returning realm masters from all over the star territory, Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life or death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the star territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances, so now that they met in the blood prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Shi. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the blood prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai's Shi was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the blood prison, the territory stone. The birth of the territory stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the blood prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the blood prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special territory stone. Therefore, the territory stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a territory stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you." Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Xue Sun from Furious Crab territory who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed, are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks, I'm being chased," Xue Sun replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where two figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why, it's none of my business." Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Xue Sun who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Xue Sun's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo." "That's none of my business," Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken, I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly, those two will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. A second-order cultivator like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Zhou Xian, you're not weaker than us." Xue Sun was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. "Girl, your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those two, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you?" It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Xue Sun's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. "Of course, running away isn't a problem," Xue Sun replied proudly. The Snow Falcon proudly replied, "But have you ever thought about this? I am a monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me? Running away will only make my situation worse." "That's true," Yang Kai was stunned, not having considered this point. "Help me kill one of them, I'll take care of the other myself." Xue Sun stared straight at Yang Kai and quickly said, "I'll owe you a favor." "A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have?" Yang Kai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across Xue Sun's beautiful eyes as she leaned over and asked lightly, "What benefits do you want?" "It's not what I want, it's what you have." Yang Kai raised his brow. Xue Sun's brow furrowed as a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the two pursuers getting closer and closer, she grit her teeth and said, "I found a territory stone but didn't have time to take it. I can take you there." "A territory stone?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. "Deal." Seeing this greedy look on his face, the disgust in Xue Sun's eyes became even stronger. She really couldn't understand why such a proud and arrogant girl like Qing Luo would have such a soft spot for such a man. After going back this time, it seemed she would have to persuade her sister Qing Luo to interact less with such a man, lest he hinder her future. Chapter 1594. Just as Xue Sun's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yang Kai and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, "Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does junior sister like him?" The man didn't seem to care at all and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest before nodding. "His figure is really good, he's really your type." Saying so, in front of Yang Kai and Xuesun, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly. "Junior sister, are you tempted?" "Brother." The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed. "Junior sister and the other men are just playing around with you. Junior sister is truly in love." "Brother knows." The man grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai and Xuesun were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Xuesun was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. "He's not a good thing." Yang Kai glanced at Xuesun and frowned. "Is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty?" Xuesun heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, she ground her teeth and said, "Enough with your sarcasm." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yang Kai and couldn't help sneering. "A second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister. This guy's courage is quite big." "I like bold men." The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yang Kai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. "Good, then this man is yours." The man nodded, pointing to Xuesun. "This dragon lady is mine. Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself." "Demoness, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think?" He asked casually, as if he was certain Xuesun and Yang Kai would win. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory," Xuesun coldly snorted and shouted. "I'll leave this woman to you. This man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women." Yang Kai looked at her, but before he could finish his words, Xuesun had already rushed out, her monster chi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Xuesun and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. "Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned. "How could I be willing to kill a woman like you?" The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, "Since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young, elder sister can't bear to embarrass you." Her breath smelled like orchids and a sweet scent suddenly filled the air, lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. This sweet scent was like an invisible hand, teasing the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his blood to boil and his heartbeat to accelerate. As she spoke, she stretched out a jade-white hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek, her eyes soft and gentle, her movements gentle, as if she could make all men in the world let down their guard and let her do as she pleased. Yang Kai smiled brightly, not waiting for her jade-like hand to touch him. His eyes suddenly filled with a cold light as he reached out to grab her wrist. Caught off guard, the woman's wrist was caught by Yang Kai. The seductive woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help crying out, staring at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression. "Little brother, you're hurting me." Saying so, her white arm shook slightly. Her white arm shook like a snake as if it was boneless, trying to break free from Kai Yang's control. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards him. Realizing that she couldn't resist such a violent force, the woman's face finally changed, and her other hand, which was not under her control, suddenly took out a few thin needles and threw them into Yang Kai's arms, mercilessly stabbing towards Yang Kai's waist and abdomen. Yang Kai and the woman's skin were pressed together, and the woman's breathing suddenly became heavy as her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gently blowing towards Yang Kai, she giggled and said, This 7 Emotions and 6 Desires needle is elder sister's exclusive artifact. Little brother, if you're obedient, elder sister will definitely satisfy you. This is called the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires needle? Yang Kai grinned. It's not very good, it can't arouse anyone's interest at all. The charming woman's smile immediately stiffened on her face as she looked down and was surprised to find that on Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, at some unknown point, a layer of purple fluorescent light had appeared. Her artifact was actually blocked by this layer of purple fluorescent light, unable to pierce through it all. Immediately shouting, the woman's figure flickered as she pushed her Saint Qi and sent a palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his fist burning with black demonic flames as he punched towards the woman's jade palm. Hong. With a loud bang, the two Saint Qis collided, and the woman's jade palm was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent power and was directly knocked back, her hand landing on her towering chest, the sound of bones breaking resounding from her chest. With a scream, the woman's tender body flew high into the air like a broken kite. The black demonic flames burned the clothes on her chest, revealing her seductive white skin, but this seductive beauty that men were infatuated with was quickly scorched black. Crimson blood dripped down her chest and flowed down her thighs, forming a stark contrast with her white skin, giving off a seductive sense of beauty. The woman staggered as she desperately pushed her Saint Qi, finally managing to stabilize her body. Standing midair, she looked down at her chest and her face immediately twisted as she glared at Yang Kai viciously and screamed, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden light flashed in front of him and 2 golden blood threads appeared. With a single thought, the 2 golden blood threads immediately transformed into arrows and shot towards the woman without mercy. The woman was shocked. She had never expected that this second-order origin returning realm man would be so powerful. She had thought that she could easily deal with him, that he would definitely prostrate himself before her and allow her to do as she pleased. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how wrong she had been. This second-order man was no worse than any third-order master, in fact he might even be stronger. As the 2 golden lights closed in on her, the woman didn't dare to neglect, and with a shake of her tender body, a light blue artifact armor immediately appeared and wrapped around her tender body. At the same time she waved her hand and sent out a series of needle-shaped artifacts that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of clanging sounds, the 2 golden blood threads were stopped mid-air. But before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 golden blood threads twisted and transformed into 2 huge golden and red monster beasts with wings on their backs. Thunder flame flying lizards. The woman's expression was dull as she was completely unable to comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. The 2 huge thunder flame flying lizards rushed towards her from both sides, opening their bloody mouths as if they were trying to swallow her whole. The woman's expression was one of panic as her beautiful eyes filled with panic and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Before she could use any kind of secret technique, the huge claws of the thunder flame flying lizards had already arrived in front of her. With a muffled bang, the woman was immediately sent flying as the other thunder flame flying lizard bit down on her. The light blue artifact armor flickered as it resisted the terrifying bite of the thunder flame flying lizards. Yang Kai flew up, and under the woman's desperate gaze, a short arrow-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. After being fully charged, this strange artifact could be used twice. Its lethality was so great that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not ignore it. With a slight flick of his wrist, Yang Kai fired an energy arrow towards the woman. The aura of death rushed towards her as the woman cried out in alarm, "Brother, save me." The cry for help came to an abrupt end. The Feather Spirit Arrow had directly destroyed the defensive armor on her body, shattering it into pieces. Without the protection of the armor, the thunder flame flying lizard had bitten the woman in 2. Her physique was not fragile, but it was still unable to resist the thunder flame flying lizards. Her body fell from the sky as the smell of blood filled the air. The 2 thunder flame flying lizards twisted again and transformed back into golden blood threads before flying back into Yang Kai's body. Standing in place, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before showing a satisfied look. Last time in Shimmering Moon City, Yang Kai had killed Meteon's 2 chariot monster beast and used his golden blood threads to absorb the blood essence of the thunder flame flying lizards and refine them into blood beasts. This was the first time he had used them in battle. The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Yang Kai to control them as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Yang Kai watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Shui Sun at all, as the demonic qi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Shui Sun to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Shui Sun's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Shui Sun was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own, so how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight, so how could he display his full strength? Shui Sun naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Shui Sunday. Before leaving though, he glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure." He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure. So he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi. Soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear. His liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang, his body scattered across the ground. Shui Sun's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Shui Lian was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mi Tian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now when he dealt with Mi Tian and Shui Lian, he should not have used his full strength. Otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Shui Sun had always thought so. In the origin returning realm, Shui Lian and Mi Tian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly, but today she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin-returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Shui Sun hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Shui Sun's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "And where is the domain stone you mentioned?" "I'll take you there." Shui Sun volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. "Minor injuries, nothing serious," Shui Sun replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Shui Sun found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location and would only take about an hour to arrive. "There's one thing I have to tell you." Halfway there, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes flickered as if she had a guilty conscience. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "In fact, the two people you killed had companions." Shui Sun turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Near the territory stone." Shui Sun became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. "I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good, we can just snatch them." Yang Kai grinned. Shui Sun frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. "Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before I lied to you." "A little," Yang Kai gently nodded. Shui Sun's expression changed slightly. "But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Continue leading the way." "Good." Shui Sun breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, "It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field." Shui Sun nodded and sped up a lot. Soon Yang Kai and Shui Sun arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Dingyang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those three to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Shui Sun naturally alarmed the three people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These three opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Shui Sun. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Shui Sun coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are Brother Li and Senior Sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Shui Sun sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them? Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Shui Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady, you think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself," the third man sneered, obviously thinking Shui Sun was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Shui Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those two are dead, it will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good. I'm currently in the domain vortex and it's inconvenient for me to move. So I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here." Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled, "Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the Dragon Lady in such a sorry state?" "Sorry state?" Yang Kai frowned. "Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit?" The old man shook his head. "Humans are humans and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons and demons hunt humans. The two races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is?" He subconsciously thought that Shui Sun, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Yang Kai was following her orders. "This old master wants to ask you, this Dragon Lady said that Brother Li and sister have fallen, is that true?" The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. "Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes," Yang Kai gently nodded. "You were involved?" The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. "Yes. But seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shui Sun curled her lips slightly. Good. The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold. "Daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face, remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place." Yang Kai smiled brightly. "Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight, be careful not to cut your tongue." The old man sneered. "Whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart. This old master won't argue with you now. Let this old master take this territory stone first." "Territory stone?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone, "The territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it." The old man was stunned, the other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered. "A brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure." Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. "Be careful." Shui Sun's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's Shi was not inferior to his. In fact, it was much stronger. The invisible Shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Xuesun's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. He was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Xuesun's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison Trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin returning realm masters seriously. But today she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin returning realm master. In this realm there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Xuesun also pushed her Shi and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Xuesun's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster chi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Xuesun was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Xuesun suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Xuesun couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Zhou Xian and Mi Tian were also no match. A monster star. All the tribal lord-level masters present. Their evaluation of Zhou Xian and Mi Tian was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord-level existences. If Zhou Xian and Mi Tian had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Xuesun was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shi had reached a level that made all Origin returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Xuesun felt awe towards another Origin returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible, this is impossible. The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down," the white-haired old man suddenly shouted. "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Shui Sun cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in Sure, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai. But inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in midair, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This boy is in trouble. The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other 2 greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The 3 of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Shui Sun's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Shui Sun's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin-returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Shui Sun clearly felt that Yang Kai's Sure was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Shui Sun could not help feeling nervous as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his Sure was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the 2 of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai's Sure collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle, but Yang Kai's Shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The Shi field shrank little by little and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant his Shi was destroyed and he was completely submerged. Xuesun couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Xuesun was bewildered, but in the next moment she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Xuesun was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any Shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Xuesun felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in midair and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Xuesun couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced they madly rushed in and in an instant rushed in dozens of feet and were only about 10 feet away from Yang Kai's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Yang Kai hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Xuesun stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Yang Kai's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Xuesun's face to turn slightly pale. Sky. Has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of Shi? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Xuesun had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Dao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Yang Kai gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all 3 of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Xuesun's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, startling Xuesun slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of her and was playing with 2 domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Xuesun caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece? I didn't do anything." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Shui Sun quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Yang Kai grinned. I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those three. There doesn't seem to be anything good inside. I don't want to share their space rings, Shui Sun replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, then we'll part ways here. I wish you good luck. You're not going out? Yang Kai was stunned. I want to stay here and continue to meditate. Yang Kai nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, then I wish you good luck as well. I'll be going first. As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. Yang Kai. Shui Sun suddenly shouted from behind. What? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory? Shui Sun looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, I took advantage of the situation. Took advantage of the situation? Shui Sun's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, Thank you. You're welcome. Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai's sure grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Dingyang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own sure to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own sure into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Shui Sun to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own sure. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Shui Sun, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of Sure and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Shui Sun, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Qian Tong and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai did not meet any of them. Yang Kai did not know whether Qian Tong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, but the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, he was actually summoning his companions to his location. Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai as the Star Master could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news. The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, Brother Luo Hai means... Yes, there is only one good news in the blood prison and it's exactly as you think. Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said, A stone mountain has appeared in my territory. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? Everyone was shocked. This really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. Seems they are luckier than most. Senior Sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Ah yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior Sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, Why didn't I have such good luck? When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory, but unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy Senior Sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life. Senior Sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself, who can say for sure. Perhaps one day, Senior Sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second-order Origin King realm, the beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them, so it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. I hope so. The old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, However, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats. This old woman fought a life-and-death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order Origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive? The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, He's still alive, this king can feel his vitality. He's still alive. The old woman was overjoyed. Great, this old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he's just courageous, Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble. Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh. Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome. The beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big. Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there. The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you. Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison at a certain location there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory. A treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, There was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai Qian Tong and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Imo and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went, my communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed, I can't contact him either, I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain's Star's Green Water City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain's Star and returned to Tong Xian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the blood prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Green Water City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Green Water City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the blood prison trial opened, they entered the blood prison with the old man and the vice city lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions, but only Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiuzhu Chu Han Emou of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength in numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yu Rao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we will leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivator fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Dao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh. Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Green Water City's city lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yuраo's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Green Water City's city lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here, his strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Green Water City's city lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yurao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yurao and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yurao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland? I'm also quite surprised. Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time he might come back? Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing? Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right? That's great. Lin Yurao jumped up with joy. Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier. The 2 of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Green Water City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yurao and said, Elder Lin, can you briefly tell the city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later I can't be too rude. The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yurao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yurao but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin Returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin Returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yurao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Green Water City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Green Water City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yurao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. It's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. That's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Green Water City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Green Water City's city lord heard this, He quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qiantong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible, but after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory. "Yongkai, come here," Qiantong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, countless cultivator glared at him. Qiantong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yongkai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Qiantong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them. "Elder Qian, Elder Lin." "Greetings, Sect Master." Lin Yurao quickly saluted. Yongkai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, "Why is it only the 2 of you here? Where are the others?" "I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went." Qiantong smiled helplessly. "Have you returned from Green Water City?" And Yongkai nodded. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the Blood Prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time." Qiantong laughed. "Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck," Yongkai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shanqing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the Blood Prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Green Water City's City Lord and asked suspiciously, "This is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Green Water City's City Lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao, this is the Yongkai I told you about." Zhao Tianze stared at Yongkai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yongkai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qiantong and Lin Yurao had greatly elevated Yongkai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianze to have high expectations for Yongkai's arrival. Zhao Tianze thought that this person was a peak 3rd order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qiantong and Lin Yurao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianze realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only 2nd order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianze almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yongkai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a 2nd order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianze was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1600. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Tianze finally understood what Qiantong meant when he said that a person could not be judged by their appearance. So this was what he was referring to. What could a mere 2nd order origin returning realm cultivator do? Even if he had the ability to fight above his realm, it was impossible for him to change the current situation. His arrival would not be of much help to the overall situation. It could only be said that they had gained an extra helper. Zhao Tianze's mood suddenly became depressed. However, he was still a city lord and had a good relationship with Qiantong, Lin Yurao and the others, so of course he could not show his disappointment too obviously. Putting a smile on his face, Zhao Tian cupped his fists and greeted, "This Zhao greets Sect Master Yang." "Sect Master Yang, and sure enough you are young and promising." This praise was obviously insincere and anyone could hear it. Yongkai spoke politely and naturally did not make a fuss. Qiantong and Lin Yurao exchanged a glance but did not explain too much. They were well aware of Yongkai's strength. It could be said that Yongkai alone was equivalent to several 3rd order origin returning realm cultivators. This gave them the confidence to stay in this place. Oh, a 2nd order origin returning realm cultivator actually came here. He actually managed to survive in the blood prison for so long. His luck is quite good. But his luck is about to run out. I bet he won't live past today. He really doesn't know life from death. Actually running so close to our territory's stone mountain. This little brat is really stupid. Not only did he fail to provide any help to his companions, but he also exposed the weakness of their team. Just watch, they're finished. Whispers suddenly rang out all around as countless cultivators stared at Yongkai with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at some kind of rare treasure. Around the stone mountain in the territory, There were hundreds of origin returning realm masters, all of them third order. Yang Kai, a mere second-order cultivator, suddenly stood out from the crowd and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai was unperturbed and didn't care about the clamor of those people. On the contrary, Zhao Tianzhe's expression became more and more uneasy. Originally, with him, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao here, even if some people were eyeing them covetously, they could still rely on their momentum to stabilize the situation, but as soon as Yang Kai arrived, their position immediately became the focus of attention. Divine senses swept towards them and powerful auras pressed down on them, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. The arrival of this young man named Yang Kai seemed to have made their situation even more difficult. He looked left and right and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai, there seems to be something wrong with these two, they've been staring at us. Qian Tong leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, gesturing to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Yang Kai looked over and found two third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing not far away, constantly glancing towards them. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze, one of them did not avoid meeting his gaze and sneered. The other person was holding a communication compass in his hand and seemed to be communicating with someone. I know, Yang Kai nodded lightly, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He vaguely felt that the clothes these two were wearing were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star all this time and rarely interacted with cultivator from other stars, so he couldn't remember when he had seen them. Was it in the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai thought secretly. Only when the Emperor Garden was open did he have frequent contact with cultivator from other stars. By the way, where is this place? What is this huge territory stone? Why are there so many people gathered here? Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and asked curiously. He had sensed Qian Tong's summons and hurried here. As for the stone mountains in the territory, he knew nothing about them. This is a stone mountain in the territory. Qian Tong replied, we only just learned that there is such a thing in the blood prison. As for the specific situation, I'll have to ask Brother Zhao to explain it to you, he knows more about it. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Zhao. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Zhao Tianzhe. Sect Master Yang is too polite, Zhao Tianzhe laughed dryly. Zhao Tianzhe let out a hollow laugh. Although he was still a little uneasy, it wasn't a problem for him to explain the mysteries of the lower territory's stone mountains to Yang Kai. Hearing him say this, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. So, the probability of a stone mountain appearing in the territory is very small? That's only natural. Out of the 10 blood prison trials, Domain Stone Mountain may only appear once. Apart from that, it is enveloped by an extremely terrifying domain all year round, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Zhao Tianzhe nodded. Has no one ever thought about taking it away? Yang Kai stared at the huge territory stone with burning eyes. Such a large piece of territory stone, if it could be taken away, presumably even an origin king would be envious, right? If placed in any sect, this stone would become a hallowed treasure and many origin kings would be born because of it. The gentle territory field it exuded allowed one to safely comprehend it. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched, not to mention that this territory stone is extremely heavy and no one can move it, even if someone could, they wouldn't dare touch it. Why is that? Yang Kai was stunned. If a powerful hidden territory field is triggered, who can resist it? Zhao Tianzhe's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange expression. He wanted to say that Yang Kai was a bit ignorant, but he was too embarrassed to say so. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded, finally understanding the peculiarity of this stone mountain in the territory. Staring at the stone mountain in the territory for a while, he suddenly grinned, but this is really an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Since we've come here and occupied a good place, let's not waste any more time and quickly comprehend this stone mountain. I can see many of them are already doing so. With just the few of us? Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. Who else are we waiting for? It's not that we're waiting for anyone, it's just that with just the few of us, if we're attacked while we're comprehending this stone mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianzhe worriedly pointed to the group with the largest number of people and said, Sect Master Yang, look over there, there are quite a few of them, so 2 of them can stand guard while everyone else can focus on comprehending this stone mountain, but there are only 4 of us. I'll take over for you. The three of you can comprehend this stone mountain, Yang Kai said generously. This. Zhao Tianzhe was stunned but also showed a trace of gratitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly touched him. Regardless of his strength, this young man's character was still quite good. Sect Master, I'll do it, Lin Yurao volunteered. No need, don't waste time. Yang Kai waved his hand and urged, the earlier you comprehend this stone mountain, the more benefits you'll obtain. All right then. Qian Tong pondered for a moment before nodding. Then Yang Kai, I'll leave it to you. We won't immerse ourselves in this stone mountain. If anything happens, we'll be the first to react. Once I've comprehended this stone mountain, I'll switch with you. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao glanced at each other before sitting down cross-legged. Zhao Tianzhe hesitated for a moment before leaning over to Qian Tong and whispering, Elder Qian, can we really do this? He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his safety in Yang Kai's hands, so he would rather have Qian Tong or Lin Yurao standing next to him. When Yang Kai does things, you can rest assured. Qian Tong reached out and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianzhe smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Qian Tong's confidence in Yang Kai came from, but seeing that both he and Lin Yurao had closed their eyes and were meditating, Zhao Tianzhe couldn't help but grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. However, he didn't dare immerse himself too deeply in this stone mountain, lest he failed to react in time. Seeing that the three of them had entered a meditative state, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged and stared at the stone mountain in front of him with great interest. Before this, he couldn't have imagined that there would be such a large piece of territory stone in the blood prison. He had explored several dozen territory vortexes and had only obtained a total of 3 pieces, each of which was only the size of a fist, one of which had been given to Shui Sunday. Such a large piece of territory stone, if he could obtain it, Yang Kai was greatly tempted, his eyes rolling as he grinned meaningfully. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look to the side. Not far away, a group of 4 people was rushing over, and a moment later, the 4 of them arrived in front of the stone mountain in his territory. Stopping in their tracks, they all stared at the stone mountain in his territory with scorching eyes, their breathing rapid, each of them showing a look of joy and excitement. The appearance of a stone mountain in his territory was an opportunity for anyone. You're finally here. Someone greeted them and complained. Yang Kai looked carefully and recognized this person as the one who had sneered at him before. He and his companion had been contacting someone and had been paying attention to Qian Tong and the others. It seemed that the companion they had contacted before had arrived. We ran into some trouble on the way. We met a dragon lady. The man in the lead replied in a deep voice. A dragon lady? The person who asked was stunned. And I don't know where she came from, but she was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the 4 of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Fortunately, there were more of us and we managed to injure her, but unfortunately she managed to escape, the man in the lead replied angrily. That dragon lady was really beautiful. Brother Kai, you didn't see her, but if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk. Someone giggled. Are you exaggerating? The cultivator surnamed Kai curled his lips, obviously not believing him. I'm not exaggerating. That dragon lady was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, but the aura she gave off was also very strange, somewhat similar to monster chi, but also somewhat similar to human saint chi. It's a mix, I can't really tell. Forget it, let's not talk about that dragon lady. The man in the lead waved his hand, interrupting the man's chatter. Brother Kai, what's the situation here? That's about it, the man in the lead shrugged. The man surnamed Kai shrugged. As you can see, there's only so much space around Domain Stone Mountain. The innermost layer has already been occupied by those who came here first, but there's still a lot of space on the outside. Chapter 1601. Hearing this, the man leading the group frowned and said unhappily, I don't want to be too far away from the stone mountains in our territory. What's the point of being too far away? I want the innermost position. Then we'll have to snatch it. The man surnamed Kai grinned. Have you found a suitable target yet? I've found one, the man surnamed Kai said. He glanced back towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and chuckled meaningfully, and the position isn't bad. The man leading the group glanced towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and immediately showed a satisfied look, nodding. The position is indeed good, we'll take this one. They won't necessarily give in, the man surnamed Kai chuckled. Noticing that Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on them, he shot a cold glance back. That little brat seems to have been paying attention to us. Since we've chosen them, they have no choice but to give in. The man leading the group coldly snorted, meeting Yang Kai's gaze head-on and striding forward. The other 5 followed closely behind, their auras extremely sharp. In a flash, the 6 people arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and the others. The man leading the group looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and coldly asked, "Boy, where did you come from?" Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "From Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star? The man leading the group frowned and curled his lips. Never heard of it. This king has taken a fancy to your place. Quickly move out, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Kai sat on the ground, picked his ear casually and snorted, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, can you say it again?" The man leading the group sneered, "Boy, you've got guts, this king believes you're not deaf. This king won't repeat himself twice. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. If you don't want to die." The 5 people behind him let out low chuckles and their threatening intent was very strong. "What is this? Everyone, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why get so worked up?" Zhao Tianzhe suddenly stood up with a helpless look on his face. Although Yang Kai had said that he would be responsible for comprehending the mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in his territory, how could Zhao Tianzhe be at ease to entrust his life to Yang Kai? No matter how much Qian Tong and Lin Yurao admired him, to Zhao Tianzhe Yang Kai was just a stranger. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Therefore he did not immerse himself in his thoughts. The moment there was a commotion, he immediately noticed it and quickly jumped out to smooth things over. "This one is Green Mountain Stars Green Water City's City Lord, Zhao Tianzhe. Greetings friends, may I ask for your names?" Zhao Tianzhe chuckled and cupped his fists. The man leading the group looked at Zhao Tianzhe and then glanced towards Yang Kai, secretly thinking that Zhao Tianzhe was the one in charge here. As for Yang Kai, who had a lower cultivation, he was just following orders. The man's expression eased greatly as he quickly said, "This king is Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhangqing. These are my friends and fellow disciples from Scarlet Wave Star." Scarlet Wave Star? Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai raised his brow, finally remembering why he felt this name was familiar before. When he met Su Dingyang, who had been strangled in his territory, he had said that he was from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai felt very strange at that time, as if he had heard the name of this star somewhere before. Now, after hearing Zhangqing's self-introduction, Yang Kai immediately understood. Back in the Emperor Garden, he had met a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star. Moreover, there were 2 groups of people. One group was this cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, while the other was called Ice Heart Valley. At that time, the 2 groups were fighting to the death over the ownership of an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai happened to pass by and was involved. In the end, Yang Kai even participated and helped the woman from Ice Heart Valley kill a few cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the purple origin furnace were obtained from that hidden ancient cave mansion. No wonder the robes worn by this man surnamed Kai looked familiar. It turned out that he had met him before. Yang Kai grinned with a playful look on his face. "So it is friends from Brilliant Flame Sect." Zhao Tianzhe's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Forgive my rudeness." Obviously he had heard of Brilliant Flame Sect before. Zhangqing wore a proud look on his face as he nodded lightly. "Since this friend has heard of my Brilliant Flame Sect, this matter is simple. Quickly ask your companions to clean up and give up their positions. This king does not want to be too harsh. As long as you withdraw, this king can guarantee that he will not hurt you." This. Zhao Tianzhe's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please forgive me, Brother Zhang, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please allow this Zhao to discuss this matter with these friends." "There's nothing to discuss. This place is not for you to take. Go find another spot," Lin Yurao's tender voice called out. She and Qian Tong had long ago been alarmed and had been sitting there watching coldly, but now that they heard Zhao Tianzhe's words, they naturally could not bear to back down. She and Qian Tong shared the same determination to reach the Origin King realm. "Don't you think this is a bit too much?" Qian Tong's face sank as he stared at Zhangqing and the others coldly. "Too much?" Zhangqing sneered. "This king doesn't think it's too much. This king is giving you a chance to live. It's up to you to grasp it. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you all. The man surnamed Kai shouted, his expression becoming impatient. Everyone please calm down, calm down. Zhao Tianzhe frowned as he motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao not to speak first before turning to Zhang Qing. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll speak to them and give you an answer later. Good. Since you're half a landlord, this king will give you face. But there's not much time, I want an answer in half a cup of tea's time. Zhang Qing reminded coldly. Zhao Tianzhe nodded bitterly before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao and helplessly asking, "Two friends, do you really not want to back down?" Qian Tong looked at him faintly. What's wrong, does Brother Zhao want to withdraw from here? Zhao Tianzhe slowly shook his head. If possible, how could I be willing to withdraw from here? It's just that they outnumber us now, so if we don't follow their wishes, we won't have a good ending. Qian Tong frowned slightly and said with some surprise, Brother Zhao's courage isn't so small, right? You are a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. What kind of storms have you not seen? Why are you so afraid of this brilliant flame sect? What is their background that makes you so afraid? Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. Elder Qian can see through it? And I won't hide it from you, I am indeed a little afraid of them. Brilliant Flame Sect is based on Scarlet Wave Star, so logically speaking they have nothing to do with my Green Mountain Star, but their Supreme Elder seems to have a good relationship with the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. We can't afford to offend this group of people. The Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao both narrowed their eyes. Having lived on Green Mountain Star for 2 or 3 years, they naturally knew that there was a powerful Star Master here, a second-order origin king. Do you two understand what I mean? Zhao Tianzhe looked at them worriedly. I understand, but whether or not we should withdraw, I will listen to Sect Master. If Sect Master tells me to withdraw, I will withdraw, and if Sect Master tells me to stay, I will stay. Lin Yurao raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Listen to him. Zhao Tianzhe looked depressed, never having expected that the final decision would still be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai, do you want to withdraw or stay? Qian Tong also looked over. This old master will stay with you. Do we need to withdraw? Yang Kai curled his lips. Naturally we should stay. How can we miss such a good opportunity? As for those people, rest assured if they court death I will fulfill their wishes. With your words, this old master can rest assured. Qian Tong chuckled while Lin Yurao also looked excited. You. Zhao Tianzhe was really speechless as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Do you still not understand the situation? If you want to court death, why drag Elder Qian and Elder Lin with you? They have put their lives in your hands, you should at least take some responsibility. Don't speak so arrogantly, in the end you will only suffer. He was obviously a little angry and no longer spoke politely to Yang Kai. If City Lord Zhao feels it is inappropriate, you can leave on your own. Yang Kai looked at him faintly. I am not forcing you to stay and live or die with us. Zhao Tianzhe was so angry that he could only point at Yang Kai, unable to say a word. When Zhang Qing and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They suddenly felt that these 4 people were quite interesting. In the face of a great disaster, not only were they not united, they were even fighting amongst themselves. This old master won't bicker with you. Zhao Tianzhe was almost angered to death by Yang Kai. Turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao, he said, the 2 of you leave with me, otherwise they will definitely not be polite. Qian Tong sighed. Brother Zhao, after working together for several years, this Qian is well aware of your character. This Qian understands that you are doing this for our own good. However, there is no need to mention this matter. You should withdraw first. Lin Yurao pursed her lips and smiled. You don't need to go too far, perhaps you will return later. Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. Of course he understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yurao's words, but he couldn't believe it. Glancing at Yang Kai indifferently, Zhao Tianzhe sighed. I don't know why Elder Qian and Elder Lin have so much confidence in you, but I hope you know what you are doing. After saying so, he walked out disheartened. He had done his best, but Qian Tong and Lin Yurao weren't willing to listen to his advice, so there was nothing he could do. He also didn't have the confidence to stay and help Qian Tong and Lin Yurao fight against the enemy, so he could only choose to leave. Zhang Qing and the others looked at him coldly. There was no need for him to explain, they already knew the result. Sure enough, they didn't try to embarrass Zhao Tianzhe and instead just swarmed towards Yang Kai's group of 3. It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Zhang Qing sneered, his eyes as cold as a knife as he said in an unfriendly tone, "Don't blame this king for not giving you a chance, you asked for it." Saying so, an extremely sharp shear suddenly spread out and enveloped Yang Kai's group of 3. Chapter 1602. Next to the stone mountain in his territory, brilliant flame sex Zhang Qing wore a fierce expression as he released his shear to envelop Yang Kai and the others. His shear seemed to be mixed with a special kind of domain, and as soon as it spread out, it made one feel as if they were standing in the middle of a volcanic crater, scorching hot as if they were about to be roasted alive. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao's faces changed slightly as they released their shear to resist this pressure. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of interest. Zhang Qing really had the capital to act so arrogantly. His shear had obviously reached the minor accomplishment stage. Shear was a special kind of power that could be condensed as long as a cultivator broke through to the third-order origin returning realm. As one's cultivation increased, the power of their shear would also increase. However, if one wanted to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, they would need to integrate their own unique kind of power into their shear in order to strengthen it. For example, Yang Kai was able to integrate his space force into his shear. And this Zhang Qing was obviously able to do the same as his shear contained the power of fire. Among all third-order origin returning realm cultivators, only about 20% of them were able to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, and Zhang Qing was undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were also among them, so they were able to resist the oppression of Zhang Qing's shear. This was also the fundamental reason why Zhao Tianzhe felt inferior to Qian Tong and the others. In front of Yang Kai and the others, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Qing's shear, preventing it from advancing any further. Zhang Qing couldn't help feeling shocked as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. If Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were able to resist him, he could understand. After all, these two were also third-order cultivators like him. But what was going on with this young man? He was clearly only a second-order cultivator, so how could he have cultivated his shear to the minor accomplishment stage? He seemed to be having a much easier time resisting his shear than the other two behind him. Yang Kai's violent shear was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhang Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. His heart was shaken. Small success in shear. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a playful smile on his face. Not bad. As he spoke, he casually glanced around. Ever since Zhang Qing and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes had been looking in their direction, as if they were waiting for the scene of a great battle to break out. There were also some people whose expressions flickered, and it was unknown if they were scheming something. Yang Kai observed the situation and knew that if he didn't display enough strength this time, even if he forced Zhang Qing and the others to retreat, there might still be others who would come to provoke him. There would be no end to it. After all, their lack of manpower was their biggest weakness. Sneering in his heart, Yang Kai pointed at a cultivator behind Zhang Qing and asked, "I heard you say that you met a dragon lady?" The cultivator was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this at this time. His face turned cold and he replied in a deep voice, "So what? Is the dragon lady wearing a red dress?" "That's right. You injured her?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura flashing in them. "Wrong. I injured her, but unfortunately, it was only a single palm. I wasn't able to take her life." The cultivator sneered. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Although it happened suddenly, Zhang Qing and the others reacted quickly. Which one of them hadn't experienced countless life or death battles to be able to cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Shocked, they all opened their eyes wide and searched for any trace of Yang Kai. They found nothing. There was no trace of Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Qing and the others like a ghost. With a cold expression, he opened his hand and grabbed at the cultivator who had just spoken. "Watch out!" Someone next to him shouted. The cultivator was furious and was about to counterattack, but Yang Kai had already grabbed his head and poured his Saint Qi into his body. Like a hot knife through butter, Yang Kai broke through the layers of Saint Qi protection inside his body and poured it into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Then Yang Kai took a step and threw out his arm. The cultivator was directly flung away by Yang Kai. In midair he suddenly let out a miserable howl, as if he was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Then with a muffled bang his whole body suddenly exploded. Blood and organs scattered everywhere and the smell of blood filled the air. "I forgot to tell you that dragon lady is my woman." Yang Kai's expression was ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Trembling, they stared at the blood and flesh floating down from the sky. Looking at the arrogant Yang Kai who seemed to be unaware of the danger, they even forgot to breathe at this moment. With just one blow he had instantly killed a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was something no third-order cultivator could accomplish. Only an origin king realm master could do so. But the young man who killed this cultivator was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a cultivation lower than any other cultivator present. The subtle difference in realms, the intense visual conflict, and the unexpected ending formed a clear psychological contrast, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Those who had thought about bullying Kai Yang and the others before but didn't make a move couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't bullied Kai Yang and the others at that time. Otherwise their fates would have been very miserable. "Little brat, you dare." Zhang Qing's fist seemed to burn, and the high temperature caused space to distort. As he punched out, a fiery flood dragon rushed towards Yang Kai. The moment Zhang Qing attacked, his companions also summoned their artifacts one after another, their Saint Qi surging wildly as the brilliance of their artifacts blossomed. A mysterious Shi suddenly broke through the blockade of Zhang Qing's Shi and suppressed them instead. At this moment, everyone's aura was fiercely suppressed back into their bodies, unable to be released at all. Not only that, the space around them solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The circulation of their Saint Qi also seemed to be affected, and the brilliance of the artifacts in their hands suddenly dimmed. The suppression of Shi. They knew better than anyone the reason for this. They had already fallen into Yang Kai's Shi and were unable to extricate themselves. In the past they had used this method to deal with enemies whose cultivation was lower than their own, and it had worked time and time again. Now they were being suppressed by a mere second-order cultivator. No one would believe it if they said this, but it was the truth. Their eyes trembled as their muscles bulged as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, trying to break free from Yang Kai's suppression. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, however, did not give them a chance to breathe. Qian Tong let out a roar and summoned a coin-like artifact from his finger. This copper coin exuded a dazzling golden light, and as soon as it appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. The sky was filled with golden copper coins, and from the central hole of each copper coin, an extremely sharp attack suddenly shot out towards the enemy like a swarm of locusts, creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Yu Rao's tender body twisted as a multicolored ribbon flew out from her hand and wrapped around one of the enemies. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from this enemy's body and filthy blood gushed from his mouth. By the time the multicolored ribbon flew back to Lin Yu Rao's hand, the enemy had already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura barely discernible. Yang Kai laughed wildly, not paying any attention to the enemies except for Zhang Qing. Everyone else could be dealt with by Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. Neither of them was weaker than Zhang Qing, so the two of them working together to deal with the enemies suppressed by their Shi was a piece of cake. Yang Kai divided his attention and divided a part of his Shi to contend with Zhang Qing's while at the same time focusing his mind. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird cry, the firebird artifact spirit appeared. "Kill him!" Yang Kai shouted as he pounced towards Zhang Qing. The firebird artifact spirit flapped its wings and descended like a meteor from the 9th heaven, landing directly above Zhang Qing's head, opening its mouth wide and constantly spitting out fireballs containing violent power. Zhang Qing's complexion changed drastically, not having expected the situation to become like this. The screams coming from all around him terrified him, and the joint attack of Yang Kai and the firebird artifact spirit was even more difficult for him to cope with. After resisting for less than 3 breaths, Zhang Qing's lower abdomen was pierced by Yang Kai's punishing heaven spear, and the firebird took advantage of this opportunity to smash a fireball directly into his head. Zhang Qing's hair was burnt and he cut a sorry figure as he grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme resentment flashing across his face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thin arcs of lightning also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off an astonishing momentum. With a flash of golden light, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, catching Zhang Qing off guard and binding him up. Looking at him with a playful look, Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think I don't know you cultivate the heaven's scorching thunder fire? Do you want to use this secret technique to take me down with you?" "How do you know?" Zhang Qing's face changed slightly. "Because I killed a few people from your brilliant flame sect in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as the golden blood thread that bound Zhang Qing suddenly contracted. Voila. The extremely sharp golden blood thread broke through Zhang Qing's Saint Qi defenses and cut him into countless pieces, scattering his body on the ground. The battle ended. Only 10 breaths of time had passed so fast that it was difficult to follow. On Scarlet Wave Star's side, the 6 cultivators led by brilliant flame sects Zhang Qing had been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his 2 companions were unscathed. The audience was shocked. All the cultivators stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster, a look of disbelief flashing across their eyes. They had watched this battle from beginning to end, so naturally they knew how big of a role Yang Kai had played. It could be said that he had single-handedly suppressed Zhang Qing's group of 6. If it were not for his Shi being so powerful, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao would not have been able to kill their enemies so easily. Of the 6 cultivators, only Zhang Qing was able to release his Shi slightly from his body. The other 5 were unable to release their Shi at all and were all suppressed inside their bodies, unable to play the slightest role. How could an origin-returning realm cultivator who could not display the power of his Shi be an origin-returning realm cultivator? Chapter 1603. Zhang Qing and the others did not seem to be facing a second-order origin-returning realm opponent, but a genuine origin king. Around the stone mountains in the territory, everyone's eyes became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai. They realized that this was an extremely terrifying opponent. Many of the cultivator groups who were closer to Yang Kai and the others retreated without a trace, subconsciously opening up some distance from Yang Kai, as if they were avoiding the plague. A purple thunder fire emerged from Zhang Qing's body. This thunder fire not only contained the scorching heat of fire but also the violent power of lightning. It was a secret technique that all powerful cultivators in Brilliant Flame Sect were proficient in cultivating. Last time in the Emperor Garden, the beautiful woman from Ice Heart Valley named Tan Ting He had told Yang Kai that Brilliant Flame Sect had a heavenly thunder fire, which was the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect and its hallowed treasure. If a cultivator in Brilliant Flame Sect was strong enough, they would use the power of this heavenly thunder fire to cultivate their secret technique. Zhang Qing was obviously qualified. As soon as this heavenly thunder fire that belonged to Zhang Qing appeared, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down like it had been injected with chicken blood, bit down on it and swallowed it into its belly while letting out a joyful cry. "Come back," Yang Kai called out, and the artifact spirit immediately turned into a streak of fire and flew back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that everyone seemed to be still immersed in shock and had yet to recover. Many of them were subconsciously avoiding his gaze, as if they were afraid of being stared at. Yang Kai chuckled and declared loudly, "Rest assured, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I just want a more spacious territory. Everyone can do whatever they want." Hearing what he said, the vigilant cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and their tense expressions gradually eased. With the strength Yang Kai had just shown, if he had set his sights on any team, that team would definitely not have had a good ending. Zhang Qing's group of 6 had died without even a chance to resist. The strongest team here only had 9 people, so no one had the confidence to resist Yang Kai's violent attacks and resolve his powerful Shi. "Continue with your meditation. I don't think anyone will disturb you now," Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. The 2 looked at each other with blank expressions as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they saw Yang Kai take action just now, they had joined him without hesitation. They had not expected victory, but victory had come so easily. But their opponents had been powerless. When they killed their opponents, they had clearly felt their opponents' powerlessness. As a result, now that the battle was over, the 2 of them felt like they were dreaming. "Yang Kai, you seem to have grown a lot. Did you gain a lot in the blood prison?" Qian Tong looked at him suspiciously. The last time he joined with Yang Kai to attack Shadowed Star's 3 great leaders, Yang Kai had not been so terrifying. At that time, although Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai's potential was infinite, in the end he had not yet fully matured. so he felt that his strength might be on par with Yang Kai's. But now he could only look up to him. The improvement of his cultivation was only a small part of the reason. His attainments ensure were Yang Kai's greatest assets. Qian Tong vaguely felt that Yang Kai's gains from this trip to the blood prison were not small. Not bad, Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much. Qian Tong gently nodded, collected his thoughts and no longer thought about it. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged, he suddenly said, "By the way, Yang Kai, brother Zhao, you decide." Yang Kai smiled brightly before sitting down cross-legged. Qian Tong nodded, thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Tianzhe, who was standing in place like a fool, and whispered to him. After a while, Zhao Tianzhe returned with a guilty look on his face, found a place and sat down cross-legged, staring at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He really felt guilty. Before, he had been afraid of death and had not stayed behind to share the joys and sorrows of Qian Tong and the others. But now that all his enemies had been killed, he had come to pick up the benefits. Zhao Tianzhe felt quite ashamed. If it had been anything else, Zhao Tianzhe would have most likely refused. A person should always have some dignity. However, the temptation of the stone mountains in the territory was too great for him, so even if he felt embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and return. Now that he sat down, he felt his old face burning hot. "Brother Zhao, don't think too much. In that situation just now, anyone who didn't understand Yang Kai's background would have made the same choice. You don't have to feel embarrassed. How could this Qian not understand brother Zhao's character?" Qian Tong comforted. Zhao Tianzhe smiled bitterly as he glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing that he was motionless and had no intention of speaking, Zhao Tianzhe sighed and said sincerely, "This Zhao is grateful." He was too embarrassed to speak. Qian Tong patted him on the shoulder, motioning him to feel free to meditate. The stone mountains in the territory were surrounded by hundreds of third-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them occupying different positions. Yang Kai's group occupied the largest position, so even if there were only 4 of them, no one dared to offend them. The corpses and blood on the ground were evidence of the great battle that had just taken place. On both sides of Yang Kai's small group, there was a large empty space that no one dared to occupy. From time to time, cultivators who heard the news would join in, and when they saw the empty space on both sides, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They wanted to occupy it, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed and they finally gave up reluctantly. Half a day later, the stone mountains in the territory had been surrounded twice. The number of cultivators here had already reached 200, and there were still more cultivators coming from afar. Conflict inevitably occurred. The larger groups all wanted to occupy the better positions, but the cultivator groups that arrived first naturally wouldn't give up, and the 2 sides began to fight. From time to time, someone would scream and die. The area around the stone mountains in the territory had become a graveyard for third-order origin returning realm masters. These famous masters from the major cultivation stars fell one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. But no matter how frequent the fighting was, Yang Kai's group of 4 didn't encounter any more provocation. They occupied a large space and the people on both sides were far away from them. This was enough to explain the situation. Anyone with a little brain would understand that this small group was not to be trifled with, so naturally no one would come looking for trouble. Qian Tong, Lin Yu Rao and Zhao Tianzhe were already immersed in the wonders of the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai didn't meditate, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to protect them. It seemed like he was preventing people from causing trouble, but there was a strange smile on his face as he stared at the territory stone in front of him. His gaze was as if he was looking at something that was already in his bag. One day later, many cultivators who were meditating vaguely noticed that something was wrong. As time passed, the various mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in the territory seemed to be weakening. At first they thought it was just an illusion, but after careful investigation they realized it was true. The stone mountains in the territory were really slowly losing their effects. This discovery puzzled the cultivator, none of them understanding why the stone mountains in the territory, which had existed for countless years, would suddenly undergo such a change. 2 days later, more cultivators discovered this matter and soon, everyone knew about it. Whispers rang out one after another. "What's going on? It's only been a few days, how can the stone mountains in the territory be so weak?" "You also feel the same?" I thought that I was mistaken. Could it be that there are too many people meditating here? That's why the power of the stone mountains in the territory has been completely absorbed. Nonsense. When has the appearance of a stone mountain in the territory not attracted so many people? In the past there were always more people coming here and there had never been a problem before, so why would there be a problem this time? Could it be that the stone mountains in the territory are really going to lose their effects? Don't talk nonsense, it's important to quickly meditate while it's still a little bit useful. Once it completely loses its effect, it will be a dead mountain. The strange changes in the stone mountains in the territory made every cultivator here aware of the crisis, and they spared no effort to comprehend the mysteries, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits. On the third day, the cultivator outside the stone mountains in the territory could no longer feel any magical concepts. Only those cultivators close to the stone mountains in the territory could gain some benefits. On the fourth day, the cultivator in the inner layer also found it difficult to comprehend anything. The effect of the stone mountains in the territory seemed to have weakened to the lowest level. This kind of thing had never happened before. The stone mountains in the territory were the treasures of the blood prison, and had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one understood what all this was. Only the smile hidden in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from a certain location. Although the sound was extremely soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Looking in the direction of the sound, in an instant, many cultivators' eyes trembled. A crack actually appeared in the stone mountains in the territory. Someone exclaimed as if he had discovered something incredible. What? A crack appeared in the stone mountains in the territory? Impossible. Some people were unwilling to believe it. What was a stone mountain in the territory? It was simply a huge stone in the territory. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so how could a crack appear on it? But just as this voice of doubt sounded, more cracks appeared on the stone mountains in the territory. Those tiny cracks were like spiders, densely packed and crisscrossing. Gotcha. Not good, the stone mountains in the territory are going to be destroyed. It actually broke? I've struck gold this time. I was worried about not being able to take away such a big thing, but it actually broke by itself. The heavens are really helping me. All kinds of shouts sounded in an instant. All the cultivators got up one after another, some with dignified expressions, some with excited expressions, all of them paying attention to the stone mountains in the territory, each with different ideas in their hearts. A hostile atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Many cultivators who had been getting along peacefully were now looking around as if treating any stranger as a competitor. They all had ideas about the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai Wei. Qian Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and also looked at the stone mountains in the territory with fiery eyes. Yang Kai frowned and expanded his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Quickly retreat." Chapter 1604. Retreat. Qian Tong was stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai was so nervous. Go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain and instead shouted loudly while retreating quickly. Before he left though, he pulled Lin Yu Rao along with him. Lin Yu Rao was confused but didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along and soon retreating several dozen meters. Brother Qian. Zhao Tianzhe looked helpless and turned his eyes to Qian Tong for help. Listen to Yang Kai. Qian Tong didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light and follow closely behind Yang Kai. He didn't know why Yang Kai made such a choice, but he chose to trust Yang Kai unconditionally. Perhaps Yang Kai had his own reasons. Seeing the three of them retreat, Zhao Tianzhe stood in place and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance and following them. The scene had become chaotic. As the cracks on the stone mountains in their territory increased, countless cultivators rushed forward, trying to snatch the shattered territory stones. There were also some people who were shrewd enough to hear Yang Kai's shout and realize that something was wrong, but instead of wading into these muddy waters, they quietly retreated. When something abnormal happened, there was always a reason, not to mention the fact that the stone mountains in their territory were about to shatter. However, there weren't many people like this, only a tenth of the total number. Most people were fascinated by the temptation in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's warning. Gotcha. The sound continued, and the stone mountains in their territory seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, the stone mountains in their territory collapsed, and the huge stone mountains in their territory turned into pieces of territory stones of various sizes that scattered on the ground. But what made everyone feel strange was that these broken territory stones were different from the territory stones produced in their territory. Each one was as thin as a cicada's wing. That's impossible. The mountain in this territory is actually empty? Someone shouted in disbelief. These shattered pieces of territory stones already explained the problem. If the territory stone mountain wasn't hollow, how could these thin fragments appear after it was shattered? The scene before his eyes was like an empty clay pot that had been smashed into pieces. This was unacceptable to many. However, even though the territory stone was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was still a territory stone. After a few breaths of surprise, everyone frantically rushed forward, eyeing the territory stones of different sizes and trying to snatch them. The situation instantly went out of control. The power of all kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating everything within a radius of several dozen meters, making it almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Screams rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the mountain in the territory and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators covered by this ripple involuntarily stopped what they were doing, their faces suddenly filled with panic. When this ripple swept across their bodies, they all felt a dangerous aura. This was the aura of a territory field. And it was an extremely terrifying territory field. The territory field unique to the mountain in the territory seemed to have been revived again. Not good, let's go. A smart martial artist shouted. No one tried to grab the scattered territory stones anymore, each cultivator desperately pushing their Saint Chi and frantically retreating. But it was already too late. When the first ripple appeared, a second, a third, followed closely behind. In an instant, countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye overlapped and filled an area of nearly 3 kilometers in circumference, enveloping the entire area within it. Everyone's vision blurred as the powerful territory field that gave birth to the mountain in the territory finally revealed its ferocious face. Like a mad and hungry beast, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed nearly 200 third-order origin returning realm cultivators whole. Screams rang out from all directions, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No origin returning realm cultivator could resist the crushing power of this violent territory field, their vigorous vitality suddenly vanishing like bubbles being crushed. After the layers of ripples struck, everyone let out a miserable howl and exploded, using their life force and blood to display their final beauty. Yang Kai and the other three stood 1,000 meters away from the mountain in the territory field, all of them looking forward with pale faces. Zhao Tianzai's lips trembled, and his 2 rows of teeth collided together, making a crunching sound. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if he had been a little greedy just now. He was afraid he would have ended up like those people who had fallen into the territory field. He subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this young man's foresight, this trip to the blood prison would have been over. The complexions of Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were also not much better. So many cultivator with the same cultivation as them, so many powerful existences who could have broken through to the Origin King realm, had fallen without being able to put up any resistance. These people had died like ants. Their mood was subtle and complex. At the same time, in the stone pavilion 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, Luo Hai, who had been sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. Master Luo Hai, what happened? The old woman surnamed Lei saw his expression change and quickly asked nervously. Yes, Brother Luo Hai, what is making you so nervous? An old man also asked in confusion. After reaching the Origin King realm, one's heart was bound to be very calm, so it was rare for one to be so shocked. What's more, Luo Hai was not an ordinary Origin King, he was the Star Master of Green Mountain's Star, a second-order Origin King. Throughout the entire Star Territory, besides a few mysterious old farts, there were not many who were stronger than him. Seeing Luo Hai's face suddenly become so ugly, everyone realized that something big must have happened. The stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed. Luo Hai quickly said. What? Did I hear wrong? Yes, how could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Who did it? The little ones inside shouldn't have such ability, right? Everyone was shouting. If this was not said by Luo Hai, none of them would have believed it. Even if Luo Hai said it, they still had doubts. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Master Luo Hai, is what you said true? The old woman looked at Luo Hai solemnly. How could this king make such a joke with you? Luo Hai frowned. As for how it was destroyed, this king does not know, but it is definitely destroyed. Everyone looked at each other but no longer questioned Luo Hai's judgment. He was the Star Master, so since he said so, he must be completely sure. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept such a result. What a pity! The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It has existed for tens of thousands of years. How could it be destroyed so easily? After a long time, the old man who spoke before sighed. Although the stone mountain in the territory existed on Green Mountain's star, it could be said to be a treasure of the entire star territory. Now that it had been destroyed, anyone would feel pity. Perhaps its destruction would result in fewer origin kings being born in the territory. By the way, Master Luo Hai, since the stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, what about the people who were meditating around the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman suddenly thought of a more serious problem. When the others heard this, they also paid attention nervously. Many died. This king is unable to determine the exact number of people who died, but this king estimates there were about 200. 200. The old woman's face changed drastically, and after a long time she smiled bitterly. This time, all the great forces have suffered heavy losses. The blood prison trial had a ridiculously high death rate because basically all those who entered were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. No one feared anyone, and in order to break through to the origin king realm, they were willing to kill all enemies who stood in their way. Now that the stone mountain in their territory had suddenly changed, more than 200 cultivator had died. It was likely that the cultivator from some great forces who had entered would be wiped out and never be able to recover. Everyone quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, third young master did not come this time, otherwise. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out in cold sweat as a look of fear appeared on his face. If third young master Shui Yu had also come to participate in the blood prison trial and went to the stone mountain in their territory, he couldn't imagine it. Third young master Shui Yu was the greatest hope for the future of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. In the blood prison, only a few breaths of time had passed before the chaotic world calmed down again. All the cultivators who had not retreated in time had died without leaving behind a corpse. In the end, there were less than 30 people who had survived this catastrophe. These people had all heard Yang Kai's shout and retreated decisively, saving their lives. After recovering from their panic, they all cupped their fists in the direction of Yang Kai to express their gratitude. With the stone mountain in their territory gone, they naturally would not remain here any longer, each of them heading off in different directions to enter the blood prison in search of their own opportunities. Soon only Yang Kai's group of 4 remained in this large area. Sect Master Yang, this old master is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I hope Sect Master Yang will make a trip to Green Water City after leaving the blood prison. This Xiao will surely welcome you with open arms. Zhao Tianzhe said sincerely, now truly admiring Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly. City Lord Zhao is too polite. I didn't do anything wrong, but I will be going to Green Water City. I hope I won't disturb City Lord Zhao when the time comes. Qian Yu was still inquiring about Su Yan in Green Water City, so Yang Kai naturally had to go and pick her up. Oh no. Zhao Tianzhe quickly waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It is this Xiao's honor that Sect Master Yang has come. How could I possibly disturb you? Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. You two be careful from now on. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Lin Yu Rao was a little disappointed. Sect Master won't come with us? No, I still have things to do. Yang Kai shook his head. The origin essence crystal Qi Yu had ordered him to obtain had not yet been obtained, and the other half of the monster transformation secret art was still in Yu Xiong's hands, so Yang Kai had to obtain it first. The golden divine dragon source in his body was something he desperately wanted to develop. Then you must be careful. I'm afraid no one here is your opponent, but the remaining territory field here is very powerful, so you must act according to your strength, Qian Tong exhorted. Chapter 1605. I know, I won't put on a brave front. Yang Kai grinned. Then let's part ways here. When we're done here we'll meet again in Green Water City. I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before turning around and turning into a stream of light, quickly disappearing from the sights of Qian Tong and the others. Let's go too, Qian Tong called out. Now that so many people have died, the competition in the blood prison will probably weaken a lot. This is a good time to look for opportunities, we can't miss it. Brother Qian is right. Zhao Tianzai's eyes lit up, his previous gloomy mood suddenly swept away, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Somewhere 100 kilometers away from the stone mountains in the territory, Yang Kai looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around he suddenly grinned, "Come out." In the next moment, there was a rustling sound on the ground in front of him. Then a small head popped out from the ground. Its two green bean-like eyes rolled around and its body shot up, arriving in front of Kai Yang. The stone mongoose Xiaoxia. Yang Kai had secretly released the stone mongoose while he was fighting with Zhang Qing and the others. At that time, everyone was shocked by his strength and did not notice any trace of the stone mongoose. All of this was done without anyone noticing. How was the harvest? Yang Kai looked down at the stone mongoose and asked. The stone mongoose did not show much reaction, simply opening its mouth and spitting out a fist-sized territory stone. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the territory stone in the palm of his hand. After inspecting it for a moment, he chuckled and patted the stone mongoose's small head, praising, "Well done." He could imagine that the stone mongoose now had a belly full of territory stones, a number so large that any origin king would be moved. It could be said that the destruction of the stone mountains in the territory was entirely due to this stone mongoose. It snuck in from below without leaving a trace and emptied the entire mountain in the territory without anyone noticing. That was why the cultivator felt that the effect of the stone mountains in their territory was getting weaker and weaker. That was why the stone mountains in their territory would suddenly collapse and become hollow inside. It was all thanks to the stone mongoose. The stone mountains in the territory were indeed hard enough, but the stone mongoose had an innate ability to devour all kinds of minerals. Even the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, the most precious treasure of the colored glass sect, had been bitten by it. Naturally, the stone mountains in the territory were no exception. The moment Yang Kai saw the stone mountain in his territory, he had a bad idea. He did not expect that the stone mongoose would destroy the stone mountains in his territory and trigger the terrifying territory field. Therefore, the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he shouted loudly to remind him. Unfortunately, most of the cultivator were blinded by the benefits in front of them and did not pay attention to his reminder. Only a few of them retreated with him at the first moment, saving their lives. After giving the stone mongoose an order, Yang Kai took it to a more remote location and had it spit out all the territory stones in its stomach. After a quick count, Yang Kai was overjoyed. A total of 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, which could be seen from Yang Kai's harvest since entering the blood prison. So far he had only obtained 3 domain stones. Others might not necessarily have more gains than he had, in fact they might have even less. But right now he had obtained 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. Perhaps since ancient times, the total number of territory stones obtained by a cultivator who walked out of the blood prison had never been so high. It seemed that Yang Kai would no longer have to worry about comprehending the mysteries of his territory. With so many territory stones in hand, Yang Kai could unscrupulously absorb the mysterious energy contained within them, gain insight into his territory, and comprehend the essence of the Origin King realm. His future would definitely be bright and smooth. Yang Kai was in a good mood. The main purpose of a cultivator who entered the blood prison was to use the territory vortexes to temper their sure, while their secondary purpose was naturally to search for territory stones. Yang Kai felt that he had achieved both of these goals. Without mentioning the number of territory stones he had obtained, the vortexes in his territory could no longer stop him from exploring them. His understanding and application of Sure had reached a new height, and even if he had not reached the grand accomplishment stage, he was not far from it. Perhaps one day when he broke through to the third order origin returning realm, his Sure would reach the grand accomplishment stage and he would have the capital to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai was not going to waste any more time. He was going to find the Origin Essence Crystal left behind by the Monster King who died here 10,000 years ago and complete the task given to him by Chiyu. On Monster Star there were 10 tribal lords, but none of them were qualified to be called Monster King. If one wanted to become a Monster King, they needed to reach the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Since ancient times, the number of Monster Kings born on Monster Star could be counted on one hand. There had been one tens of thousands of years ago, but unfortunately he was involved in the disputes of Green Mountain Star at that time and eventually fell in the blood prison. Qiyu had already told Yang Kai the specific location. After all, over the years, Monster Emperor Star had secretly sent a number of monster race rookies to the blood prison trial. Qiyu had already inquired about the situation, but unfortunately they had no way to obtain it. Kai Yang continued to move forward, not wasting any time. He didn't know if it was because of the changes in the stone mountains in his territory, or because so many people had died, but Yang Kai felt that the number of cultivators in the blood prison had indeed decreased greatly. After walking for a few days, Yang Kai couldn't detect any signs of life and there was no one around. In front of him was a bare hill that was no more than 1,000 meters high. There was not a single blade of grass growing on this hill, only gravel and dirt. However, this hill exuded an extremely strange aura that made one flinch. Demonic chi. What's more, it was an extremely powerful demonic chi. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator did not dare to set foot on this hill easily, because the omnipresent demonic chi was not something they could withstand. Once one stayed inside for too long, the demonic chi would invade their body. This was the demonic chi of a Monster King level master, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not resist it. In the end, the demonic chi would corrode one's meridians, flesh, blood become demonic chi or become the demon race and die. Therefore, in the blood prison, this strange hill had always been regarded as a restricted area, and no one dared to enter at will. Occasionally, those who passed by it would stay far away to avoid being affected by the demonic chi. It should be here. Yang Kai looked at the bare hill and whispered to himself. This hill in front of him was the same as the information given by Qiyu, the place where the Monster King fell. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked straight towards the hill. After a short while he arrived at the foot of the hill. As soon as he stepped in, the omnipresent demonic chi rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, drilling into his pores and pouring into his meridians. Yang Kai pushed his saint chi to resist the invasion of the demonic chi. It was a bit strenuous, as expected of the demonic chi left behind by a Monster King level master. Even if it had existed here for tens of thousands of years, it was still not easy to resist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon's source, so even if the demonic chi forced into his body, it would not have much effect on him. If it were any other human origin returning realm master, they would have retreated immediately. After confirming that he was fine, Yang Kai walked up step by step. Very quickly he arrived at the top of the mountain. He raised his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were empty and there was nothing. This caused him to frown. The information given to him by Qiyu only said that the origin essence crystal was in this barren hill, but she did not know its exact location. If it was not at the top of the hill, then it might be somewhere else. Yang Kai silently sensed for a while and made a plan in his heart. Looking in a certain direction, he walked towards it. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the back of the hill and stood in front of a dark cave, looking inside with rapt attention. The cave was dark and he could not see anything. When he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it was bounced back. However, if he guessed correctly, the Monster King level master should have fallen in this cave because the demonic chi was the strongest here. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. He took out a luminous stone from his space ring, held it in his hand and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic chi became. The deepest part of the cave seemed to be the source of the demonic chi. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the innermost part of the cave. This cave seemed to have been artificially excavated. It was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. The innermost part of the cave was actually a cave that covered an area of several hundred meters. In a certain part of the cave, there seemed to be a huge object lying across the ground, and an astonishing demonic aura was spreading out from it. Yang Kai took out more luminous stones and flicked them around, embedding them into the cracks in the surrounding stone walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark cave became bright. Looking forward again, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as shock filled them. He suddenly discovered that the huge object in front of him was none other than a skeleton. The skeleton of a huge monster beast. It was about 200 meters long and looked somewhat like an ancient giant crocodile. Even though it was just a skeleton, it exuded an astonishing aura. This skeleton should be the original body of the Monster King level master. It seemed that he had been transformed from a monster beast, otherwise he would not have revealed his true form after death. Generally, monster race cultivators who were born in human form would remain in human form after death, but they could cultivate some secret techniques to stimulate the monster beast bloodline in their body and stimulate the potential of the monster beast in their bloodline to fight. This kind of monster beast that revealed its true form after death must have been the incarnation of a powerful monster beast. This was the purest form of the monster race, and its bloodline was extremely pure. What's more, this was the skeleton of a third-order origin king monster beast. Even after tens of thousands of years, its skeleton was still as fresh as new. Each of its bones looked extremely sturdy and would definitely be a top-grade material for artifact refining. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Qiyu only said that he would hand over the origin essence crystal to Yu Xiong, but she did not say that he would hand over the Monster King's skeleton as well, so Yang Kai could simply take it for himself. High Heaven Sect was currently developing and had many highly accomplished artifact refiners from Star Emperor Mountain. Although these artifact refiners could not be compared to Yang Yan, they were still among the best on Shadowed Star. If these skeletons were taken back and given to them for artifact refining, Yang Kai believed they would definitely be able to refine a large number of origin-grade high-rank artifacts. However, doing so would be a waste of Heaven's treasures. Logically speaking, the skeleton of an Origin King realm monster beast was a precious material that could be used to refine Origin King-grade artifacts. Chapter 1606. With such thoughts running through his mind, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the chest of the monster beast skeleton. In an instant, his eyes became even more fiery. He could clearly see that there was a dark red round crystal about the size of a baby's head. An origin essence crystal. It could also be called the Monster King's Monster Core. The two had different names, but they both referred to the same thing. Only third-order origin kings could condense such a magical thing as an origin essence crystal in their bodies. Second-order origin kings did not have such qualifications at all. An origin essence crystal contained a top master's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their understanding of their territory. Its value was immeasurable. The biggest reason Qiyu wanted to obtain it was to use it to break through to the third-order origin king realm and become a monster king. Looking at the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? At most, the number could be counted on one hand, and all of them were elusive existences. No one knew where they were, and it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to see them. But now there was the skeleton of a master of this level lying in front of Yang Kai, and not only was the skeleton intact, even the origin essence crystal was there. Yang Kai's breathing inevitably became a little rapid as he stared at the origin essence crystal with scorching eyes. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai extended his divine sense towards the origin essence crystal. But before his divine sense could touch it, the dark red round crystal suddenly flashed. Yang Kai frowned and quickly withdrew his divine sense, not daring to spy on it at will. Qiyu was right. This origin essence crystal still contained a wisp of the Monster King's remnant soul, so any attempt to encroach on it would provoke resistance. If not for this origin essence crystal and skeleton would have been taken away long ago. How could they have waited until today? The only way to safely obtain the origin essence crystal was to suppress this wisp of remnant soul. Anyone who came to the blood prison was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so who had the ability to suppress the Monster King's remnant soul. Only Yang Kai's golden holy dragon's origin power could compare. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai calmed his mood and stared at the origin essence crystal solemnly, motionless. In the darkness, an almost imperceptible shadow was cautiously approaching Yang Kai. This shadow stuck close to the ground and did not seem to have a physical body, nor did it emit any aura. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not notice it at all. The black shadow approached little by little, and soon came to a position less than 15 meters behind Yang Kai. Immediately, the dormant black shadow curled up like a snake, converging into one and aiming at Yang Kai's back. Right at this moment, Yang Kai's body shook violently as a resounding dragon roar rang out. Immediately after, an unimaginable pressure spread out in all directions. On Yang Kai's right arm, golden scales strangely appeared and wrapped his entire right arm. Not only his right arm but the back of his hand was also covered in golden scales. When these scales appeared, his 5 fingers suddenly burst with golden light and his fingernails strangely elongated, flashing a sharp cold light. Dragon form. After cultivating half of the monster transformation secret art, Yang Kai was now barely able to stimulate the golden holy dragon source in his body and transform part of his right arm into a dragon form. His entire right arm instantly became ferocious and terrifying. The black shadow that appeared 15 meters behind Yang Kai was obviously taken aback and quickly returned to the ground, retreating in a hurry. At that moment Yang Kai moved, his right arm stretching forward in a seemingly slow but actually urgent manner, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving above the Origin Essence Crystal. The Origin Essence Crystal flashed wildly. Vaguely, a restless aura surged from it as if it was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed the Origin Essence Crystal in his hand and gripped it tightly. At the same time he poured his Saint Qi and Divine Sense madly into it. Suddenly, a soft sound seemed to come from the Origin Essence Crystal and the restless aura gradually subsided. The golden scales on Yang Kai's right arm gradually faded and his terrifying right arm returned to its normal state. Letting go of his hand, Yang Kai looked at the Origin Essence Crystal in his hand and grinned. The remnant soul inside the Origin Essence Crystal had been forcibly erased by him, so now this Origin Essence Crystal could be held by anyone without worrying about it exploding. The process was simple and easy, something Yang Kai had not expected. Qiyu had given him such serious instructions, so Yang Kai thought it would be difficult, but how could he have known he would succeed so easily? Yang Kai looked at this Origin Essence Crystal up close and a strange look appeared on his face. He vaguely felt that this Origin Essence Crystal was somewhat familiar, as if he had obtained it before. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly realized when he had obtained an Origin Essence Crystal. The first time he entered Luyen Sandland. In Luyen Sandland, in the pool filled with soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had indeed obtained a crystal-like object. At that time he did not know what it was, but when he used his divine sense to investigate it, the crystal strangely disappeared and entered his knowledge sea. In the end, this wonderful crystal was completely absorbed by the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, leading to the successful evolution of the soul-warming lotus into its 7-colored form. Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique was comprehended at that time. So that thing was an Origin Essence Crystal. Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder its effects were so powerful, even allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory from it, so he did not know what was going on. It seemed that the master who died beside the soul-cleansing divine water was at least a third-order origin king. Many years had passed, so Yang Kai did not have any thoughts of exploring it in detail. After understanding this, he put away the Origin Essence Crystal. Although this thing was precious, Yang Kai wanted to obtain the monster transformation secret art more. As such, he still had to give it to Qiyu. What's more, Qiyu was Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother. If she became stronger, Shanqing Luo would be able to obtain more protection. Yang Kai understood this very well. From beginning to end, he had no intention of taking the Origin Essence Crystal for himself. He believed that with his own ability, even if he did not rely on the Origin Essence Crystal, he would one day be able to break through to the third-order Origin King realm and reach the peak of the martial Dao. Turning around, Yang Kai also put away the Monster King's skeleton. Of course, Yang Kai would not miss the Monster King's space ring. Although he did not know what was inside, the wealth of a third-order Origin King would certainly not be small. This was the biggest gain of this trip. After a careful inspection and confirming that he had not missed anything, Yang Kai left. The cave was not too deep, so Yang Kai soon saw the light again. You finally came out. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, a somewhat familiar sinister laugh came from the depths of the ground. Immediately, a blood-red figure suddenly rushed up from the ground and landed in front of him. In an instant it launched a storm of attacks. Yang Kai's face became cold as he sent out a golden blood thread from his finger, forming an airtight barrier in front of him. Hong hong hong. A violent burst of energy rang out as all the attacks launched by the blood-red figure were blocked by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, causing them to retreat in vain. Shuelian. Yang Kai took a moment to see who had attacked him and could not help shouting coldly as murderous intent surged from his body. It's your grandpa Shuelian. Shuelian roared wildly, his expression ferocious as he activated his flood dragon transformation, covering his whole body in blood-red scales, making him look extremely sturdy. Regardless of the situation, he continued to attack Yang Kai desperately. You court death. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single thought, the two golden blood threads suddenly transformed into thunder flame flying lizards, bared their fangs and pounced towards Shuelian. How can a flying lizard defeat my Xuejiao? The Xuejiao seemed to have forgotten the lesson he had learned in the palace and did not show the slightest fear of Yang Kai. Punching out with his scaly fists, two blood-colored flood dragons condensed from his monster chi appeared and met the thunder flame flying lizard head-on, entangling with each other without the slightest disadvantage. At the same time, Shuelian waved his hand and summoned a giant axe, which he then slashed towards Yang Kai's position. A shocking axe wave that seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dodged to the side. At that moment, another figure leapt out of the soil, clasped its palms together and pushed them forward fiercely. A huge and strange flower suddenly appeared, its petals opening like a giant beast's mouth as it bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became cold as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. The strange flower failed to succeed and immediately flew back, floating above the head of the second figure, its petals constantly opening and closing, as if it was breathing with life, and a sweet fragrance began to fill the air. Mi Tian. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as he revealed a playful look. Good, both of you are here. It seems you knew I would come here, so you set up an ambush here? Indeed, Mi Tian smiled lightly. Mi Tian smiled softly with a warm look on his face. You have the divine dragon source, and the origin essence crystal here is no secret to my monster race. On top of that, you suddenly came to the blood prison from Monster Star, so how could we not know what you were planning? Was it Senior Chiyu who sent you here? Smart. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What about the origin essence crystal? Mi Tian's breathing became slightly rapid. Since I've come out, where do you think the origin essence crystal is? Yang Kai smiled brightly. You really succeeded. Mi Tian took a light breath, the look of greed on his face obvious. You want it? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. With just the two of you, I'm afraid you don't have such ability. Be careful you don't end up dying here. Seeing him despise them so much and not take them seriously, whether it was Shuelian or Mi Tian, both of their faces became ugly. Although they didn't want to admit it, both of them knew that in a one-on-one fight, neither of them was Yang Kai's opponent. In the palace, Yang Kai had proven his strength. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we fight, Mi Tian coldly snorted. Yang Kai was just about to laugh again when suddenly his brow furrowed and his shirt madly spread outwards. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed and tiny void cracks began to appear like slithering snakes. Chapter 1607. In the chaotic collapse of space, a cold light suddenly appeared. It seemed to have been aimed at Yang Kai's back, but the chaotic space affected the accuracy of this cold light, causing it to be swallowed up by the void before it could play any role. Accompanied by a soft cry of surprise, a third figure appeared like a ghost, his brow furrowed as he jumped back, a dignified look on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, he's difficult to deal with. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing like a rock on the ground as he glanced back coldly, somewhat surprised. Lai Feng. You're also here. He hadn't expected that the third person to attack him would actually be Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory. The top juniors of the monster race's 3 territories had now gathered together. Mi Tian and Shuelian ambushing him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, there was some friction between him and these two, so how could they possibly give up? However, Lai Feng's participation in this matter was truly unexpected. When Yang Kai first entered the blood prison, Lai Feng had even invited him to act together, but a few days later, this guy had become his enemy. Atop Monster Mountain, demonic chi filled the air, and these 3 monster race juniors took advantage of this demonic chi to perfectly conceal themselves. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sharp senses, he really might have been ambushed by Lai Feng. Lai Feng, I have no grievances with you, right? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked indifferently. Lai Feng laughed dryly and said in a deep voice, "Of course not." "Then why did you do this?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Brother Yang, please forgive me." Lai Feng seemed a little embarrassed as he cupped his fists and said calmly, "To be honest, if possible, Lai Feng does not want to be enemies with Brother Yang, but this matter is related to an origin essence crystal, so Lai Feng cannot ignore it." Yang Kai nodded. "Understood." Since Brother Yang understands, Lai Feng has nothing to say. Every tribal lord wants to obtain the origin essence crystal, but no one has a way to take it out. Now that Brother Yang has achieved this, Lai Feng cannot allow you to leave, but if Brother Yang can hand over the origin essence crystal, I believe Xianxia and Mi Tian should let you leave safely. Do you think I'll hand it over? Yang Kai sneered. Lai Feng thought about it seriously for a while, then said seriously, "I'm afraid not. If it were me, I wouldn't either." "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's join forces and kill him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Why should the three of us be afraid of him?" Xianxia's temper was the most fiery, so when he saw Yang Kai and Lai Feng arguing endlessly, he let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai with all his might. Releasing an astonishing momentum, the phantom of a huge blood flood dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Xianxia obviously knew how powerful Yang Kai was and wanted to go all out against him. Mi Tian didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The moment Xianxia took action, Mi Tian let out a shout and the strange flower above his head suddenly began spinning, its petals flying out and disappearing into the void. Lai Feng's figure once again faded like a ghost before disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. The fierce offensive of the three monster race rookies broke out in an instant. "Good. Since you court death, I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Kai was fighting 1 against 3, but not only was he not afraid, his expression instead became fierce and savage. 5-colored light suddenly covered his entire body, and with a chi sound, tiny and almost invisible 5-element sword chi emerged from every pore on his body. These 5-element sword chi were extremely sharp, and not only could they provide him with a considerable amount of protection, they also possessed great lethality. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a combination of attack and defense. His muscles bulging, Yang Kai's explosive strength surged as he threw out 3 punches to meet Xianxia's violent onslaught. The violent energy from the two collided in the middle, sputtering out a huge explosion. Yang Kai remained motionless while Xianxia's fierce body trembled 3 times before his arms suddenly drooped down weakly. In a head-on collision, he was obviously not Yang Kai's opponent. Without giving Xianxia a chance to react, Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and summoned a dozen golden blood threads, twisting and twisting together to form a golden spear that shot towards Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with shock. As soon as they fought, he realized that Yang Kai was stronger than when they had fought in the palace before. At that time, Xianxia at least had the strength to fight back, but now he was completely suppressed, unable to even muster up the will to resist. The other party's offensive had completely destroyed his confidence. This situation could only be explained by 2 possibilities. The first was that Yang Kai had not used his full strength at that time, and the second was that Yang Kai had grown a lot in the blood prison. Xianxia's courage was shattered. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this golden spear, Xianxia did not dare to neglect and hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him while crossing his arms across his chest, grit his teeth and roared, preparing to meet this attack head-on. Guangdang. The sound of metal colliding rang out and spread throughout the entire demon mountain. The defensive artifact Xianxia hurriedly summoned failed to play any role and was directly penetrated by the golden spear before continuing to stab towards him. On both of Xianxia's arms, the blood-colored scales were pierced through and a large hole immediately appeared. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen and blood instantly sprayed out. Under the tremendous force, Xianxia's body was sent flying straight into the cave. A series of crashing noises rang out from the depths of the cave for a long time. No one knew where Xianxia had been sent flying or how serious his injuries were. Yang Kai did not stop and instead turned around abruptly, waving his hand towards a certain spot in the void behind him. A huge crescent-shaped void crack immediately formed and rushed forward fiercely. Lai Feng let out a strange cry as he hurriedly retreated, staring at the crescent-shaped void crack with a dignified expression, not daring to face it head-on, only able to evade. Before he could even launch an attack, he was forced out by Yang Kai. Petals suddenly appeared around Yang Kai, spinning like sharp blades as they shot towards Yang Kai from all directions. As these petals rotated, a sweet fragrance spread out, seemingly capable of affecting one's mind. At this moment, Yang Kai had forced Lai Feng back and paused, allowing Mi Tian to grasp the opportunity to attack quite well. In an instant, the countless petals wrapped around Yang Kai, forming a strange flower that reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He seemed to have been swallowed by the flower. Mi Tian frowned as he looked around nervously. He could tell that his attack had no effect and Yang Kai had escaped at the critical moment. "Want to kill me? The three of you don't seem to have enough weight." A sarcastic voice came from the side, causing Mi Tian's eyes to shrink as he quickly looked over, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void unscathed. Mi Tian's face suddenly became gloomy. Lai Feng appeared silently beside Mi Tian, a cold expression on his face, not saying a word. The three monster race rising stars joining forces might not be able to compete with an Origin King Realm Master, but they were absolutely invincible in the Origin Returning Realm. They were not ordinary Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were all top masters on Monster Star. However, the result of this battle made them feel a chill in their hearts. Without much effort, Yang Kai resolved their attacks one by one. Zhou Xian had been sent flying into the cave and even now there was no movement from him. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the remaining two were completely suppressed. Is this guy even human? Lai Feng's eyes twitched as he regretted getting involved in this mess. He knew that Yang Kai was extremely strong, otherwise he would not have been able to teach Zhou Xian a lesson back in the palace. So when they first entered the blood prison, he had invited Yang Kai to act together. However, after learning about the Origin Essence Crystal from Mi Tian and Zhou Xian, he could not just sit back and watch. The Origin Essence Crystal was too precious, so precious that he was willing to take a risk. Originally, he thought that if he joined forces with Zhou Xian and Mi Tian, Yang Kai would definitely be outnumbered, but judging from the short time they fought, the situation was not optimistic. This person was actually heaven-defying to such an extent. With just a second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivation, being able to achieve such a feat was unprecedented since ancient times, right? Lai Feng, you aren't regretting it, are you? You should know that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Today either he dies or we die. Mi Tian glanced at him with a gloomy expression. He was determined to kill Yang Kai. Lai Feng slowly shook his head. Once an arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. I naturally know that. And let's wait for Brother Zhou Xian to come out. Only if the three of us work together will we have a chance. Mi Tian did not refute. Facing Yang Kai, he had already put away his pride. The two stood there side by side, their eyes wandering between Yang Kai and the cave from time to time, their hearts burning with anxiety. Zhou Xian still did not move, as if he had really been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. However, this was impossible. Even if Yang Kai was powerful, Zhou Xian had still displayed his flood dragon transformation, so his defenses were impregnable. How could he have been killed by such an attack? Mi Tian and Lai Feng could not figure out what Zhou Xian was doing, and for a moment, both of them cursed Zhou Xian in their hearts, blaming him for dropping the ball at this critical moment. Right at this moment, an extremely tragic roar suddenly came from the cave. The roar was like rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. It's Zhou Xian. Mi Tian frowned, his expression becoming gloomy. He did not know why Zhou Xian was acting so crazily. Even if he was unwilling, he could have just rushed out and fought Yang Kai again, so what was the point of roaring like this? Something's not right. Lai Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate uneasily. Inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of crisis spread from the bottom of his heart, as if he did not retreat immediately, his life would be in danger. This kind of feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Like Mi Tian and Lai Feng, Yang Kai also stared towards the cave with a dignified expression, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, he was more curious about what Zhou Xian was doing, or if he was going to use some kind of earth-shattering secret technique. Chapter 1608. After a short while, Zhou Xian's roar suddenly subsided, as if someone had grabbed his throat and stopped abruptly. The moment his roar subsided, the rich demonic qi throughout Monster Mountain suddenly became turbulent, as if it had been summoned, and began to rush towards the cave. The cave was like the mouth of a beast, sucking in the frightening amount of demonic qi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the rich demonic qi that had been lingering in Demon Mountain for tens of thousands of years was completely wiped out. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Mi Tian and Lai Feng glanced at each other, seemingly unable to figure out the situation. Inside the cave, a ferocious aura was slowly recovering. This aura was so strong that it made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. Asterisk sha sha sha. Asterisk the sound of footsteps came from inside the cave, and a moment later, Xuelian's figure emerged from the cave entrance. At this moment he no longer looked as embarrassed and angry as before, and instead had a thoughtful look on his face as he spread his hands in front of him and stared at them carefully. A hint of hidden joy flashed across the depths of his eyes. "Xuelian, what are you doing?" Mi Tian shouted, his face filled with anger. He had just started fighting with Yang Kai, but Xuelian was acting so inexplicably, making Mi Tian extremely unhappy. Yang Kai was too strong, and even if the three of them joined forces, they were not completely confident they could kill him, so none of them could afford to take him lightly. "He seems to be a little different." Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the cave. "Let's kill Yang Kai first." Mi Tian coldly snorted before once again urging the strange flower to attack Yang Kai. Although Lai Feng felt that something was wrong with Xuelian, he knew that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, so his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, quietly approaching Yang Kai. Yang Kai focused most of his attention on Xuelian. At this moment Xuelian was completely different from before, and Yang Kai actually felt great pressure from his opponent. Xuelian also seemed to recover as his two blood-red eyes stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he muttered, "Shadow Vulture bloodline? Interesting, I didn't expect to run into the bloodline of an old friend right after I see the light of day again." After saying this strange sentence, he suddenly took a step forward. Ignoring the barrier of space, he actually went directly to a place more than 10 feet away. No one saw how he moved, but Yang Kai, who had been closely watching him, found a clue. It wasn't that it ignored the barrier of space, but that it was too fast, so fast that even his divine sense couldn't keep up. Xuelian stretched out his hand and seemingly casually grabbed towards the void. As he made a grabbing motion, the space around him abruptly congealed. A panicked figure appeared from within. It was Lai Feng, who had disappeared. Lai Feng's expression was filled with both shock and anger. He never thought Xuelian would come here and ruin his plans, so he hurriedly withdrew and asked for clarification. But Xuelian didn't give him this opportunity at all. Inexplicably, his blood-red hand covered in scales grabbed Lai Feng's neck. Yang Kai paled in horror while Mi Tian was also taken aback. No longer caring about attacking Yang Kai, Mi Tian glared at Xuelian and shouted, "What are you doing?" The three of them had joined forces to ambush Yang Kai, but now that the enemy was unharmed, Xuelian was actually targeting one of their own, making Mi Tian unable to bear it any longer. Xuelian didn't pay any attention to Mi Tian and instead lifted Lai Feng up high as if he was a child, staring at him with his scarlet eyes indifferently as he asked, "Who is that old fart Tianjiu to you?" Lai Feng finally realized something was wrong and desperately urged his monster qi to break free from Xuelian's control. But no matter how hard he tried, his monster qi seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. "You're not Xuelian!" Lai Feng exclaimed in horror. It was impossible for Xuelian to subdue him in a single move. Combined with the change in demonic qi back on Monster Mountain, Lai Feng immediately understood what was going on. Possession. Yang Kai and Mi Tian also reacted at the same time and called out in surprise. "You little brats have good eyesight." Xuelian cackled strangely, not trying to deny it. Instead, he shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, a look of greed flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Xuelian staring at him, not knowing what he meant. Xuelian no longer paid any attention to him, retracted his gaze and continued to ask, "Who is Tianjiu to you?" "He is my family ancestor." Lai Feng's face flushed red as he grit his teeth and replied, "Is he still alive?" Xuelian tilted his head. "My family ancestor fell a long time ago. May I ask who Senior is?" Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. When Tianjiu was alive, he was a top master on Monster Emperor Star. He was an extremely powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Unfortunately, he fell 10,000 years ago, leaving him as the strongest member of Lai Feng's bloodline to this day. He actually died. That's a pity. This king still has some old debts to settle with him. Shui Lian seemed a little disappointed as he grinned, but it doesn't matter, it's all in the past. Encountering his junior today can be considered as settling one of this old master's grievances. Who is senior? Lai Feng asked in a trembling voice. He could feel that Shui Lian was squeezing his big hand harder and harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This king was born in the same era as Tianjiu and had many grievances with him. Who do you think this king is? Shui Lian chuckled. Lai Feng's face turned pale as he trembled. You're the mad crocodile king. You actually fell here. Lai Feng was naturally familiar with the history of his family. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Tianjiu was alive, the shadow vulture lineage was extremely powerful and dominated almost all of Monster Star. Unfortunately, there was another powerful monster king who could compete with Tianjiu. That was the mad crocodile monster king. Now, after hearing Shui Lian's words, Lai Feng immediately understood his identity. The guy who possessed Shui Lian turned out to be the bloodthirsty and cruel mad crocodile monster king. It was rumored that his cultivation was earth-shattering, but his actions were bloody and cruel. Countless monster race and human race cultivators died at his hands. The entire Monster Star was turned upside down by him, which was why he was called the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Tianjiu tried to kill him many times but failed, and the enmity between the two masters grew deeper and deeper. But later he suddenly disappeared from Monster Star and no one knew where he went. Qiyu and the others knew that the Mad Crocodile King fell in the blood prison, but the younger generation did not know much about what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that he learned the truth, Lai Feng's courage almost shattered. Falling into the hands of such a monster race master, how could he have a good end? That's right, this king fell here, but this king can rise again today. Haha, since you are a descendant of Tianjiu, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into this king. Shui Lian sneered as he squeezed Lai Feng's neck with his big hand, and with a loud crack, Lai Feng's neck fell to the side and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lai Feng was dead. Shui Lian was now so powerful that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Mi Tian gulped as his face turned pale. Even when facing Yang Kai, he had not felt so powerless. The great reputation of the Mad Crocodile Monster King made him unable to even think of resisting. At the moment of Lai Feng's death, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. You think you can leave without this king's permission? Shui Lian suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mi Tian and casually stretched out his hand, causing a mysterious force to burst forth. The space in front of Mi Tian seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall that blocked his path. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he watched this scene and vaguely understood. This was the power of his territory. Although Shui Lian's aura was still at the peak of the Third Order Origin returning realm, the Mad Crocodile Monster King who possessed his body was a genuine Third Order Origin king. It was understandable that he could use some of the power of his territory. It turns out this kind of power can be used like this. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, seemingly very interested in Shui Lian's methods. Mi Tian failed to escape and immediately changed directions. Shui Lian coldly snorted and waved his hand, summoning a blood flood dragon that transformed into a rope-like existence that shot towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian flew into a rage and turned around, causing the strange flower to burst into thousands of petals that shot towards Shui Lian from all directions. At the same time, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance as he stared straight at Shui Lian. Shui Lian showed no fear and simply sneered contemptuously, soul-absorbing evil eye. Daring to use this against this old master boy, you're overestimating yourself. Saying so, his scarlet eyes suddenly became deep and dark, like a bottomless pit that swallowed up Mi Tian's evil eye. A terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Shui Lian's body. Mi Tian screamed miserably as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, his aura suddenly weakening. Not only did his evil eye not play any role, but it was also injured by Shui Lian, greatly damaging his soul. The blood-red rope instantly bound Mi Tian tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Shui Lian grinned fiercely as he raised his hand high and slowly clenched it into a fist. The blood-red rope that bound Mi Tian quickly tightened as Shui Lian's fist moved. Don't! Mi Tian cried out, but it was to no avail as the blood-red rope directly cut into his flesh and broke his bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Mi Tian's flesh and blood were sent flying, leaving no trace of his body behind. With just a wave of his hand he had killed 2 monster race rising stars. Zhou Xian lowered his head and stared at his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he muttered, "Good, good, the blood flood dragon bloodline really has its own uniqueness." He seemed very satisfied with his new body. But soon he slowly shook his head, raised his eyes and stared at Yang Kai with an even more fervent gaze, his eyes filled with greed. For him, Yang Kai's existence seemed to be more attractive to him. "You're not running?" Zhou Xian asked in amazement. Although he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements when he killed Mi Tian and Lai Feng, it was impossible for him to give him a chance to escape. However, this human just stood there and watched coldly, not even showing any intention of running away, which surprised Zhou Xian greatly. Chapter 1609. Why should I run? Yang Kai, who was standing there, raised his brow and asked, "Are you not afraid of death? Aren't you afraid this king will kill you?" Zhou Xian showed a look of interest. "It's not certain who will kill who. Senior's words are too confident," Yang Kai chuckled. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai seriously before nodding gently. "Although I don't want to admit it, you human are much better than my monster race's little brats. My monster race seems to be in decline right now. Senior is too kind." Yang Kai still wore an indifferent look. "But Senior doesn't need to act mysterious. Even if you were a monster king tens of thousands of years ago, now that you have taken over this body again, how much strength can you display? Be careful not to fail miserably. If that happens, you'll die a horrible death." Zhou Xian was startled but immediately burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder as he nodded. "Good, good, even though you know this king's identity, you don't show the slightest fear and are even able to speak freely with this king. You human brat, you're really not bad, making this king feel a bit reluctant to kill you. And this king has just taken over this body and has experienced tens of thousands of years of weakness, so he really can't display much of his strength, but killing you is not a problem. Moreover, you must die. This king likes the golden divine dragon source in your body, so hand it over obediently and this king can give you a quick death." "The origin power of the golden holy dragon?" Yang Kai frowned, revealing a look of understanding. "So it was Senior who wanted to kill me in the cave just now. No wonder I felt something was wrong." "Your perception is quite keen." Zhou Xian coldly snorted. "Enough nonsense, surrender obediently and this king won't be too cruel to you, but if you dare to resist..." "So what if I resist?" Yang Kai coldly snorted before his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. "This is..." Zhou Xian frowned, revealing a dignified look. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, Zhou Xian noticed a strange power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Soon Zhou Xian realized what it was and exclaimed, "Space Force." Zhou Xian's eyes flashed a terrifying blood-red light as his expression twisted with excitement. He had never expected that this human's body would contain so much wealth that even he coveted it. Not to mention that the golden divine dragon source power was something that every monster race powerhouse yearned to possess. Even this unorthodox space force was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. As long as he could occupy this human boy's body, whether it was the golden divine dragon source or the space force he cultivated, Zhou Xian could take it all for himself. Although Zhou Xian's original monster body had inherited an ancient bloodline, how could it compare to the golden divine dragon? Coupled with the space force he possessed, Zhou Xian felt that if he could seize Yang Kai's body, his cultivation would rise to a whole new level in the future. Good, good, good. The heavens are really helping this king. Zhou Xian laughed, his blood-red eyes filled with greed. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as a half-moon-shaped void crack suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of Zhou Xian. This void crack was 10 meters long and as soon as it formed, it shot towards Zhou Xian. A chaotic aura pulsed from this void crack, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was trying to banish Zhou Xian into the endless void. "Your use of the Tao of space has actually reached such a level," Zhou Xian exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Still standing in place without moving, Zhou Xian didn't even try to dodge, simply stretching out his hand and grasping forward. As he grasped, the rapidly advancing crescent-shaped void crack suddenly seemed to be bound by some kind of invisible force and stopped mid-air, unable to advance any further. Shuelian frowned as he madly pushed his monster chi and shouted, "Break for me." With a roar, the crescent-shaped spatial rift was crushed by him, and the space that was cut open twisted and squirmed for a while before repairing itself. Walla. A slight noise came from the soles of Shuelian's feet and a gray figure appeared above his head, gripping a black stick with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. What is this? Shuelian was taken aback. Even with his perception, he did not notice any trace of this figure approaching him until it broke through the ground. Looking at it carefully, Shuelian discovered that this figure was not made of flesh and blood, but more like a humanoid rock. It wasn't tall, only about the length of an ordinary person's thigh. However, the black stick it held in its hands gave off a power that made Shuelian tremble in fear. If this stick hit, Shuelian estimated he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. His face sinking, Shuelian coldly snorted as a blood-red mist suddenly filled his body, forming a solid defense around him. The black stick smashed down fiercely. With a cracking sound, the defense Shuelian laid down was unable to withstand the power of this stick and directly collapsed, allowing the black stick to continue smashing towards his head. Shuelian's complexion finally changed as he covered his body in blood-red scales and used his flood dragon transformation to meet the incoming stick with his fist. On his fist, not only was there a frightening energy fluctuation, there was also a strange aura. It was the power of territory. Kong. The blood-red and black lights collided and a dazzling halo burst forth. Shuelian's body sank as he was smashed directly into the ground while the small figure was also sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, but soon stood up, shaking its head as if nothing had happened. A high-pitched bird cry rang out as a strange fiery red bird suddenly appeared, its beautiful body swaying back and forth. Flapping its wings, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of fireballs containing terrifying power, instantly enveloping Shuelian's position. Shuelian's roar rang out in an instant as the sound of fireballs exploding echoed one after another. Yang Kai's figure once again appeared like a ghost, his expression indifferent as he swooped down from the sky, the verdant dragon bone sword already in his hand. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, a giant dark green dragon shook its head and wagged its tail before pouncing straight towards Shuelian, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Yang Kai used almost all of his strength, not showing any intention of holding back. The other party's strength was unfathomable, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary origin-returning realm master. The giant dark green dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Yang Kai then shot out hundreds of golden blood threads, sending them out like a mad dance cutting through space. "Little brat, you court death!" Shuelian shouted madly. He hadn't expected to suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands right after he saw the light of day again. He thought that Yang Kai was no different from Mi Tian and Lai Feng who he had killed before. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. The power of his territory seeped out from Shuelian's body, preventing the fireballs from entering within 10 meters of him and bursting apart. The giant dark green dragon was also sent flying by Shuelian's punch while the golden blood threads shot out by Yang Kai didn't have much effect, only leaving shallow scars on the surface of Shuelian's body. After being possessed, Shuelian's strength had become almost unimaginable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand, summoning the purple shield in front of him. The next moment, a giant blood-red fist slammed into it. Walla. The origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact that had followed Yang Kai for many years and had been repaired and refined several times by Yang Inflammation was blown apart, no longer able to provide any help to Yang Kai. The destruction of the purple shield slowed down the violent offensive of Shuelian's punch, allowing Yang Kai to meet it with his own. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force hit him head-on, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat as he was sent flying a few thousand meters before he was able to stabilize himself. After standing firm, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared forward. Over there, when the dust settled, Shuelian's hair was disheveled and his aura was violent. His face was ferocious and terrifying as his scarlet eyes stared straight at Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away. He seemed to be truly enraged. Yang Kai grinned as he calmed down. Just now he seemed to be going all out, but in fact it was just a test of strength. Now that he had obtained the result he wanted, Yang Kai was naturally happy. Shuelian was not invincible. He was afraid of the heaven-shaking pillar in the stone mongoose's hand, he was afraid of his golden blood threads, he was afraid of the verdant dragon bone sword, and he was also afraid of the firebird artifact spirit. All of Yang Kai's means could cause harm to him. This was more than enough. Yang Kai was afraid that no matter how hard he tried, Shuai Yan would remain unscathed. If that really happened, Yang Kai would immediately leave. If he couldn't even break his opponent's defenses, what was the point of fighting? While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, Shuai Yan's furious expression converged and he seemed to realize something, a look of dread appearing in his eyes. He finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. Yang Kai was different from Lai Feng and Mi Tian and was not an existence he could kill at will. This little brat is ridiculously strong. Sweeping his eyes over the firebird, the stone mongoose and the giant dark green dragon, Shuai Yan suddenly shouted, "Boy, you're really good. You cultivate the Tao of space so this king isn't sure he can kill you. How about this? You leave this king's origin essence crystal behind and we can shake hands and not cross paths from now on." "You want the origin essence crystal?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Yes, that is this king's monster core. This king will not give it up no matter what." "You think too much." Yang Kai chuckled. "Once the origin essence crystal is in my hands, it's impossible for me to return it to you. If you want it, you can take it with your own ability. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that you are a promising talent, I don't want to bully you and make things difficult for you here. Don't misunderstand my intentions." "Really? Why do I feel like Senior is lacking in confidence? Don't you want my golden holy dragon's origin power? If you kill me, everything will be yours. Why are you wasting your breath here?" Chapter 16:10. Shuai Yan's face sank. "Little brat, are you really not going to give me any face? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered contemptuously. "Good, there aren't many who dare speak to this king like this. Tianjiu, that old fart, is one of them and you count as another, but you will die here today." Shuai Yan roared as a blood-red mist suddenly emerged from his body and wrapped around him, making it impossible to see his figure from where he stood, only a blood-red cloud. Immediately, the blood-red cloud flew over at an extremely fast speed and wrapped around Yang Kai in an instant. From the blood-red mist, a terrifying and astonishing energy fluctuation burst forth and a blood-red light shot towards Yang Kai like a living creature. At the same time, a mysterious force began to spread. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his movements had become difficult and the Saint Qi in his body was faintly suppressed. Territory, territory. Yang Kai roared as his Shi madly spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse. However, his Shi was completely suppressed by Shuai Yan's domain and was unable to extend any further than 3 inches out of his body. Shi close to the grand accomplishment stage. Shuai Yan shouted in surprise, "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, you've condensed your Shi to such a degree, but you're still not good enough." Shuai Yan grinned as he separated a thick blood qi from his body and transformed it into a flood dragon that rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was condensed from the mad crocodile monster king's own malevolent aura. As long as an ordinary cultivator was invaded by this aura, they would immediately lose their mind and become the demon race. Although Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this aura, how could he let it get close to him? Hundreds of golden blood threads lingered around his body, as if he had grown hundreds of arms, waving them about. The pressure from Yang Kai's territory was greatly reduced. Golden blood threads had the magical effect of breaking Shi, and since Yang Kai's territory was an evolved form of Shi, golden blood threads also had a slight restraining effect on it. 1 or 2 threads might seem insignificant, but when hundreds of them were released together, the effect was obvious. Yang Kai's power instantly spread to a foot away from his body. With a wave of his hand, the giant dark green dragon turned into a streak of green light and flew back into his hand, transforming back into the form of the dragon bone sword. A loud dragon roar rang out from the sword as Yang Kai gripped it with one hand, poured his Saint Qi into it and swung it forward fiercely. A dark green sword light tore through space and tore the blood-red violent aura in half before slashing towards Shuai Yan, who was hidden in the blood fog. Shuai Yan didn't dare to face this attack head-on and could only dodge, but before he could react, a burly figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The stone mongoose. At this moment the stone mongoose had transformed into a stone giant, and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand had also become extremely terrifying, reaching a length of 15 meters. The pitch-black giant staff carried with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it viciously smashed down at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was shocked and didn't dare take the heaven-shaking pillar's attack head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged again while at the same time sending out a punch. This punch, which contained a terrifying amount of power, smashed into the stone mongoose's chest. With a loud bang, the stone mongoose was forced back a few steps as stone fragments flew out from its sturdy chest. The stone mongoose was obviously stunned. Since its birth, it had never been injured by anyone. Today was the first time. Even if it only lost a few stone fragments, it was still an injury. The stone mongoose's round eyes suddenly flashed a cruel brilliance as it stretched out its hand and pounded its chest, causing a loud bang to ring out. Immediately, a terrifying scorching power spread from the stone mongoose's body. This scorching aura seemed to want to incinerate everything in the world as it erupted from inside the stone mongoose. The surface of the stone puppet's body suddenly melted, and its entire body turned a fiery red. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He didn't know what the stone mongoose was doing. He had never seen the stone mongoose change like this before. He hurriedly retreated to avoid a direct confrontation with Zhou Xian and paid close attention to the stone mongoose. He didn't know whether this change was good or bad for the stone mongoose. Soon, a layer of liquid appeared on the stone mongoose's body, like rolling lava, covering its entire body. At first glance, the stone mongoose seemed to be wearing lava armor. The lava armor was steaming hot, and even Xianxia didn't dare to approach it. Sun's true fire. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He could feel the power of the sun's true fire from the lava armor. In an instant Xianxia realized what was going on. The stone mongoose had indeed swallowed the sun's true fire in the past, but after so many years the stone mongoose hadn't used this power, so even its master Xianxia didn't know what the stone mongoose was capable of. But today Zhou Xian's punch had undoubtedly enraged the stone mongoose, so it had decided to use its full strength. The stone mongoose in its lava armor suddenly transformed into a lava giant. It held the incredibly thick heaven-shaking pillar in one hand and clenched its other hand into a fist. A sinister grin appeared on its usually simple and honest face, giving it a strange appearance. Dang dang dang. The stone mongoose stepped forward and rushed into the blood cloud without fear, swinging its huge fists towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian let out a strange cry as the thick blood cloud began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was being evaporated by the sun's true fire. After a dozen or so punches, Zhou Xian's figure reappeared. His face was ashen as he looked fearfully at the lava giant that was constantly closing in on him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even with his profound knowledge, he couldn't tell what kind of monster this creature in front of him was. The first time it attacked him, it was only half the height of a person, appearing small and delicate. The second time it attacked him, it suddenly became tall and powerful, and now it had transformed into a giant of lava. Zhou Xian retreated again and again, not daring to confront the stone mongoose head-on. The firebird took advantage of this situation and spat out a barrage of large and small fireballs. Not only were these fireballs scorching hot, but they also contained arcs of lightning. The firebird had also swallowed the sun's true fire, allowing it to grow by leaps and bounds. It had also swallowed the heaven's scorching thunder fire, allowing its flames to fuse with the violent nature of thunder. Its flames were even more terrifying than the stone mongoose's. What it lacked was the stone mongoose's terrifying strength, but it was much more agile. With two great helpers, one on the ground and one in the sky, they were able to force Zhou Xian into a situation where he was unable to fight back. Xianxia grinned. With just the firebird and the stone mongoose, Zhou Xian was already at a disadvantage. Even if he had been a monster king for tens of thousands of years and could still use a trace of the power of his territory, his strength was still limited by the body he possessed. If he was at his peak, he would have been able to kill Xianxia on the spot. A peak third-order origin king was no joke. However, now that he was a dragon swimming in shallow water, he couldn't stir up any waves. Scram! Zhou Xian was in a difficult situation and couldn't help roaring as he steeled his heart and threw a punch at the stone mongoose, the huge force behind it forcing the stone mongoose back several dozen meters. However, Shuelian's fist was also scorched black and filled with a nauseating smell. In the next moment, Shuelian did not stop and instead avoided the crazy attacks of the firebird and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was the key figure in this battle. As long as he killed Yang Kai, the stone mongoose and firebird, who obeyed his orders, would not be able to play much of a role. Shuelian made up his mind and attacked with all his strength, seemingly trying to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. The power of his territory surged again and covered Yang Kai, allowing Shuelian to viciously rush forward. Yang Kai's shirt erupted from his body and resisted the power of the territory, but he was quickly forced back. Shuelian had already closed in and was grinning fiercely as he let out a fierce roar. This roar was as harsh as a sword, as if hundreds of sharp swords were stabbing into one's soul, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze. "Boy, you're finished!" Shuelian shouted wildly as he reached out to grab Yang Kai. "Not necessarily." Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile as his body shook violently and a roar came from his throat. Dragon transformation. A golden light burst forth and a golden scale armor suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's right arm, wrapping him up completely. His 5 fingers shone brilliantly and his entire hand became terrifying, as if it had transformed into a dragon claw. The divine dragon's pressure filled the air. A trace of fear instinctively flashed across Shuelian's eyes as the infinitely rising momentum around his body suddenly fell. The pressure of an ancient spirit had a suppressive effect on any monster race, let alone an emperor among divine spirits. Whether it was Shuelian's body or Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul, they were both just wild variants that could not be compared to the golden divine dragon. Kai Yang stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers closed together like a sharp sword, fiercely thrusting forward. A light poochie sound rang out. Shuelian's seemingly invulnerable body was directly pierced through by Yang Kai's right hand, as if it was tofu, not encountering any resistance at all. A heartbeat sounded from Shuelian's chest as Yang Kai's dragon transformation right hand grasped his heart. Shuelian froze in place as his big hand that was reaching out towards Yang Kai stopped above his head, his eyes trembling violently. "I'll send you on your way." Yang Kai grinned as he squeezed his right hand and crushed Shuelian's heart. "Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Before Shuelian died, he suddenly laughed strangely. As his heart was crushed, the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's face sank as he faintly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw, however, he saw a blood-red light suddenly shoot out from Shuelian's head and rush straight towards his own without the slightest pause. This blood-red light revealed a very strange aura and tore through the defenses of Shuelian's knowledge sea. "So that's what you were planning." Yang Kai suddenly woke up and did not dare to neglect, quickly immersing himself in his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Inside his knowledge sea, the sea of conflagrated knowledge sea roared. An unfamiliar figure stood in midair, looking around in shock and amazement. He found that this place was somewhat different from what he had imagined. "If you're planning to seize my body, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai looked at this strange figure and sneered. Chapter 16:11. Mad Crocodile Monster King had never taken the survival of Shuelian's body seriously. He had pretended to fight Yang Kai in close combat so that the moment Yang Kai relaxed, he could rush into his knowledge sea with his soul avatar and seize his body. He had almost succeeded. His soul avatar had broken into Yang Kai's knowledge sea as he wished, and now he only needed to swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar before he could occupy Yang Kai's body and enjoy the many mysteries it contained. Mad Crocodile was confident in this. Although he had been dormant for tens of thousands of years and his soul had been constantly weakened by the flowing time Great Emperor, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. His spiritual energy was still far superior to that of an ordinary origin returning realm master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seize Shuelian's body in such a short time. Shuelian was an elite among origin returning realm masters. However, as soon as he entered this incomparably hot sea of knowledge world, he faintly felt that something was wrong. "Your soul is actually a variant soul," Mad Crocodile exclaimed. "You must be joking." Yang Kai looked at him faintly, not in a hurry to take action, his indifferent tone as if he was chatting with a friend. Mad Crocodile frowned as he looked around. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a 7-colored island in the center of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. In an instant, Mad Crocodile's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled them. Pointing his finger, he asked in a trembling voice, "Is that the legendary soul-warming lotus? Does Senior know about the soul-warming lotus?" Yongkai was surprised. Mad Crocodile's face sank. "This king has drunk more water than you have walked. The soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure. How could this king not have heard of it? This little brat actually has the soul-warming lotus." What surprised him the most though was that this soul-warming lotus was actually 7-colored. With such a supreme treasure nourishing his knowledge sea, it was no wonder this brat's knowledge sea was so strong and his knowledge sea was so thick. It was rumored that this thing could constantly nourish a cultivator's soul and strengthen their soul. If it was used for a short time, its effects would be obvious, but if it was used for a long time, its effects would be remarkable. It was enough to save a cultivator countless years of hard work. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Mad Crocodile was alive, he had naturally heard of the soul-warming lotus, but unfortunately he never had the chance to see it. Crocodile had never expected that tens of thousands of years later, when he possessed Yongkai's body, he would actually see it with his own eyes. Yang's crocodiles was, or had evolved crocodile evolved to, soul. The former was more likely more. The evolution of the soul-warming lotus was extremely difficult, so how could it easily evolve into its 7-colored form? Crocodiles is. Mad Crocodile's heart was filled with emotion. He was able to become a monster king because of his talent and bloodline. He also had many fortuitous encounters and worked hard to achieve his status and strength. However, compared to Yongkai's, his fortuitous encounters were simply a pile of garbage. He looked greedily at the 7-colored treasure island and took a deep breath as if to calm his excitement. He turned his head, looked at Yongkai solemnly and said in a loud voice, "Boy, this king has indeed underestimated you. It seems that there will be a hard battle ahead. I just don't know who will die in the end." The other party's soul power was not below his own, and he also had the soul-warming lotus to assist him. Mad Crocodile Monster King was not completely confident that he could devour Yongkai's soul avatar. He regarded the other party as an opponent who could confront him head-on. "I think the latter is more likely." Hearing this, Yongkai chuckled, his face calm and confident. He did not put Mad Crocodile Monster King in his eyes at all. "Boy, you're too arrogant. It's time to teach you a lesson, lest you underestimate the heroes of the world. You don't believe me?" Yongkai tilted his head and looked at him with a sarcastic smile. "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. The sooner I kill you, the sooner I'll be done." As he spoke, Yongkai stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. Mad Crocodile did not know what Yongkai was going to do and looked up suspiciously. An extremely strange oval object was imprinted in his eyes. In the middle of that object there was a gap. At first glance it looked like a closed eye, mysterious and unfathomable. Following Yongkai's finger, the gap slowly cracked open. Immediately, a golden light bloomed from it. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, finally forming a pillar of light that shone down from the sky, enveloping Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. Inside that golden light, there seemed to be a 5-colored glow mixed with it. An extremely mysterious power wrapped around Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar, making him unable to move as if he was bound by this golden light. "What is this?" Mad Crocodile cried out in horror. As soon as he was illuminated by the golden light, he realized that something was wrong. His soul force was like a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, quickly evaporating and melting. This discovery made him turn pale with fright and he desperately resisted. The golden light was somewhat scattered, and the 5-colored glow contained within it seemed to show signs of being unable to restrain Mad Crocodile Monster King. Yongkai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. The demon eye of annihilation was the great demon god's divine technique. It could produce a soul annihilation golden light which had a strong restraining effect on the soul. Yongkai had used it countless times to no avail. Although the great demon god was only a saint king at the time of his death, his divine technique was now in Yongkai's possession, and the power of the soul annihilation golden light had also increased along with Yongkai's strength. What's more, the soul annihilation golden light was now mixed with the power of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's soul, and when combined with the soul annihilation golden light, its power was even greater than before. Even so, Mad Crocodile Monster King couldn't be killed in one fell swoop, which showed how pure and powerful his soul force was. However, this was also understandable. After all, Mad Crocodile was a Monster King level master. It would be unreasonable if he could be killed so easily. Yang Kai grinned and didn't make any moves. With a single thought, the roaring flame-like sea water rushed from all directions, turning into a giant wave that rushed towards Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. In an instant, the place where Mad Crocodile stood was wrapped in fiery red spiritual energy. No! Mad Crocodile's screams resounded. Amidst the sea of flames, he struggled to resist. Powerful soul skills erupted one after another, shooting out in all directions. Mad Crocodile, in this place I am the master. You dared to come here, you're digging your own grave. Yang Kai shouted, fiercely urging his soul force to exert pressure on Mad Crocodile. The soul annihilation golden light, the colored glass divine light, and the conflagrated divine sense, all three of them worked together, turning Mad Crocodile's knowledge sea upside down. Mad Crocodile's screams and roars were endless, sounding extremely tragic, but no matter how he struggled to resist, he still couldn't escape the shroud of the golden light. Under the golden light, his soul force was melting at an extremely terrifying speed, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. As time passed, his screams gradually weakened and his resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, he didn't respond. After Yang Kai waved his hand to calm the tumbling divine sense and withdrew the power of the demon eye of annihilation, there was only a massive energy left in the knowledge sea. Mad Crocodile's soul force had long been destroyed. Looking at this massive energy, Yang Kai's eyes burned brightly. This was what Mad Crocodile left behind after he was strangled, and it contained his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of his territory. This was the life experience of a third-order origin king. Its value was immeasurable. If he could absorb this massive energy, Yang Kai estimated that he should be able to grow tremendously, likely saving him many years of cultivation. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't wait to summon his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea, turn his head and look around. Arriving in front of the dead Zhou Xian and the other monster race newcomers, Yang Kai took out their monster cores and space rings, summoned a mass of demonic flames, and burned their corpses clean before turning around and rushing back into the cave. Zhou Xian, Mi Tian, and Lai Feng were all extremely famous and powerful origin returning realm masters on Monster Star. It could be said that they basically represented the highest level of combat power in the origin returning realm. Their monster cores were naturally extremely valuable. Yang Kai did not use their corpses to condense blood beasts. Now that he had enough means to deal with his enemies, he was not in a hurry to refine blood beast. 3 monster cores equivalent to peak 9th order monster beast cores, if used well, could be used as pill spirits. He could definitely refine 3 origin king grade spirit pills. Yang Kai decided to use these 3 monster cores for alchemy. Monster cores of this grade were rare. Inside the cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, carefully absorbing the essence of the pure energy he had just absorbed, his face sometimes filled with excitement and joy, sometimes filled with confusion and amazement. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, inside the stone pavilion, Luo Hai's eyes were closed tightly, motionless. However, his divine sense was roaming the void, enveloping the entire blood prison. Although he could not perceive it too clearly, he could still perceive some general things. Now his divine sense was completely focused on Monster Mountain. As if he had discovered something, his body had been trembling slightly since half an hour ago, and a storm had been raging in the depths of his heart. Because of the request of the old woman surnamed Lei and the others, Luo Hai had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. When Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, Luo Hai had noticed it, and he had also noticed the changes in Monster Mountain. When the aura of the origin essence crystal hidden in Monster Mountain disappeared, Luo Hai also noticed it. The origin essence crystal had been stored there for tens of thousands of years, but as soon as Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, something happened. What could this mean? Luo Hai understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. The origin essence crystal had been taken away by Yang Kai. This was a treasure that even Luo Hai coveted. Hiding the excitement in the depths of his heart, Luo Hai did not show the slightest trace of it on the surface, so as not to expose any flaws, but secretly began to plan. An origin essence crystal left behind by a Monster King level master was not something Luo Hai would let go of. It was the key to his breakthrough to the Third Order Origin King realm. Perhaps he could use this Origin Essence crystal to break through his current shackles and reach the supreme peak. That Monster King was not the only Third Order Origin King who died in the blood prison, as many as 3, but the Origin Essence crystals of the other 2 had long since been taken away. Only that Monster King's Origin Essence crystal was extremely difficult to obtain and no one could obtain it. The rich demonic chi that shrouded Monster Mountain made it impossible for any human origin returning realm master to approach it. This time someone had finally succeeded, so how could Luo Hai let it go? Chapter 16:12. Luo Hai already regarded the Origin Essence crystal as his own. He had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, as the Star Master of Green Mountain's star, as long as Yang Kai was still on Green Mountain's star, he could not escape his control. When the time came, Luo Hai could ask this little brat for the Origin Essence crystal and give him some rewards. If he was willing, Luo Hai felt he could even accept him as a disciple. This was a great honor, an opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. For many years, Luo Hai had not been so excited, but at this moment he almost couldn't control himself. If not for fear of the other Origin Kings in the Stone Pavilion seeing through his disguise, he would have already laughed heartily. Master Luo Hai, the blood prison will close in 10 days, right? The old woman surnamed Lei suddenly asked. N. Luo Hai nodded after hearing this. There are indeed only 10 days left. When the time comes, the power of the territory inside the blood prison will fully erupt and those little brats will have no choice but to withdraw. I wonder what their harvest was this time. By the way, is that Second Order Origin returning realm brat safe and sound? Hearing her ask about Yang Kai, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards Luo Hai, obviously concerned about Yang Kai's life or death. He's fine, this king thinks he'll be able to come out alive. You don't have to worry about his safety. Good, as long as he can come out alive, this old woman will immediately invite him to join Sword Union. The old woman was overjoyed. This little brat's future is boundless. Although there have been some Second Order Origin returning realm masters who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth who entered the blood prison, none of them were able to come out alive. If he can accomplish this, his future will definitely be bright. This old master can't wait to meet this little brat. I really want to know what his origins are. And looking at his performance, there will definitely be a place for him in future stars territory. Everyone chimed in one after another, obviously having a very high opinion of Yang Kai. Luo Hai just smiled and did not interrupt. Only he understood that Yang Kai was more outstanding than everyone imagined. Inside the cave of the Monster Mountain, Yang Kai was completely immersed in his meditation, completely unaware of the passage of time. Slowly he frowned and opened his eyes. Yang Kai noticed that the atmosphere in the blood prison had changed a little. In the Monster Mountain, there was a trace of territory's power flowing over. Before coming here, Chiyu had said that once the aura of the blood prison changed, they had to leave immediately. Otherwise they would die without a burial place. When such a change occurred, within 5 days, the entire blood prison would become a forbidden area that no one could set foot in. It would be a chaotic territory that would only calm down after 1,000 years. It was time to leave. He slowly stood up and inspected his gains. He was beaming with joy. He felt that his understanding of force had become much clearer, and he was only one step away from mastering it. This step seemed very close, but it was as if there was a thin layer blocking his understanding of force. However, this was not a big deal. After absorbing the spiritual energy of Mad Crocodile Monster King, as long as he thoroughly comprehended it, it would not be difficult for him to reach the grand accomplishment stage in his sure. Moreover, when he broke through to the Origin King realm in the future, it would be easy for him to form his own territory. Yang Kai could not enjoy this kind of benefit now. Only when his strength reached the Origin King realm would he be able to show it. Walking out of the cave, Yang Kai identified his bearings before his figure flickered and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly disappearing. 2 days later, in a basin, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. "Boy, you're here." A figure suddenly flashed from the side and landed in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. "Senior Bahi." Yang Kai gently nodded to him. "I thought you were dead, boy. I didn't hear any news about you." Yu Xiong popped out from an unknown corner and greeted Yang Kai casually while sweeping his eyes over him, seemingly trying to see if he was missing an arm or a leg. "Yang Kai." Shanqing Luo smiled like a flower and landed directly beside him, holding his arm. Shui Sun appeared immediately after Shanqing Luo but only nodded lightly to Yang Kai, not saying much. You're all here, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Have you obtained the thing adoptive mother gave you? Yu Xiong walked up to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a round crystal-like object and tossed it to Yu Xiong. Yu Xiong caught it nervously and held it in his palm to examine it carefully. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this seemingly pure and flawless crystal, everyone's eyes burning with passion. This is an origin essence crystal? He gulped as he stared at the origin essence crystal without blinking. Even the most indifferent Shui Sun's breathing became slightly faster. This isn't a fake, is it? Yu Xiong looked up at Yang Kai. What do you think? Yang Kai sneered. It doesn't look fake. Yu Xiong shook his big head and said so, quickly taking out a jade box from his space ring and carefully placing the origin essence crystal inside. After carefully putting it away, he looked up at Yang Kai and said with a complicated expression, Boy, you're quite straightforward. This is the first half of the monster transformation secret art that adoptive mother gave you, take it. Saying so, he threw an ancient book to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, flipped through it, and after confirming there were no problems, nodded, Senior Chiyu's task is complete. Now that this thing is in your hands, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Don't worry, Yu Xiong grinned. There are so many of us here, there's no need to worry about losing it. Yang Kai no longer said anything, turned his head to Shanqing Luo and whispered, Come with me, I have something to say to you. Okay. Shanqing Luo nodded and followed Yang Kai to a spot not far away. Seemingly realizing something, Shanqing Luo's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Atop the pile of rubble, there was nothing but desolation and devoid of any emotion. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo stared at each other, an atmosphere of reluctance filling the air. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and asked, I met some guys before and seemed to have a conflict with you. One of them said he injured you. How are your injuries? It's nothing serious, I was just shaken by his Saint Chi. It can't even be considered a minor injury. Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head. Are those guys dead? Since they had encountered Yang Kai, it would be strange if they were still alive. You're much stronger than I am now. When we were in the ash-gray cloud evil land, I was the one who sheltered you, Shanqing Luo chuckled. Only a few years had passed since then, yet that fledgling boy from back then had already surpassed her. And this was even when she possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Back then it was pretty good. Yang Kai's eyes showed a look of reminiscence as he smiled ambiguously. Shanqing Luo obviously understood what he was referring to and shot him a flirtatious look. Do you want to go back to Monster Star? Yang Kai suddenly asked. I owe adoptive mother a debt of gratitude, so I can't just leave like this. Shanqing Luo's expression became sad. Moreover, I don't want to drag you down in the future. I am now a half-monster and Monster Star is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. If I leave with you, I will only become a burden to you in the future. I don't want that. Yang Kai gave her too much pressure. If she wanted to be with this man forever, she couldn't be greedy for a moment of pleasure. Shanqing Luo understood this better than anyone else. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. He had already thought about these things, so when Shanqing Luo said it out loud at this moment, he wasn't surprised at all. What about you? Are you going to leave? Yes. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I've brought the people from the central capital and Tong Xian realm out. I'll take them to a cultivation star called Shadowed Star, which is very remote. If there is a chance, I'll come back to Monster Star to see you. Shanqing Luo bit her red lips and clenched her fists, her pair of enchanting eyes becoming misty as she faintly said, When we parted that year, it has been 30 years since we last met. Now that we have parted, I don't know when I will be able to see you again. Yang Kai stretched out his big hand, held her small hand and pulled her into his arms, placing her hand on his heart. Shanqing Luo looked up, her beautiful eyes shining with an amazing brilliance. Blushing slightly, she held Yang Kai's hand and also placed his hand on her heart. You have me in your heart, and I have you in my heart. The two of them were well aware of this, so there was no need for words. Standing on tiptoe, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. Young people. Not far away, Bahi sighed as he stood there with his hands behind his back looking up at the sky. It looks like I've decided to become your brother-in-law. Zhou Xian giggled as he winked at Xuesun to the side. Xuesun's face was also red, even her neck, as she lowered her head and stared at the ground, seemingly trying to find an ant on the ground. Breathing heavily, Yang Kai's blood began to boil as he tasted the sweetness and beauty of Shanqing Luo's body. Although the beguiling demon queen looked extremely charming and alluring, this was the first time Yang Kai had experienced such a thing, so it was inevitable that he wasn't her opponent. Soon, Shanqing Luo threw away her armor and was utterly defeated, her whole body seemingly falling through the clouds as if it was no longer her own. Suddenly, Yang Kai screamed and covered his mouth with his hand. Shanqing Luo took this opportunity to escape from his evil clutches and took a few steps back, her expression still not disappearing as she grit her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai asked, feeling wronged. "I wanted to give you a souvenir, lest you forget me after a long time." Shanqing Luo giggled, tears falling from her eyes as she whispered, "Hurry up and leave if you don't. I'm afraid I won't let you leave." She seemed to have made a very difficult decision as her tender body trembled slightly. Yang Kai licked his lips and nodded, "Then take care of yourself." After saying so, he took out a space ring and handed it to Shanqing Luo. "Take this and don't tell anyone about it." "What's inside?" Shanqing Luo looked at him suspiciously. "You'll know in a moment." Yang Kai grinned but did not point it out. Glancing over at Bahi and the others, he said loudly, "You should leave as well, there's no need to wait for Zhou Xian and the others." As soon as these words fell, Space Force wrapped Yang Kai and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shanqing Luo opened her mouth but in the end nothing came out. Chapter 16:13. Bahi and the others stood in place and looked at each other. Shanqing Luo was in a daze as she held the space ring in her small hand, which still seemed to contain the warmth of Yang Kai's body. She probed it with her divine sense and after seeing what was inside she was shocked. Inside the space ring, there were at least 200 territory stones neatly arranged. She almost thought she was seeing things, but after confirming it carefully she found that these things were really territory stones, each one exuding a gentle territory field aura. So many. Shanqing Luo was shocked and her tender body couldn't help trembling. One had to know that she had been wandering around the blood prison all this time and had only obtained 3 territory stones. Even so, she felt that she had gained a lot. Yu Xiong had only obtained 1. As for Bahi, he had only obtained 2. But Yang Kai had casually given him 200 territory stones. This number was enough to drive anyone crazy. Where did he get so many territory stones? After recovering from her shock, Shanqing Luo smiled happily and sweetly, gripping the space ring even harder. With so many territory stones, she was confident that she could break through to the Origin King realm in a very short time and would not become a burden to Yang Kai in the future. "We don't need to wait for Zhou Xian and the others?" "What do you mean?" Yu Xiong looked confused. Bahi's face changed as shock filled his eyes. Obviously, he understood and waved his hand. "Let's go, there's no need to wait." Xuesun also understood and her figure flickered, arriving beside Shanqing Luo and pulling her towards an extremely hidden void corridor nearby. The void corridor that existed in this basin was connected to a place 1,000,000 kilometers away from Green Mountain Star. The monster race cultivator who came from Monster Star would always leave from here. With the cultivations of Bahi, Yu Xiong and the others after leaving the void corridor, it would take them 3 or 4 months to fly through the star field before returning to Monster Star. Fortunately, there wasn't much danger along the way, so there was nothing to worry about. 2 days later, Yang Kai left the blood prison and came to a vast wasteland. Sporadic cultivator appeared one after another from the blood prison, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Without exception, everyone had an excited expression mixed with sadness. What was exciting was that they had walked out of the blood prison alive. Taking a trip to the blood prison meant that one day they might be qualified to condense their share to the grand accomplishment stage and break through to the Origin King realm. Even if they were unable to break through to the Origin King realm in the future with this experience, they could still become outstanding Origin returning realm masters. Sadly, many of their companions had died. For some forces, the cultivator that entered was completely annihilated, such as the few people from Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame sect. On the wasteland, countless cultivator raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for the disciples of their sect to walk out. Once they discovered something, they would greet them with smiles on their faces and greet them warmly, their eyes filled with covetous and hopeful expressions. Naturally, no one came to greet Yang Kai. He had rushed over from Monster Star, and Shanqing Luo and the others who had come with him had all returned. Yang Kai didn't care about the excitement of others and instead released his divine sense to search for traces of Qian Tong and the others. He had come out relatively late, so Qian Tong and the others should have come out much earlier. Soon Yang Kai found something and turned his head in a certain direction. Not far away, a group of people who seemed to have some background were surrounding a beautiful young woman, trying their best to invite her over. Everyone's expression was extremely sincere as they offered tempting offers. "Madam, if you have nowhere else to go, why don't you come to my Blue Radish sect? With your cultivation and strength, as long as you join, you can become an outer sect elder and enjoy your own spirit peak. Every month you will receive a large number of spirit stones and pills. My Blue Radish sect has 72 main peaks, but one of them is empty and has yet to find a suitable owner. Blue Radish sect is nothing. Madam, come to our Heavenly Dream Temple. My Heavenly Dream Temple has an Origin King Realm Master, and every 3 years, there will be an opportunity to impart cultivation experience and explain the mysteries of our territory. Madam, you can't miss it. If Madam can come to Imperial Spirit Pavilion, this old master can guarantee that you will become an inner sect elder. My Imperial Spirit Pavilion will do its best to help you cultivate and break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible." The beautiful young woman turned a deaf ear to the noise around her and just stood there with a frown, as if she was waiting for someone, looking around from time to time. Annoyed by their chatter, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry everyone, but this mistress already has a sect and does not intend to leave, so please don't waste your time here." "It doesn't matter if you have a sect." The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion who had invited her to join before laughed. "This old master did not ask you to leave your current sect. Madam can join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion with your current identity. There is no conflict." In order to win over this beautiful young woman, this old man seemed to have set a very wide bottom line, not minding which sect she originally came from. "Sorry, I don't have such an idea." The young woman still shook her head. "Elder Lin." Yang Kai walked over and greeted the young woman. Hearing this call, Lin Yuраo's beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly turned her head and said cheerfully, "Sect Master, you finally came out." Yang Kai nodded lightly before looking around. "Why are you alone? Where are Qian Tong and the others?" Lin Yurao opened her mouth and showed an embarrassed look. "It's not convenient to talk here, let's talk while walking." Seeing her look change, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded. "Okay. Friend, please wait." Seeing Yang Kai about to take Lin Yurao away, the people who had surrounded her before suddenly became anxious and quickly blocked Yang Kai's path. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. The old man who spoke before smiled meaningfully, cupped his fists and politely said, "Friend, are you the sect master of this lady's sect?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "It's nothing, this old master is the great elder of Imperial Spirit Pavilion and is here on behalf of Imperial Spirit Pavilion to invite this lady to join our pavilion as an inner sect elder." The old man saw that Yang Kai was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and couldn't help looking down on him. Otherwise, why would he try to poach her right in front of Yang Kai? After all, this kind of thing was somewhat immoral. "Do you also have the same intention?" Yang Kai looked at the others. "That's right." Those people all nodded, their expressions calm. "What do you think?" Yang Kai turned to look at Lin Yurao. "Sect master need not ask, this mistress will not leave High Heaven sect." Lin Yurao brushed her hair behind her ear and responded faintly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Did you hear that? And I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Yang Kai prepared to lead Lin Yurao out. "Lady, do you want to reconsider this offer? If you think this old master's sincerity is not enough, we can still discuss it further." The old man still chattered as he chased after Lin Yurao. Scram! Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he shouted at the old man. Seeing this old man greet him with a smile, Yang Kai didn't intend to embarrass them, so he asked Lin Yurao. However, this old man still refused to back down after receiving Lin Yurao's answer, clearly not putting him in his eyes at all. This was blatant contempt. Yang Kai wasn't made of mud, so how could he not have a temper? The old man was stunned for a moment before his face became gloomy and he grinned meaningfully. "Boy, this has nothing to do with you, you'd best shut your mouth obediently or else." Or else what? Yang Kai stared back at him coldly. Or else you'll regret it. Don't think you can act so rampant just because you're a sect master. Who do you think you are? As the sect master of a sect, you can't even compare to an elder of your sect. What kind of sect master are you? In my opinion, this lady's talent is wasted on you. It would be better for her to join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion as soon as possible. That way she'll have a bright future. As the old man spoke, the other cultivator who had invited Lin Yurao before also began belittling Yang Kai's cultivation, trying to persuade him to let go and not delay Lin Yurao's future. What's all this noise for? Yang Kai was annoyed and coldly said, Elder Lin has already rejected you, yet you still insist on pestering her. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Does this old master need to put you in his eyes? What a joke. The old man coldly snorted. The others also looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, obviously not putting him in their eyes. The conflict here attracted the attention of many people. Seeing that Yang Kai, a trivial second-order origin returning realm cultivator, had actually provoked so many enemies at once, many of them showed looks of sympathy, thinking that Yang Kai had eyes but failed to see and was about to suffer a big loss. Old man, if you don't want to die, don't provoke him. Don't be fooled by his low cultivation, he's not someone you can deal with. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out, causing the old man and the others to frown. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw an ordinary-looking young man standing in place with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his face. Being belittled like this, the old man was naturally angry and his face sank. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a 3-petal flower embroidered on the chest of this young man's robes and his expression changed. Seemingly thinking of something, he politely cupped his fists and asked, Dare I ask this friend who is Master Wu Dao to you? The young man said lightly, He is my master. There was a burst of gasps as everyone stared at the young man in shock, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of envy. Heavens, this person is actually Master Wu Dao's disciple. It is rumored that Master Wu Dao did accept a disciple 50 years ago, but unfortunately no one knew who that disciple was, but it turns out to be him. He actually came to participate in the blood prison trial. What did he mean by that sentence just now? Could it be that this second-order origin returning realm brat also has a great background like him? After learning that this young man turned out to be Wu Dao's disciple, everyone's look towards him changed, becoming one of awe and envy. The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion no longer dared to underestimate what this young man had said before and frowned. Friend, dare I ask just now? The young man still had his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. You heard everything, so why bother asking? If you want to die, keep provoking me. The old man's face paled as he stared at Yang Kai in fear. He seemed to have seen some kind of huge backer behind Yang Kai and no longer dared to act presumptuously. Chapter 16:14. Yang Kai was also confused at this moment as he stared at this young man in confusion. From the reactions of the people around him, Yang Kai had already judged that this young man's background was definitely not trivial. This so-called Master Wu Dao was definitely an Origin King Realm Master. Otherwise, the people around him would not have reacted so exaggeratedly. But why did this guy want to help him? Moreover, Yang Kai felt that this young man was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Friend, I've returned the favor in the blood prison, so from now on, we don't owe each other anything. The young man grinned at Yang Kai. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly realized. He had indeed seen this young man before, but it was only once. This young man was one of the 30 people who had safely withdrawn from the Stone Mountain in territory at that time. Before leaving, this young man nodded lightly to Yang Kai to express his gratitude. However, there were too many people at that time, so Yang Kai had not paid much attention. It turned out that this young man's so-called favor was referring to this. Yang Kai finally understood. The other party was obviously thanking him for reminding him loudly at that time, saving him from a life-threatening situation. This young man was quite interesting. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists and introduced himself. Yang Kai. Subin Bai. The young man returned the gesture. Yang Kai gently nodded, faintly feeling that this young man was not simple. This was not because he had an Origin King Realm Master as his master, but because he himself was not trivial. This was a pure intuition that had no basis to speak of. But Yang Kai believed in his intuition. However, the two of them did not have much friendship, so Yang Kai had no intention of speaking to this young man. Just as he was about to leave with Lin Yurao, the surrounding world energy suddenly shook, as if an invisible sledgehammer was striking the void. This vibration was transmitted to everyone's hearts, causing everyone's expression to change. Soon, a mysterious force was transmitted from a distant place, piercing straight into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled as he looked in that direction. Su Binbai also had a surprised expression. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression kept changing. Someone is about to break through to the Origin King realm. A trembling voice suddenly sounded. His words were earth-shattering. Everyone turned to look at the speaker in unison, their expressions aghast. Are you serious? Yes, this is definitely a sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. This old master was fortunate enough to witness it once before, and although it has been many years, the memory is still fresh. This feeling is exactly the same as it was back then. Someone is definitely about to break through to the Origin King realm. The man who spoke with certainty. He must be an expert who came out of the blood prison. Looks like he obtained a lot of benefits from the blood prison. He actually broke through as soon as he came out. The blood prison is really a good place to gain experience. This person is really lucky. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go watch the fun. Breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can see casually. I wonder which guy's luck is so good. The breakthroughs of Third Order Origin returning realm masters were generally well prepared. Those who belonged to sects would naturally break through within their own sect. When they broke through, their sect's spirit arrays would be fully activated and all security measures would be put in place to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Those who did not belong to sects would also invite trusted friends and family to find a hidden and safe location. Very few people did not make full preparations. As such, it was extremely rare to see an Origin King realm breakthrough. But right now, there was a master in this vast wasteland who was about to break through his own shackles. This person was obviously not prepared and was acting in a hurry. Such a lively scene was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. How could the countless cultivator outside the blood prison miss such a good opportunity? Observing an Origin King realm master breakthrough was an experience for everyone. It was an opportunity for them to learn something from the Central Territory's territory that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. So, after guessing the truth of the matter, the cultivator gathered outside the blood prison summoned their star shuttles, transformed into multicolored streaks of light and flew off into the distance. Sect Master. Lin Yurao's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression and could not help frowning. If I'm not mistaken, the person breaking through should be Qian Tong. Lin Yurao quickly said. What? Yang Kai was shocked as his expression suddenly became solemn. Are you sure it's Elder Qian? There's an 80% chance. Lin Yurao bit her red lips lightly. The reason why Elder Qian did not wait for you here was because he felt his aura fluctuate and showed signs of breaking through, so he quickly left. He wanted to find a safe place to break through, but now it seems it's too late. Let's go. Yang Kai immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If the person breaking through was indeed Qian Tong, the current situation was not optimistic. Outside the blood prison, there were now at least 1,000 cultivator, 70 to 80% of whom were Origin returning realm masters. At this moment, all of them were rushing towards the place where Qian Tong was breaking through. If they disturbed him, at best he would fail to break through and at worst he would die on the spot. Yang Kai did not know what kind of grand scene would occur when he broke through to the Origin King realm, but inferring from the commotion caused when he broke through to the Origin returning realm, it was definitely not a trivial matter. The baptism of world energy was a huge test for Qian Tong, so at this time no one could disturb him. Unexpectedly, it was Qian Tong who took the lead in crossing this threshold. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, when he separated from Zhou Xian in the territory, Qian Tong had not shown any signs of breaking through, so in the past 10 days or so he had definitely encountered another opportunity. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and without using his star shuttle, a pair of almost transparent wings appeared behind him. The faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard as a stream of light flashed across his wings, surpassing one cultivator after another. Suddenly Yang Kai seemed to sense something and turned his head to the side. Not far away, A figure was running side by side with him, and when this figure noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he turned his head and smiled at him. Su Bin Bai. This guy was really not simple. Not only was he able to keep up with Yang Kai's speed, but he was also able to do so with ease. Brother Yang, your wings are quite interesting. Su Bin Bai glanced at the wind and thunder wings behind Yang Kai, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. Every time the wind and thunder surged, Yang Kai's figure would leap forward, forcing him to use all his strength to catch up. You're not bad yourself. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Likewise. Su Bin Bai smiled lightly before asking thoughtfully, Brother Yang, since you're so nervous, could it be that the person who broke through has something to do with you? If it's that person, then it has something to do with me. Yang Kai was not in the mood to chat with him and simply nodded seriously. Oh. Then this Su congratulates Brother Yang first. The appearance of an Origin King Realm Master in the sect is an incredible event. If there is anything this Su can do for you, Brother Yang, don't hesitate to ask. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks, Brother Su. The other party being willing to help was naturally a good thing. Although Yang Kai did not know what level of Origin King Wu Dao was, from the way everyone treated Su Bin Bai before, Wu Dao was an extremely powerful existence even among Origin Kings. Using Yang Kai's tiger skin as a banner would make things easier. While the two were talking, they arrived at their destination, and with a flicker, Yang Kai fell from the sky like a meteor and landed beside the group on the ground. The next moment, Su Bin Bai landed lightly, his movements casual and elegant. Sect Master, you're here. Yang Xiaozhu and Chu Han-yi saw Yang Kai arrive and were both shocked as they hurriedly saluted. Mou nodded lightly. Zhao Tianze was also here and stepped forward to greet Yang Kai. After sweeping his eyes over them and confirming that everyone was safe, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Was it Elder Qian? Yes. Chu Han-yi frowned. It happened so suddenly that we were all caught off guard. Obviously, they also knew the seriousness of the situation. Breaking through here could turn a joyous occasion into a bad one. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly. Originally, this old master was going to take him to a place with a price of 500,000 spirit stones. That place was very secluded and the world energy there was rich enough, but Elder Qian, it's not your fault, Yang Kai frowned. By the way, City Lord Zhao, what happened to Elder Qian inside? How did he suddenly break through? He didn't encounter anything special, but after separating from you, Elder Qian explored a few whirlpools in the territory and seemed to have gained a lot, Zhao Tianze replied respectfully. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The people who had followed Yang Kai to Green Mountain Star were all third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivators who had been stuck in the Origin Returning Realm for many years, but all of them had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King Realm. All they lacked was an understanding of Shi. As long as they could cultivate their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they could break through. Qian Tong had obviously met this requirement. This was his opportunity as well as his destiny. As they spoke, more and more cultivator rushed to this place, and the world energy aura around Qian Tong became more and more violent. Faintly, a mysterious power began to fill the air. At first it was very slow, but in the blink of an eye it exploded. Qian Tong's Shi. It enveloped an area of a few hundred meters, and within that area, the sound of wind whistled as tornadoes of various sizes took form. They connected the heavens and the earth, and they completely covered an area of a few hundred meters, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. Qian Tong's Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his own unique strength had been integrated into it. Sure enough, it's the sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King Realm. The cultivators who arrived at this place shouted loudly, each of them staring at the front with wide eyes, as if they wanted to see more clearly. Some people even passed by the position where Yang Kai and the others were, observing from a very close position while comprehending the many mysteries hidden in the heavens and earth. This was Qian Tong's comprehension of the mysteries of the Origin King Realm, and when one broke through, it would spread out unreservedly, greatly attracting any Origin Returning Realm Master. Yang Kai's face sank as he flew up into the sky, cupped his fists and called out loudly, "Everyone, please don't get too close, lest you disturb the state of mind of this Yang Senior." The cultivator who was closer looked up at him and curled their lips disdainfully, not paying any attention to him at all. Chapter 16:15. breaking through to the Origin King realm was a once-in-a-10,000-year opportunity, even rarer than the blood prison trial. How could they give up this opportunity just because of Yang Kai's words? All of them wished they could get closer. Please give this Yang some face, this Yang will be grateful. Yang Kai was extremely annoyed and wished he could use force to deter these people, but for the sake of Qian Tong's breakthrough, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and act politely. Who do you think you are? We're not hindering anyone by standing here. We're not causing any trouble. Is this your home? Why are you not allowing others to stand here? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. That's right, a trivial second-order origin returning realm cultivator dares to point fingers here? Be careful this old master doesn't cripple you. Young man, where do you think it's cool? This is not a place where you can speak at will. The group of people ridiculed him, not taking him seriously. Yang Kai's face turned livid. Everyone, when others are at a critical moment in their breakthrough, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come here and be so long-winded? When you break through, this Su will also come and disturb you, how about it? Su Binbai grinned meaningfully, his voice not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Boy, who are you? Young people nowadays really don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Speaking so unscrupulously, sooner or later they'll suffer a big loss. You court death. That guy is Senior Wu Dao's disciple, how dare you speak to him like that? Not everyone was unaware of Su Binbai's origins. Someone had overheard the conversation between Su Binbai and the Imperial Spirit Pavilion elder outside the blood prison and naturally knew that his identity was not trivial, so they quickly whispered a warning. What? Master Wu Dao's disciple? Are you sure? No way, rumor has it that Master Wu Dao hasn't shown his face for hundreds of years. When did he ever accept one? Believe it or not, hehe, don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer a loss. That's true, look at the pattern on his chest, it's clearly the symbol of Master Wu Dao's three-flower divine art. Only those closest to Master Wu Dao are eligible to wear it. My God, Master Wu Dao's disciple, his future achievements will be limitless. It can't be fake, right? Who dares to use this pattern as a joke? Are you tired of living? In that case, this person is really Master Wu Dao's disciple. After knowing Su Binbai's identity, the cultivator who was so arrogant and didn't take Yang Kai seriously turned pale. They regretted that they had spoken rudely without knowing Su Binbai's background. Su Binbai grinned meaningfully. What's more, he is about to break through to the Origin King realm, yet you dare to act so presumptuously? Aren't you afraid he will find trouble with you after he succeeds? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. If Su Binbai's identity made them wary, then these words made them terrified. Just now they were only interested in watching the fun and were curious, so they didn't think of this. After being reminded by Su Binbai, they realized how stupid they were. Indeed, this person was about to break through to the Origin King realm. If he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This person would definitely be annihilated by the world energy baptism, but if that person succeeded in breaking through and became an Origin King realm master, wouldn't he settle accounts with Yang Kai? Continuing to stand here and watch was simply courting death. At this point all of them turned pale. The cultivator who shouted at Yang Kai before cupped his fists to Su Binbai and said, "Many thanks for the reminder." Saying so, he hurriedly retreated, an awkward smile on his face as he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Little brother, I apologize for offending you just now. This one was not considerate enough, I hope little brother won't blame me." The others also chuckled and tried to appease him. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly as he nodded gently. "Everyone is too polite, this Yang also made a mistake just now. As long as you stand a little further away and don't affect this Yang senior's breakthrough, this Yang will not interfere." Good, little brother is straightforward, this one and everyone here thank you. After the disturbance was resolved, almost all the nearby cultivator took the initiative to retreat. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han-yi, and the others secretly wiped their cold sweat. Yang Kai landed, nodded lightly to Su Binbai and said gratefully, "Many thanks, Brother Su, for helping me out. I will remember this favor." "It's a small matter, Brother Yang doesn't need to worry," Su Binbai smiled freely. At that moment there was an uproar. Heavens, Master Luo Hai is here. The movement here really alarmed Master Luo Hai. After all, he is the Star Master of Green Mountain's Star. So many Origin Kings. Isn't that Senior Lei of Sword Union? Look, that's our Purple Star's Senior Li Wan Ning. That's old Jiao of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. The 7 or 8 origin kings were all recognized. After all, they were not like Wu Dao, who was always elusive. Although they also lived in seclusion, they would still occasionally show their faces and had great fame throughout the entire star territory. These origin kings came from the distant horizon, led by Luo Hai, with the others following closely behind, arriving in the middle of the crowd in the blink of an eye. An invisible force spread out from these people, and all the people who were close to them involuntarily retreated a large distance. The area of 300 feet around them automatically became a vacuum zone. This time the blood prison opened and Origin King was born. Looking at this person's posture, he has obviously touched the threshold of territory. If he is lucky, he will definitely break through. Old Jiao of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce clicked his tongue as his hawk-like eyes pierced through the mountain range of world energy and stared directly at Qian Tong's position, saying suspiciously, "This old master has never seen this person before and does not know which great force he comes from." The beautiful woman from Purple Star, Li Wanning, giggled, "Old Jiao, are you trying to win him over? So just say so, why bother hiding it? How is this old master hiding anything? Aren't you all thinking the same thing?" Old Jiao snorted lightly. Everyone else just smiled and said nothing. Obviously Old Jiao was right. This person must be won over, but this old woman is also quite interested in that mysterious little brat. "Master Luo Hai, where is that little brat now? Is he also here?" The old woman from Sword Union leaned on her walking stick and asked while looking around with a smile. Whenever she found a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she would stare at them for a while. Luo Hai's expression flickered, but he didn't try to hide it and nodded. "He is indeed here. As for who he is, I think it won't be difficult for you to find out with your divine senses, right? Since Master Luo Hai says so, we will show you our incompetence." A burly man grinned meaningfully and immediately released his powerful divine sense. Everyone else did the same. In an instant, 7 or 8 divine senses belonging to Origin King Realm Masters appeared and enveloped all the cultivators present, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines as they had no idea what these masters were trying to do. "It's him!" Old Jiao suddenly shouted as his eyes fixed on Yang Kai, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Immediately after, everyone noticed the existence of Yang Kai. After all, of the 1,000 or so people present, there were not many second-order origin returning realm masters, and among these second-order origin returning realm masters, Yang Kai's Saint Qi was the most condensed and his vitality was also the most vigorous. "This little brat is really good. Look at how condensed his Saint Qi is. It's more than twice that of an average third-order origin returning realm master. No wonder he was able to slaughter his way through the blood prison." Old Jiao smiled with satisfaction and gently nodded. This old woman is curious about what kind of body tempering he underwent. His physique seems quite powerful. A trace of suspicion flashed across the old woman surnamed Lei's eyes. "This little brat is extraordinary. What are you standing here evaluating him for? Just go over and talk to him. Are you afraid he'll eat you?" The beautiful woman Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled, swaying her hips as she walked towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly frowned. The arrival of these origin kings stunned Yang Kai for a long time. He thought that the sound of Qian Tong's breakthrough had attracted them, causing him to feel uneasy, not knowing what they wanted to do. Each origin king realm master possessed incredible strength, so with 7 or 8 of them here at once, anyone would feel uneasy. Just as Yang Kai was feeling anxious though, he saw the beautiful woman actually walk towards him and stare at him, causing him to feel confused. Following behind this beautiful woman, the others also stared at him and walked over. What do they want to do? Yang Kai involuntarily circulated his Saint Qi as a look of vigilance filled his face. With his current strength he could be considered invincible under the Origin King realm, but facing an Origin King, all he could do was flee. If he made a single mistake he would be instantly killed. The gap between the Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm was too great, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators stuck in the third-order Origin Returning realm for their entire lives. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Origin Kings in the territory. "Brother Yang, don't be nervous." Su Bin Bai's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's vigilance and chuckled. "They shouldn't have any malicious intent towards you." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. "And after every blood prison trial, the origin kings of the various great forces will try to win over some outstanding cultivator, and this time is naturally no exception. I think they probably have taken a fancy to you and want to win you over, not harm you. Win me over. Yang Kai frowned. I wasn't the only one who came out of the blood prison. Why did they suddenly find me? Su Binbai smiled brightly. This is naturally because Brother Yang's performance in the blood prison was impeccable. To be honest, this Su feels a lot of pressure facing you. My performance? How did they know about my performance in the blood prison? Yang Kai's face sank. They probably don't know, but Senior Luo Hai of Green Mountain's star can sense some things. He is the Star Master of Green Mountain's star, Su Binbai explained. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly realized something was wrong. Chapter 16:16. As Star Masters, they could indeed perceive the movements of stars that had been refined into star essences at will. However, doing so would consume a great deal of mental energy. No Star Master would be so bored as to spy on something at will. If they had the time and energy to do so, they might as well enjoy themselves. Yang Kai naturally knew this. Xia Ningchong was also a Star Master, but her situation was quite special. With her ability, she was able to perceive the situation all over Tongxian realm. Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, many times stronger than Xia Ningchong, so it was not difficult for him to perceive the situation inside the blood prison. Seeing the change in his expression, Su Binbai immediately knew what he was afraid of and chuckled. Brother Yang, you don't need to be too nervous. The territory of the blood prison is so powerful that even Senior Luo Hai may not be able to perceive it too clearly. Not too clearly? Yang Kai raised his brow. And it is said that the blood prison is under the control of the previous Green Mountain Star Master who took the initiative to use the source strength of this star. The previous Star Master was a third-order origin king, a minor realm higher than the current Senior Luo Hai. Before Senior Luo Hai's strength can match that of the previous Star Master, he won't be able to perceive everything, Su Binbai explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his tense expression relaxing a little. However, even if Su Binbai said so, he was still a little uneasy. The movement in the Stone Mountain territory was one thing. At that time, the Stone Mongoose had acted stealthily, so even Luo Hai would not be able to discover it. Yang Kai was not worried about this at all. However, what happened in Monster Mountain made him feel a little uncomfortable. Qiyu and the others knew that there was an origin essence crystal there, so how could Luo Hai, as the Star Master of Green Mountain's star, not know? He had also fought with Mad Crocodile Monster King on Monster Mountain, and the origin essence crystal had been taken away by him. Did Luo Hai know about this? Yang Kai did not dare to make an arbitrary judgment, but the origin essence crystal was of great importance. It was something even Qiyu coveted. Qiyu and Luo Hai had similar cultivations, so if Qiyu wanted it, Luo Hai would definitely want it too. Many thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind like lightning, but Yang Kai took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal as he glanced over at Luo Hai, who was wearing a golden crown. The other party was also paying attention to him, and when their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a flash of light in Luo Hai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart sank. What's your relationship with Master Wu Dao? The beautiful woman walked in front of Yang Kai and was about to ask him a few questions when she suddenly saw Su Binbai standing beside Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes swept over the three-petal flower pattern on his chest and she asked in surprise. That's my master. Su Binbai replied, neither servile nor overbearing. Master Wu Dao is your master? Li Wanning couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, looking shocked. What? This little guy belongs to Master Wu Dao? The many origin kings who followed exclaimed, as if they had discovered something incredible, all of them looking at Su Binbai with interest. Even Luo Hai, who had the strongest cultivation and highest status among the crowd, showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, he had not expected that someone with such a background would come to this year's blood prison trial. Su Binbai greets seniors. Although Su Binbai was Wu Dao's master, he was still a junior. So in front of so many origin kings, he didn't dare act arrogantly and bowed respectfully. Good little brother Su doesn't need to be so polite. And there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so polite. This Zhou was fortunate enough to meet Master Wu Dao once 500 years ago, and thanks to his guidance he was suddenly enlightened and broke through to the origin king realm. If we really count, Master Wu Dao can be considered this Zhou's half-master. You and I can even be considered brother and little brother. The brawny man smiled kindly at Su Binbai. As an Origin King Realm Master, he obviously didn't care about his own identity at all, instead vigorously praising Wu Dao. Senior Zhou is too serious. This junior dares to call Senior Zhou brother. Su Binbai smiled slightly, his attitude humble. Good, Master Wu Dao finally has a successor. Little brat, do your best and don't lose face for Master Wu Dao. Junior will remember Senior's teachings. Su Binbai responded respectfully. When we meet again, Master Wu Dao, send this Luo's regards to him, Luo Hai said kindly. Junior will definitely pass on these words. Su Binbai nodded. Master once said that in the future territory of the Star Territory, if there are no accidents, the first to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm will be Senior Luo Hai. When the many Origin Kings heard this, they all looked at Luo Hai with admiration, as if receiving such an evaluation from Wu Dao was a great honor. Is that so? Luo Hai raised his brow, showing a proud look as he laughed. In that case, this Luo will not disappoint Master Wu Dao's expectations. Junior wishes Senior the best of luck in getting what you wish for. Good, let's not talk too much. You should go about what you came here to do. Luo Hai chuckled as he looked at Yang Kai with great interest. How should I address this little brother? The beautiful woman Li Wanning was the first to ask, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. Everyone else also stared at him expectantly. Yang Kai. Everyone heard this and frowned, looking at each other in confusion before slowly shaking their heads, indicating that they had never heard this name before. Generally, rising stars in the Origin Returning Realm had some reputation, but this was the first time they had heard the name Yang Kai. Why does this old master feel like he has heard someone mention you before? Only old Jiao showed a thoughtful expression. Senior. This is old Jiao of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. The beautiful woman took the initiative to introduce Yang Kai. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Senior Jiao may have heard it from Shui Yu. Old Jiao's eyes lit up as he nodded. Yes, I heard it from Third Young Master. This old master remembers when Third Young Master returned from the Emperor Garden last time, he did mention you. Little brother, are you acquainted with Third Young Master? Yang Kai braced himself and nodded. Not only was he acquainted with Shui Yu, that woman could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This must be fate. Old Jiao was overjoyed. Someone who can make Third Young Master constantly think of you is really not a trivial matter. Little brother, are you interested in joining my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? With your aptitude, you can definitely become a senior executive of my Chamber of Commerce in the future. You probably know how powerful my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is in the Star Territory, right? Hey old Jiao, this mistress came here first, okay? Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable? Li Wanning saw old Jiao being so blunt and suddenly felt a little unhappy. There's no such thing as first come, first served in this kind of situation. The first to arrive gets the prize. Old Jiao laughed and continued to entice Yang Kai. Little brother, Shui Yu's Third Young Master rarely cares about anyone. This old master also knows a little about your aptitude and strength. If you join my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, this old master can make the decision to give you. Old Jiao set out a series of conditions, causing all the nearby cultivators to breathe heavily as they stared at Yang Kai with envy and jealousy, all of them wishing they could rush up and beg old Jiao to let them join Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Don't listen to him, what's so good about Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Li Wanning sneered, immediately turning her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai. Little brother, as long as you agree to join our Purple Star, I will satisfy all of the conditions old Jiao gave you and can even find you an Origin King Realm Master to personally guide you. Of course, if you don't mind, this queen can also personally instruct you. What do you think? You two don't need to talk nonsense here. Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? The old woman surnamed Lei couldn't help jumping out, slamming her dragon head walking stick on the ground as she stared at Yang Kai and said, Little brother, join our sword union. Our sword union welcomes young and fresh blood. As long as you agree to join now, this token is yours. Saying so, a dark token suddenly appeared in the old woman's hand. That token was neither gold nor jade. It was unknown what material it was made of. There was a sword-shaped symbol on the token, and there was a faint murderous aura emanating from it. A sword union elder token. Someone who knew what sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at this token with a burning gaze. No way, this is a sword union elder token? A second-order origin returning realm cultivator can become a Sword Union elder? Senior Lei is really bold. In the entire Sword Union, there are only 10 great elders, each of whom is a peerless character. Tezkeife, with this elder token, you can mobilize a large part of Sword Union's manpower, financial and material resources. You won't have to worry about anything in the future. What's so good about this little brat? Why are there so many masters competing to win him over? Among the onlookers there were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and those who were confused. No one understood why these origin kings did not try to win over so many third-order origin returning realm masters but instead went to great lengths to invite a second-order origin returning realm master. No one here is worse than him, right? Everyone felt indignant and unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in their hearts. With the three great forces each offering a price, the other origin kings were also unwilling and one after another tried to win over Yang Kai, each of their expressions extremely sincere. Only a lone origin king realm old man remained indifferent. He had only come here to purchase territory stones. Junior understands what seniors mean. Yang Kai waited for them to finish before nodding seriously. He had never expected that he would attract so much attention as soon as he came out of the blood prison. These origin kings had come here just to win him over to join their forces. Every one of them had an amiable attitude and their expressions were very sincere. But the more they acted like this, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt in his heart. Since they were inviting him so enthusiastically, it seemed they had some understanding of his performance in the blood prison, otherwise how could they act like this? And the reason they could understand was all because of Luo Hai. I can't stay here for long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to wait for Qian Tong to successfully break through and immediately find an opportunity to leave Green Mountain's star. Since you understand, what's your decision? Li Wanning asked nervously. From Luo Hai they deeply understood just how outstanding Yang Kai was. Since ancient times, no second-order origin returning realm cultivator had ever come out of the blood prison unscathed. Yang Kai was the first to do so. This alone was enough for them to win him over. Not to mention that with their eyesight, all of them could see that Yang Kai possessed some kind of mysterious ability. He was definitely a genius among geniuses, and none of them wanted to miss this opportunity. Chapter 16-17. Above the vast wilderness, 7 or 8 origin kings stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. The eyes of the thousands of cultivator also focused on Yang Kai, and for a time the limelight of Qian Tong breaking through to the origin king realm was stolen. Su Bin Bai stood to the side and smiled, not showing any surprise at all. It seemed to him that Yang Kai being roped in by so many people was a normal thing. Seniors, I understand what you mean. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but please forgive this junior for being presumptuous. This junior is unable to enjoy everyone's kindness, so this junior must thank everyone for their favor. Old Jiu looked stunned, not having expected that Yang Kai would refuse the sincere invitations of so many origin kings. Won't you consider it carefully? Li Wanning was also quite surprised. Originally, they had already guessed before coming here that Yang Kai would not be able to refuse such an invitation and would at least join one of them. However, he had refused all of them, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers also burst into an uproar. Is this boy a fool? With such a great opportunity in front of him, why would he let it go? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Why did we come here? Isn't it all for these opportunities and resources? Now that all of these are in front of him, why would he refuse? Why didn't I get such a good opportunity? How infuriating. Senior Jiu, I am willing to join Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Please take me with you. Senior Lei, I've been admiring the Sword Alliance for a long time. Please accept me. Senior Li, the scene was chaotic. The 8 origin kings whose invitations were all rejected by Yang Kai were stunned and somewhat uncomfortable, but when they saw others joining in the commotion, their faces sank and they released some of their strength. Who could resist the anger of an origin king? Noticing that these masters were not in a good mood, the chaos came to an abrupt end and no one dared to act presumptuously. Little brother, have you made up your mind? Li Wanning looked at Yang Kai with some disbelief. She really couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so indifferent. The conditions she offered weren't bad, it could be said that they were already the best treatment she could offer, and she had even said that she would personally guide him. Having the personal guidance of an origin king realm master was the dream of any origin returning realm master. He actually wasn't tempted? Yes, do you want to think about it again? Elder Jiu looked at Yang Kai unwillingly. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled. Seniors, this junior appreciates your kind intentions, but this junior really has no intention of joining any force. Hearing his words, everyone revealed looks of pity. After all, if they missed out on such a good seedling, who knew when they would be able to meet another one in the future? Good, since this little brother is not willing to join, there is no need to force him. Aren't there many good candidates here? Don't you have any other ideas? Luo Hai smiled gently. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, so this old master won't force him. Little brother, if anyone wants to join my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, feel free to come to my Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, and find this old master. The door of the Chamber of Commerce will always be open to you, and the conditions this old master proposed before will not change. Elder Jiu nodded gently to Yang Kai. My sword union is the same, the old woman surnamed Lei followed. The others also expressed that if Yang Kai wanted to join, he could look for them. The origin kings who had gathered around Yang Kai dispersed and began searching for other outstanding candidates. They had come to Green Mountain's Star this time to lead their forces to participate in the blood prison trial and also to recruit new blood after the trial was over. However, Yang Kai's performance was simply too outstanding, so all of them had set their first goal on Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had rejected them, they naturally could not miss out on other candidates. In an instant, many people gathered around the Origin King Realm Masters, all of whom volunteered to join them. Luo Hai did not move and simply stood in place. Yang Kai looked at him and thought for a moment before cupping his fists to Luo Hai and saying, "Many thanks for senior's help, this junior will remember." Luo Hai glanced over at him and chuckled, "No need to be polite, this king is Green Mountain Star Master. This is what this king should do." And seeing the worried look on your face, does this friend who is breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with you? Yang Kai did not deny it. In front of such a master, denial was meaningless, so he simply nodded and said, "Yes, he is an elder of mine." No wonder you weren't interested in these people's attempts to win you over. It turns out your family's elder is about to break through to the Origin King realm. Luo Hai seemed to understand something and chuckled. This king is a little curious. Where did you come from? How come everyone here is so outstanding? Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Xiuzhu Tu Han Yi, and the others who had been standing next to Yang Kai. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that these people had reached the peak of the Origin Returning Realm and only lacked some comprehension of sure to break through to the Origin King Realm. In other words, these people were absolute elites among the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was reluctant in his heart, he still replied, "We are from Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star. Luo Hai frowned. Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he was still quite unfamiliar with the name Shadowed Star. Glancing over at Yang Kai meaningfully, he chuckled and said, "It must be a good place." He thought that Yang Kai had casually fabricated the name of a star to fool him. However, Luo Hai had no intention of pursuing the matter and simply fell silent, staring forward indifferently as his thoughts ran wild. Yang Kai also raised his eyes and paid close attention to the location of Qian Tong. Over there, Qian Tong's shore had spread to a radius of 10,000 meters, with countless large and small tornadoes shuttling back and forth. Sometimes a large tornado would split into several smaller tornadoes, and sometimes several smaller tornadoes would gather together to form a large tornado. The ground within 10,000 meters looked as if it had been plowed by an iron plow, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. An astonishing and terrifying amount of world energy gathered in the sky, gradually forming ink-like dark clouds. These dark clouds were like a blanket that pressed down on the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frightened. He could sense that the dark clouds contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy of the world. It was an existence that even he was extremely wary of. This was not the end though, as the surrounding world energy was still gathering towards this place. Time passed by little, and the noisy scene gradually subsided. The Origin Kings who had been recruiting talents also gradually returned, each of them with great gains. However, the treatment of the people they had recruited was quite different from the one they had given Yang Kai before. Not only did they have to accept some difficult tests, but even if they passed these tests and were eligible to join the forces of the Origin Kings, they would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as Yang Kai. No one dared to complain. Bargaining with an Origin King Realm Master was no different from courting death. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the location of Qian Tong as several Origin Kings gathered together and whispered amongst themselves. Soon they seemed to have obtained some information from Luo Hai, and all of them turned to Yang Kai in surprise. "Little brother, is the person who is breaking through your elder?" And Yang Kai nodded. "Does he have the same temper as you?" Old Jiu quipped. They all felt regretful that they had failed to win over Yang Kai, but at this time, there was another person more worthy of winning over, and that was Qian Tong, who was on the verge of breaking through. No matter what, Yang Kai was just a good seedling with excellent aptitude. His future was still uncertain. Star territory was vast and there were countless geniuses, but most of them fell during their rise, unable to reach the peak of the martial Dao. On the contrary, there were some who had been silent all this time who had the last laugh and achieved great fame. There were so many Origin Kings present, and not all of them were top geniuses, but they were now the most powerful group of cultivators in the star field. Relatively speaking, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's weight were different. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a genuine Origin King. Each great force did not have many Origin King Realm Masters, so the addition of one would greatly improve the strength of their force. It could be said that they were determined to win over Qian Tong. Of course, the premise was that the other party could successfully break through. "Do you want to win him over?" Yang Kai quickly understood. And Old Jiu nodded. "If that's the case, you can talk to him yourselves when the time comes. Whether he is willing or not is up to this junior and senior." "You little brat." Old Jiu smiled helplessly. At that moment, everyone stopped talking and focused their attention on Qian Tong's breakthrough. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, faintly feeling that something was wrong. For some reason, although the dark clouds were constantly growing and absorbing the world energy within a 10,000-kilometer radius, Qian Tong was still not undergoing a baptism. Breaking through to a great realm was bound to be accompanied by a baptism of world energy, allowing the cultivator to break through their own shackles. However, this baptism was still delayed, so the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, making everyone feel uneasy. "Brother Yang, the concentration of world energy here doesn't seem to be enough." Su Binbai suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered. "Is that the problem?" Yang Kai showed a look of astonishment. "And because I am at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and can break through to the Origin King Realm at any time, before I came out, my master gave me some instructions on how to break through. Everything else is fine, but when breaking through, the world energy must be maintained at a sufficient level. My master told me to find a place with sufficient world energy when breaking through." Su Binbai explained. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Although Green Mountain Star's world energy was quite good, it was still divided into different places. The world energy in this vast wilderness was not very strong, so it was obviously not enough to meet the requirements for Qian Tong's breakthrough. "Is there a solution?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. "Naturally there is a solution." Su Binbai didn't answer, but Old Jiu suddenly laughed. "If the world energy isn't enough, just find a way to supplement it. Saint crystals are the best choice. Little brother, do you want this old master to lend you some saint crystals? This old master doesn't have much, but he has enough saint crystals." Chapter 16-18. Old Jiu was obviously expressing goodwill. He was eager for Yang Kai to ask him to lend him some saint crystals. As long as Yang Kai accepted this favor, everything would be easy to negotiate. After all, taking advantage of others was the shortest path. "This queen also has a lot of saint crystals." Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he ignored them. How could he not see what these people were thinking? If he really wanted to lend them some saint crystals at this time, it would be a huge favor. This matter was related to Qian Tong's breakthrough and whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm. "How many saint crystals do you have?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yang Xiuzhu and the others. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi, and the others exchanged glances before each taking out their own saint crystals and handing them to Yang Kai. "So little." Yang Kai swept his divine sense and roughly counted, his brow furrowing. The total number of saint crystals each of them possessed was only about 5 million. This was not a small amount. After all, it was more than enough to meet everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, when they left Shadowed Star, the saint crystals allocated from the sect were basically all taken care of by Yang Kai. Those saint crystals had already been used back on Zhou Xian realm when his little senior sister was refining the star source of the stars. Yang Kai did not have many saint crystals on hand. He could not help feeling a little troubled as he quickly rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai found the saint crystals belonging to Mi Tian, Shuel Yen, Lai Feng and the others, but even after pooling all their saint crystals together, there was still no more than 10 million. They had all come to the blood prison trial, so who would bring so many saint crystals with them? Is that enough? If not, I can lend you some. Su Binbai saw Yang Kai's worried look and took the initiative to ask. How could I accept that? Yang Kai smiled wryly. He had never expected that one day he would be worried about saint crystals. In the past he had always spent saint crystals freely regardless of the number. What's the matter? Saint crystals are just worldly possessions, Su Binbai grinned. But I don't have much, only 20 million. It should be enough. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you, Brother Su. There's no need to be so polite. Perhaps one day this Su will have something to ask of Brother Yang. When that time comes, I hope Brother Yang won't refuse. Su Binbai smiled as he handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and nodded at him. Brother Su, this Yang will remember this kindness. If there is anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to ask. I hope you and I will meet again one day. Su Binbai smiled. A total of 30 million saint crystals was not a small number, but it was also not a large number. However, it should be enough for Qian Tong to make a breakthrough. The heaven and earth spirit qi in this wasteland was only slightly thin, but it was not really barren. Seeing that Yang Kai would rather borrow saint crystals from Su Binbai than ask them for help, the many origin kings exchanged glances before slowly shaking their heads helplessly. Yang Kai knew what they were thinking, but how could they not know what Yang Kai was thinking? Not saying anything, old Jiu just kindly reminded, Boy, if you want to deliver those saint crystals, you need to return quickly. The terror of breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can imagine. If you stay inside for too long, even you will be affected. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Yang Kai gently nodded before taking a deep breath. His figure flickered slightly and suddenly disappearing from where he stood. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards the dark clouds. Everyone's attention was fixed on his movements, their gazes fixed on him without blinking. Countless large and small tornadoes swept across the earth as Yang Kai's figure flickered back and forth, approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The shur surrounding Qian Tong's body was the biggest obstacle preventing him from moving forward. The grand accomplishment shur was almost comparable in power to the territory domain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had many experiences in the blood prison, so this difficulty was not enough to stop him. Integrating his shur into the territory domain, Yang Kai did not encounter much resistance, his movements flowing smoothly and quickly. Even Qian Tong was not affected. This little brat really has some skill. Old Jio's eyes lit up. He was actually able to integrate his shur into another's. It seems his understanding of shur has far surpassed that of many third-order origin returning realm masters. Given some time, he will definitely break through to the Origin King realm. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already rushed to a spot not far from Qian Tong. Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged in place when Yang Kai's arrival caused him to open his eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, he closed his eyes again and remained motionless, as steady as a rock. Yang Kai did not dare to delay, sending out his divine sense and taking out all the saint crystals he had collected from his space ring, piling them up around Qian Tong, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Elder Qian, this is for you, it may be able to help you at a critical moment. Yang Kai suddenly threw out a jade bottle that landed firmly in front of Qian Tong. After doing all this, Yang Kai rushed back without stopping. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to his original place. Just as he stood there, an astonishing energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. A white beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing straight into the 9 heavens. Along with the birth of this beam of light, the 30 million saint crystals scattered by Yang Kai burst into a dazzling light. Seemingly attracted by some unknown force, the energy inside these saint crystals poured out, gathered together, and poured into the dark clouds in the sky along with the beam of light. The dark clouds became thicker and more solid. A faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from inside these clouds, shocking everyone. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a deafening clap of thunder, A dragon-like world energy descended from the sky and struck Qian Tong without warning, pouring into his body and cleansing his marrow. It's begun. Luo Hai shouted as he stared at the scene with a deep gaze. Qian Tong's breakthrough had finally begun. A mysterious aura began to spread as the breakthrough began, causing all the cultivator present to involuntarily show a thoughtful look. Everyone tried their best to savor this aura, hoping to gain some benefits from it. This was the aura of an origin king breaking through. The scene before them was also one of such breakthroughs, so observing it would definitely be of great benefit to their own growth. The first wave of world energy fell, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, a violent rumbling sound reverberated through the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing the air to become chaotic, giving everyone a terrifying feeling that the heavens were not the heavens and the earth were not the earth. Such power caused most of the origin returning realm masters to go pale. Putting themselves in this situation, they all felt that with their current strength, they would not be able to resist and would be reduced to ashes in a single blow. Was the breakthrough to the origin king realm really so terrifying? Some people's confidence suffered a blow, but others' eyes shone brightly, filled with a strong desire for the future. These origin king realm masters seemed to be paying attention to Qian Tong, but in truth, they were paying attention to the reactions of these cultivator and screening them for potential talents. A second wave of world energy fell, followed by a third, then a fourth. Like a torrential storm, there was almost no pause. Qian Tong's beast-like roar came from the other side, and anyone could imagine how much pressure he was under. Qian Tong's share fluctuated wildly as large and small tornadoes began to swirl around him, gradually sublimating and transforming. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai and the others showed nervous looks. From Qian Tong's roar, Yang Kai could infer some information. The pressure Elder Qian was under seemed to be increasing as he was baptized by countless world energy bolts, his aura becoming weaker and weaker, and his vitality becoming dimmer and dimmer. Qian Tong was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the middle of a stormy storm. He was in danger of being annihilated at any moment. The situation isn't good. Old Jiu showed a worried look. And the world energy baptism this person is withstanding seems to be much stronger than mine. Li Wanning also frowned. The stronger the baptism one withstands, the higher their future achievements will be. The power of the baptism is different for each origin king. If one can withstand it, the world will open up, but if one can't, their soul will scatter. Luo Hai sighed softly. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have fallen at the threshold of breaking through? The first few great realms of the martial Dao are nothing, but from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm, a great realm is not something one can break through casually, it is a struggle with one's life. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all experienced cultivators, so how could they not understand this principle? Luo Hai was right. Since the Saint King realm broke through to the origin returning realm, a cultivator was fighting with their life on the line. If one failed to break through a great realm, the only result was death. There was no other possibility. Once one attracted the power of the world energy, one would either be reborn under this baptism or die. Old Jiu glanced at Yang Kai and pondered for a long time before saying, "Boy, you have to be mentally prepared. The current situation is not optimistic." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him before chuckling, "Elder Qian will succeed." Old Jiu shook his head. "Sometimes what you wish may not necessarily succeed. This old master also hopes this person can succeed, but..." He did not continue, obviously not very optimistic about Qian Tong's prospects. Yang Xiuzhu and the others suddenly became nervous. The group of 5 had followed Yang Kai from Shadowed Star to Green Mountain's Star, where the blood prison trial was held once every 1,000 years. Qian Tong's luck was profound, and now that he finally had the qualifications and opportunity to touch the origin king realm, no one wanted to see him fail. If he succeeded, Qian Tong would become the first origin king realm master on Shadowed Star in tens of thousands of years. Although he had broken through on a different cultivation star, it was enough for Yang Xiuzhu and the others to see a bright future. The power of the world energy continued to descend and bombard Qian Tong's body, causing his roars to become weaker and weaker. His vitality and aura became like a candle in a storm, flickering with the wind. It looks like he won't succeed." The old woman surnamed Lei suddenly shook her head, a trace of regret appearing on her face. "And it's a pity that he has already reached this point." Old Jiu nodded in agreement. Under their perception, Qian Tong's vitality had dimmed and his aura had fallen to its lowest point. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would undoubtedly die. Chapter 1619. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was not just a matter of strength, sometimes it was also closely related to luck. Qian Tong's luck was obviously not very good. Although his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and he had gained a lot in the blood prison, the world energy baptism he experienced during his breakthrough was also incredibly strong. The fact that he could survive until now was proof of his strength. It was impossible for him to persist until the end. Only half of the dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, which meant that the world energy baptism he received was only half complete. No one was optimistic about him. Even Luo Hai regretfully withdrew his gaze and no longer paid any attention. Although Yang Kai spoke casually before, he was secretly worried for Elder Qian. He had never encountered such a scene before, so he was somewhat unable to judge. However, he had confidence in Qian Tong and in the thing he had given to Qian Tong. Ordinary people could not understand the desire of Shadowed Star's cultivators to reach the Origin King realm. Due to the suppression and constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, no one had been able to break through to the Origin King realm for tens of thousands of years. But the more this was the case, the more Shadowed Star's cultivators yearned for this supreme realm. In terms of pure desire to pursue the Tao, Qian Tong did not lose to anyone. Kacha. Another terrifying world energy baptism poured into Qian Tong's body, cleansing his meridians while destroying his physique. At the center of this chaotic energy, Qian Tong's already weak vitality was in danger of being annihilated. Lin Yu Rao screamed as her beautiful face paled and she could not help covering her mouth with her hand. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Emou and the others also paled. No way, no way. It's really impossible this time. Old Jiu shook his head regretfully. This person's luck is really bad, otherwise he would have a great chance of reaching the Origin King realm, but unfortunately... What happened? Old Jiu's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight ahead, as if he had discovered something incredible. The other Origin Kings also showed looks of surprise as they cried out one after another. Impossible. Why is this person's vitality rising so crazily? Could it be that he took some kind of heaven-defying spirit pill? What kind of spirit pill could have such miraculous effects? Nonsense. How could there be a spirit pill that can make a person who died of an apple glow with such vitality? Not even an Origin King grade spirit pill. Strange, what did this person eat? Many Origin Kings were at a loss, none of them understanding why Qian Tong's vitality, which was on the verge of extinction, suddenly blossomed with such astonishing brilliance. Even though it was disturbed by the violent energy of the promotion, the rich qi and blood energy could still be clearly felt. Qian Tong's hearty laughter came from afar. His figure was as straight as a sword as he stood proudly on the ground. He looked up at the sky in high spirits. This old man hasn't lived long enough. How can I die in a foreign land? Damned heavens, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. The faces of old Jiu and the others twitched as shock filled their eyes. This person actually dared to challenge the might of heaven and earth when he was advancing. Since ancient times there had never been such a person. Could it be that he didn't know that the power of heaven and earth caused by his advancement was spiritual? Such provocation was no different from digging his own grave. Sure enough, as soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the huge dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to rotate and a thunderous roar rang out, shaking the souls of those who heard it. In the blink of an eye, a huge vortex appeared above Qian Tong's head. Immediately afterwards, a thick beam of energy shot out from the vortex and directly hit Qian Tong. Qian Tong's miserable howls and roars rang out again as his vitality was rapidly consumed. This old dog. Old Jiu smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Luo Hai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he stared deeply at the scene before him, his expression changing. The power of the world seemed to be pouring down, and as the beam of light shot out, the dark clouds in the sky began to shrink and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sky suddenly opened up, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth disappeared. The raging energy also vanished in an instant. In the distance, only Qian Tong's figure could be seen standing there motionless. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. However, There was a wonderful domain centered on him that spread out with a loud bang, spreading out to a radius of 100 kilometers before gradually dissipating. Immediately afterwards, this domain was slowly withdrawn and poured into Qian Tong's body. Something seemed to have changed. Many origin-returning realm masters frowned, unable to see through this mystery, but the origin kings all raised their brows in surprise. Compressing his Shi into territory, this person actually succeeded. The old woman surnamed Lei whispered. Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to the movements of these origin kings, heard this and chuckled. He could not see any clues from the scene of Qian Tong's advancement, so he could only observe these origin kings, but now hearing what the old woman surnamed Lei said, he immediately relaxed. Qian Tong was now a genuine origin king realm master. However, compared with veteran origin kings like Luo Hai, he was still a little inexperienced. After all, the perfection of one's territory was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. Even the weakest origin king here had broken through 500 years ago and had 500 years of experience in tempering their territory. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, Qian Tong may not last more than 3 breaths of time. After thinking about it, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, cupped his fists and said loudly, "Everyone, although Elder Qian has now broken through to the origin king realm, he needs some time to stabilize his state of mind. This junior hopes that everyone will not stay here for long. If there is any offense, please forgive him." The many cultivators looked at each other, knowing that Yang Kai wanted to drive them away. Without the disdain and disregard from before, these origin-returning realm masters tactfully turned around and left, a few of them even cupping their fists to Yang Kai and saying some polite words. Before, they had disdained to ignore him because they had the advantage in numbers, but now that Qian Tong had broken through to the origin king realm, if they continued to provoke him, wouldn't that be courting death? No one dared to do so. Several seniors, Yang Kai looked at the origin kings again and asked for their opinion. Enough, you don't need to drive us away, this old master will leave on his own. Old Jiu snorted, but when that friend wakes up, tell him that this old master and the others will be waiting for him in a nearby city. He has only just broken through, so there must be many things he doesn't understand. If there is anything he wants to ask, he can come to us. We won't be stingy. And if we can tell him, we will. The old woman surnamed Lei nodded in agreement. Then this junior will thank several seniors on behalf of Elder Qian. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. The several origin kings glanced at each other before their figures flickered and they disappeared from where they stood. Yang Kai clearly saw Luo Hai glance at him, intentionally or unintentionally, before leaving. This place was really not suitable for him to stay any longer. Brother Yang, I will also take my leave. I hope you and I will meet again one day. Su Bin Bai cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Brother Su, take care. Yang Kai nodded. Although he felt that Su Bin Bai was a good person and worth making friends with, now was not the time to make friends, so he did not try to persuade him to stay. Soon only Yang Kai's group remained in the noisy wasteland. Zhao Tianzhe also did not leave. At this moment he was looking at Qian Tong in the distance with a look of envy, secretly vexed that he did not have such ability and comprehension. He and Qian Tong had entered the blood prison together, but Qian Tong had succeeded. On the other hand, Zhao Tianzhe only felt that his sure attainments had greatly improved and that he was still far from breaking through to the origin king realm. City Lord Zhao. Yang Kai walked over to Zhao Tianzhe and called out. Sect Master Yang, what are your orders? Zhao Tianzhe asked. I wouldn't dare give you any orders, but I'm afraid we will have to leave soon. Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. Where to? Back to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai whispered. Why must we leave? Zhao Tianzhe looked puzzled. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the others stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing why he said this. Didn't those seniors invite Elder Qian to join them? Why? As he spoke, Zhao Tianzhe furrowed his brows as if he had realized something. Yang Kai could not tell the truth, so he simply said, Elder Qian will definitely not join them. Since he won't join them, why bother looking for them? When this junior refused their offer before, although they did not say anything, they felt somewhat uncomfortable in their hearts. If Elder Qian refuses again, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not become hostile. That's unlikely. Zhao Tianzhe's forehead dripped cold sweat. Although he felt that these origin kings would not be so stingy, what Yang Kai said had some truth to it. This kind of thing had to be guarded against. I'm always afraid of what might happen, so I want to wait for Elder Qian to wake up before leaving Green Mountain's star immediately. Zhao Tianzhe nodded lightly and sighed. That's a pity. This Xiao wanted to invite Sect Master Yang to my Green Water City to rest for a few days. There will be opportunities in the future, Yang Kai chuckled. Now this junior has something to trouble City Lord Zhao with. Sect Master Yang, please feel free to speak. This Xiao will not disappoint. Zhao Tianzhe nodded. In the blood prison, Yang Kai had disregarded their past grievances and allowed him to return to his territory to comprehend the mysteries of the Stone Mountain. Later, Yang Kai had inadvertently saved his life, so Zhao Tianzhe naturally wanted to repay this kindness. Can City Lord Zhao return to Green Water City and bring Qianyu to me? Miss Qianyu? Zhao Tianzhe was naturally no stranger to Qianyu. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain's star, Qian Tong and the other third-order origin returning realm masters had stayed behind. Qianyu had also stayed behind to inquire about the whereabouts of Su Yan, Ice Master Xianxia, and the others. Now that Yang Kai was leaving, Qianyu naturally could not forget about her. That's not a problem, this Xiao will set off immediately. This Xiao will definitely bring Miss Qianyu here in 6 or 7 days or as short as 2 or 3 days. Zhao Tianzhe promised. Then he bid farewell to Yang Xiuzhu and the others and left at lightning speed. Sect Master, why are you so nervous? Yang Xiuzhu looked at Yang Kai with some confusion. He could feel that Yang Kai was vigilant about something, but he did not know why. Chapter 16:20. If it's just those people trying to win us over, Sect Master doesn't need to worry so much. Even if they feel uncomfortable in their hearts for the sake of their own reputation, they won't do anything evil. It's not just that, Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not worried about this, what I'm worried about is something else. What is it? Lin Yu Rao asked. I'm afraid we've been targeted, Yang Kai's mouth twitched. There were various signs that Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai had some understanding of what had happened in the blood prison. Since it was related to the Origin Essence Crystal, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. If the Origin Essence Crystal was still in his hands, he could just hand it over to Luo Hai to ensure everyone's safety. But now the Origin Essence Crystal wasn't in Yang Kai's hands at all. He had already given it to Yu Xiong. Having lost such a bargaining chip, how could Yang Kai dare to stay here for long? If it weren't for Qian Tong still needing some time, Yang Kai would have already left. Yang Kai didn't speak in too much detail, but from his tone and demeanor, Yang Xiuzhu and the others could infer that the situation was serious, so they didn't ask too much and simply followed Yang Kai's decision. Qian Tong was still standing in the distance, motionless, obviously comprehending something. Yang Xiuzhu and the others had nothing to do, so they simply sat cross-legged and meditated, digesting the gains they had gained from this trip to the blood prison. Although they did not break through to the Origin King realm like Qian Tong, that did not mean they had gained nothing. On the contrary, each of them had gained a lot, and as long as they had enough opportunities in the future, they may have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as various thoughts flashed through his mind, imagining all kinds of possibilities and countermeasures. Time passed slowly, and 3 days later Zhao Tianzhe brought Qianyu back. After seeing Yang Kai, Qianyu was naturally overjoyed, but when she remembered that she had been investigating Green Mountain's star for several years but had found nothing about the whereabouts of Su Yan and the others, Qianyu couldn't help feeling sad. Zhao Tianzhe didn't stay long, and after sending Qianyu here, he hurried back to Green Water City. When the blood prison opened this time, he had entered together with the Vice City Lord of Green Water City. Unfortunately, the Vice City Lord, who was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, had fallen inside the blood prison and did not come out alive. It really pained him. He needed to return to Green Water City and choose a new Vice City Lord. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Suddenly, Qian Tong's loud laughter could be heard. Everyone who had been waiting was shocked and raised their heads to look in the direction of Qian Tong. In a flash, Qian Tong appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Elder Qian. Yang Xiuzhu cupped his fists and congratulated. Elder Qian breaking through to the Origin King realm is a grand event that has not occurred on Shadowed Star for the past 10,000 years. Shadow Moon Hall will certainly be overjoyed, and all cultivators on Shadowed Star will share in this glory, Mou chuckled. You're being too serious. Qian Tong shook his head. This time this Qian narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for Yang Kai, I would have already fallen, let alone broken through. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai and said seriously, Yang Kai, this old master owes you another favor. At that time, if it weren't for the jade bottle Yang Kai had given him, strengthening his vitality and healing his injuries, how could he have persisted until the end? Qian Tong knew that the thing Yang Kai had given him was life-revitalizing jade cream. He had used it once with Fei Ji too. Along with soul-cleansing divine water and immortal source liquid, life-revitalizing jade cream was one of the 3 great divine waters in Star Territory. Each drop was extremely precious. The bottle Yang Kai had given him contained at least 20 drops. It could be said that his success in breaking through was largely due to Yang Kai's contribution. Elder Qian is too polite. Yang Kai chuckled, and this isn't the place to talk, it's more important for us to leave quickly. Leave now. Qian Tong raised his brow. Leave now. Good. Qian Tong didn't say anything else, still following Yang Kai's lead. It's inconvenient to move with so many people around, you all come in first. Yang Kai said as he summoned the sealed world bead. Everyone knew what he was going to do, so they naturally cooperated, relaxing their minds and not resisting. Yang Kai tossed the sealed world bead to everyone, and with a flash of light, they all disappeared from where they stood, being collected into the sealed world bead. This old master doesn't need to go in, Qian Tong smiled slightly. I just broke through, so this old master wants to experience the world principles here. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him and nodded. That's fine, but if we really encounter any danger. This old master is already an origin king now, what kind of danger could he possibly encounter? Qian Tong laughed, not caring much. A trace of worry appeared on Yang Kai's brow, but he didn't explain much, simply calling out to Qian Tong before summoning his star shuttle and flying out of Star Field. This was still Green Mountain's star, so Yang Kai didn't dare to release his starship casually. Once an Origin King-grade starship appeared, it would immediately alarm Luo Hai. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Unlike Yang Kai's worried look, Qian Tong was now in high spirits, as if everything around him had changed. As he flew, he glanced around, occasionally revealing a thoughtful look. The moment the two set off, in a city 1,000 kilometers away, inside the city lord's mansion, old Jiao and the other Origin King realm masters were chatting, either talking about strange things or exchanging cultivation experiences. They were here because they were waiting for Qian Tong. Qian Tong was a new Origin King, so they thought he would definitely come looking for them. After all, every Origin King would have many things they didn't understand after breaking through. If someone was willing to answer them, naturally they wouldn't miss this opportunity. None of them had expected Yang Kai to be so decisive as to leave Green Mountain's star directly. Luo Hai sat at the head of the table, occasionally speaking a few words when he felt like it, causing old Jiao and the others to show looks of enlightenment and admiration. Suddenly, Luo Hai's brow furrowed as he showed a look of surprise. Master Luo Hai, what's wrong? The old woman surnamed Lei looked at him puzzledly. This king suddenly has something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Luo Hai's figure suddenly faded and disappeared. No one knew how he left. Where is brother Luo Hai going? Old Jiao and the others looked at each other blankly. Looking at his expression, it seems that something big has happened. Could it be that something has happened in his palace? That can't be, brother Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master. Who would dare act presumptuously in his palace? Right, haha, it seems I was thinking too much, but why hasn't that new Origin King come yet? We've been waiting here for several days now, could he have run away? Why would he run away? We have no malice towards him and can even teach him some experience. Such a good thing, as long as he isn't stupid, he will definitely come. Then let's wait a little longer. Above Green Mountain's star, 100,000 meters below, Yang Kai and Qian Tong flew side by side, trying to escape from the control of Green Mountain's star. Suddenly, Qian Tong frowned and shouted, Yang Kai. What did you sense? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I feel like we're being watched. Qian Tong frowned as he spread out his divine sense like a tide, but he was unable to sense anything, making him puzzled. He had just broken through and was at the peak of his life, so suddenly having this kind of feeling naturally made him uncomfortable. Just pretend you don't know. Yang Kai sent a divine sense message. Yang Kai, do you know something? Qian Tong also replied with his divine sense. I have some guesses. Yang Kai's face turned ugly, If I'm not wrong, the one who is watching us is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai. It's him. Qian Tong's face changed drastically. Why is he watching us? He's watching me. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He thinks I have something he needs. Then what should we do? Qian Tong asked in shock. Being targeted by such a master, even Qian Tong panicked. He was now an Origin King, but he had only just broken through. But what about Luo Hai? He was a second-order Origin King and the Star Master of Green Mountain's Star. Qian Tong had no doubt that on Green Mountain's Star, if the other party wanted to take his life, it would only take a single thought. Let's leave this damned place quickly. As long as we escape from the constraints of Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai is just a second-order Origin King. Perhaps we'll still have a chance to survive. Yang Kai's thoughts were clear. Hearing this, Qian Tong nodded imperceptibly. As long as they were not bound by Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai would not be so terrifying and they might really be able to escape from him. With this thought in mind, the speed of the two suddenly increased. You want to leave Green Mountain Star? In the distance, Luo Hai seemed to have noticed something and smiled slightly, whispering, "Good idea, but it's too naive." Saying so, Luo Hai stretched out his hand and gently grasped the air in front of him, seemingly changing something. Yang Kai and Qian Tong, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly went pale and their lightning-fast figures came to a halt, sweat dripping down their backs as their faces paled. Looking at the endless star field, Yang Kai secretly grit his teeth and desperately pushed his Xianxia, trying to break free from this invisible shackle, but to his horror he was unable to move no matter how hard he tried. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The might of the Star Master was simply too powerful. Just a little bit more. Yang Kai could feel that he and Qian Tong were so close to breaking free from the world principles of Green Mountain Star, but at the last moment they were stopped. Qian Tong's situation seemed to be better than Yang Kai's. At the very least he could still circulate his Saint Qi. Looking around he shouted, "Who is it?" A figure quietly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Wearing a golden crown and a golden robe, who else could it be but Luo Hai? Glancing at Qian Tong indifferently, a trace of approval flashing across his eyes. As a newly ascended Origin King who had not even stabilized his realm, being able to accomplish this was already quite amazing. In the future, Qian Tong's achievements would not stop at the First Order Origin King realm, perhaps even reaching the Second Order. However, Luo Hai did not pay too much attention to Qian Tong and instead took back his gaze to Yang Kai. The main purpose of his trip here was to find Yang Kai. Before, in the wilderness, there were too many people and he could not do anything to Yang Kai. But now that Yang Kai and Qian Tong had flown out of Green Mountain Star and arrived in this star field, Luo Hai could act freely. Chapter 1621. So, it is Senior Luo Hai. Yang Kai looked towards Luo Hai and asked with a frown, "What does Senior mean by this?" A smile appeared on Luo Hai's face as he asked instead of answering, "Where are you two going in such a hurry?" "Naturally, we are leaving here and returning to Shadowed Star. Is there something Senior needs?" "Nothing." Luo Hai slowly shook his head. However, old Jiao and Senior Sister Lei are both waiting for this friend to return and want to have a good chat with him. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to leave without saying goodbye? It is indeed a bit inappropriate. Yang Kai gently nodded. But this incident happened too suddenly, so we must return to Shadowed Star as soon as possible. Since we have met Senior here, I'll have to trouble Senior to relay our greetings. Junior won't be able to say goodbye in person. That won't do. Luo Hai obviously had no intention of compromising. They have been waiting for you for some time now, so you two should come with this king. Master Luo Hai's words are a bit unreasonable. Qian Tong took a deep breath. Whether we go or not is up to me and Yang Kai. Is Master Luo Hai trying to force us to wait? He had learned from Yang Kai that Luo Hai did not have any good intentions towards Yang Kai, so his words were not very polite. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and was in high spirits, so even facing Luo Hai he did not show much fear. Luo Hai's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Qian Tong faintly. Qian Tong immediately felt like he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as his face paled slightly. He immediately realized the huge gap between him and Luo Hai. After teaching Qian Tong a small lesson, Luo Hai smiled at Yang Kai and said, "You should think about it before replying to this king. I'll give you 10 breaths of time." His attitude was undoubtedly very tough. Yang Kai's face sank, not having expected a master like him to be so shameless. Qian Tong and Yang Kai's eyes met as they both felt helpless. Facing Luo Hai on Green Mountain's star, even a third-order origin king might not be able to do anything to him, let alone Yang Kai and Qian Tong. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai asked lightly, "Have you considered it?" As he spoke, the world around them seemed to become even more solid, making it impossible for them to move. Qian Tong stared at Yang Kai, obviously waiting for him to take the lead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly said, "I've thought about it." "What is your answer?" "Hai." A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Hai's face. "That's impossible," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a faint territory domain suddenly appeared around Qian Tong's body. This territory domain wrapped around him, allowing him to compete with the star force of Green Mountain's star. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained Qian Tong's source qi, and as soon as it appeared, it transformed into a blood arrow that shot towards Luo Hai with lightning speed. Impudence! Luo Hai was furious. No one had ever dared to attack him, the Star Master of Green Mountain's star. Yang Kai and Qian Tong were the first. Glaring gloomily at Qian Tong, Luo Hai waved his hand lightly and the blood arrow that shot towards him shattered. At the same time, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as his chest caved in and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. Courting death. Luo Hai's eyes were cold, not intending to let Qian Tong go. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Luo Hai naturally had no intention of holding back. In any case, this place was about to enter Green Mountain's star's territory and was about to leave the world principles of Green Mountain's star, so no one could detect the battle here. Luo Hai's biggest goal was Yang Kai. As for Qian Tong, he really didn't care about him. Stretching out his hand, Luo Hai's fingertips suddenly burst with a dazzling white light, as if something was about to shoot out towards Qian Tong. Gotcha. At that moment, a burst of lightning and thunder rang out and an aura that caused Luo Hai's face to pale suddenly appeared above his head. Luo Hai's face changed as he looked up, his eyes narrowing in the next moment. Above his head, a black cloud had appeared at some unknown time, and inside this black cloud, countless tiny arcs of lightning were shuttling back and forth. Although these arcs of lightning were small, they contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. Even Luo Hai was deeply shocked. He suddenly woke up and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was holding a dark blue bead in his hand and was madly pouring his saint qi into it. The surface of this bead was pulsing with arcs of lightning that were resonating with the arcs of lightning above his head. Was it this little brat who did this? What is this bead? Luo Hai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could figure out the mysteries of this inexplicable blue bead, the countless tiny arcs of lightning above his head suddenly fell vertically and wrapped around him. A loud crackling sound rang out. Luo Hai's angry roar instantly resounded through the sky and reached the territory of Green Mountain's star. The anger of the Star Master shook Green Mountain's star. At this moment, all of Green Mountain's star seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, the earth trembling and mountains collapsing as if the end of the world was coming. On Green Mountain's star, the hundreds of millions of residents couldn't help paling. Old Jiao and the others abruptly stood up, their faces filled with shock. It's Master Luo Hai. A trace of panic appeared on the old woman surnamed Lei's face. Who made him so angry? Who could make him so angry? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes penetrating the barrier between the palace and the clouds, seemingly sensing something. Emperor pressure. Li Wanning exclaimed, her pretty face pale. Everyone else was trembling as well. They were all origin kings, standing high above the clouds, able to overlook all living beings, but in front of the legendary great emperors, they were nothing more than ants. The moment they felt the emperor's might, everyone was shocked. However, why would emperor pressure suddenly appear in Green Mountain's star field? What's more, this emperor pressure was filled with murderous intent. What had happened to Luo Hai? Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to take a look, but they didn't dare to. Not to mention that the murderous intent of this emperor pressure was not something they could contend with. If they were to discover some secret of Luo Hai's, they would not be able to bear the consequences. All they could do was stand there with dignified expressions, wait quietly and silently perceive. Inside the star field, a 10,000-kilometer radius, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as countless tiny arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth. It was as if this place had become a world of thunder and lightning. Luo Hai's face was gloomy to the extreme as he stared in a certain direction, grit his teeth and shouted, "An Emperor artifact. It's actually an Emperor artifact. Boy, you forced this king's hand. Even if you don't die, you must die." He had never expected that Yang Kai would possess such a heaven-defying Emperor artifact. Only an Emperor artifact could tear apart the barrier he had set up and allow Yang Kai and Qian Tong to leave safely. He had heard of Emperor artifacts before. They were artifacts used by great emperors and were stained with the aura of the great emperors, which was why they were called Emperor artifacts. However, in the entire star territory, although Emperor artifacts were famous, no one had ever seen one with their own eyes. No one knew what an Emperor artifact looked like or what kind of amazing power it possessed. Luo Hai had experienced it personally this time. If Yang Kai's cultivation was not high enough, and if this was not the range of Green Mountain Star Force, that blow alone would have been enough to injure him. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator injuring a second-order origin king was almost impossible, but that little brat named Yang Kai had almost done it. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Hai's mind as his eyes lit up and he murmured, "Annihilation Thunder Bead, that should be the legendary Annihilation Thunder Bead." Every artifact used by great emperors was famous, and some of them might not be known to ordinary people, but Luo Hai, as a star master and a second-order origin king, had naturally heard of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. After personally experiencing the power of this Emperor artifact, Luo Hai immediately judged that it was definitely the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Luo Hai grinned ferociously. If he could obtain the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would be able to display most of the power of this Emperor artifact. At that time, even if he faced a third-order origin king, he was confident he could defeat him. He, Luo Hai, would become the strongest master in star territory. The lightning arcs gradually weakened before disappearing. Star Field regained its tranquility. "Do you think you can escape?" Luo Hai flicked his sleeve and crossed his hands behind his back, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll forward. In the next moment he was already 100 kilometers away, chasing after Yang Kai. Not to mention whether the Origin Essence Crystal was in Yang Kai's hands, just the Annihilation Thunder Bead was an Emperor artifact that Luo Hai coveted. This time he could not allow Yang Kai to escape from his hands. He wanted the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but he also wanted the Origin Essence Crystal. What puzzled Luo Hai though was that he could only feel Yang Kai's aura from afar while the Qian Tong seemed to have disappeared. Not only that, but Yang Kai's companions also seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Luo Hai did not know where they had gone. 10,000 kilometers away from Luo Hai, Yang Kai desperately pushed his Saint Qi, adjusting his aura as he fled, his expression extremely solemn. Although he had successfully caught Luo Hai off guard with the help of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, breaking through his blockade and escaping from Green Mountain Star, even without the support of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai was still a genuine second-order origin king. It would be difficult to escape from his hands. What's more, the Annihilation Thunder Bead's attack had almost drained all the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body, forcing him to explode a drop of pure golden blood to give himself a chance to breathe. The more Saint Qi one poured into the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the greater the power it could display. Even if a third-order origin king used it, they would not be able to display its full power. Yang Kai estimated that he had only used less than 10% of the Annihilation Thunder Bead's power. There was a stabbing pain in his head as his knowledge sea roiled and dried up. There were even some small cracks in his knowledge sea space, a sign that he had overused his divine sense. This kind of trauma could not be described as trivial. Normally, Yang Kai would not care too much about it and would only need to rest for a few days. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, his knowledge sea would be restored to its original state. But now how could he have the time to rest? Stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth, Yang Kai only hoped to accumulate some spiritual energy in the shortest possible time. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Chapter 1622. Fortunately, these pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, so each of them was of extremely high quality. As soon as these pills entered Yang Kai's stomach, they transformed into streams of heat that flowed into his limbs and bones, making up for the loss of Saint Qi and spiritual energy he had lost. Qian Tong had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. After taking a blow from Luo Hai, Qian Tong had suffered some injuries, and although they were not serious, it was undoubtedly best not to let him show himself at this moment. If he was suppressed by Luo Hai and his cultivation fell, Qian Tong would regret it for the rest of his life. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and had not had time to consolidate his foundation yet. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai was not as good as Qian Tong right now, but when it came to escaping, Yang Kai was confident he would not lose to anyone. Yang Kai's speed was already extremely fast, and with the wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot through the territory of the starry sky like a bolt of lightning. However, Luo Hai's speed seemed to be even faster, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 10,000-kilometer distance was closed. Sensing a strong pressure from behind, Yang Kai immediately understood that Luo Hai was not far away. Boy, cooperate with this king obediently and this king may not take your life. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Luo Hai's threatening voice clearly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai ignored this threat and continued to flee. Facing such an opponent, he had no intention of fighting. Now his only hope of survival was to keep running. You court death. Seeing Yang Kai remain unmoved, Luo Hai flew into a rage. 500 kilometers away from Yang Kai, he suddenly stretched out his hand and sent out a thin strand of energy from his fingertip, crossing the barrier of space in an instant and shooting towards Yang Kai at a terrifying speed. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Yang Kai grit his teeth, pushed his space force, stretched out his hands and tore apart the void in front of him. A spatial crack in the void immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the strange attack hit the position where Yang Kai had been, piercing through the shadow he had left behind. Spatial crack. Luo Hai exclaimed in surprise as his figure flickered and he arrived at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, intending to follow after Yang Kai and rush into the primal chaos crack. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't give him the chance to do so. The spatial crack immediately closed. This little brat is actually proficient in the Tao of space. Luo Hai said incredulously. With his cultivation reaching such a high level, Luo Hai was rarely moved by anything, but Yang Kai had caused him to lose his composure time and time again. First he summoned an emperor artifact, then tore space apart. Just how monstrous was this little brat? Obtaining an emperor artifact was not a big deal. It could only be said that Yang Kai's luck was profound and he had no idea where he had obtained it. However, tearing space apart was something even Luo Hai had never heard of. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire Starry Sky territory, and there were only a few who cultivated the Tao of space, but the few people Luo Hai knew of had only dabbled in the Tao of space and knew how to repair space arrays. Who could tear space apart at will? Is this your trump card? No wonder you dare act presumptuously in front of this king. Luo Hai's face was gloomy as he chuckled. But you think you can escape from this king's palm with this? Dream on. As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai released his terrifying divine sense madly. After 3 breaths of time, Luo Hai's eyes flashed and he turned his head towards a certain direction. That way. He's running pretty fast, actually 5,000 kilometers away. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai pushed the Saint Chi in his body and shot out like a meteor, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. 5,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai had just taken a few breaths when he keenly noticed that a divine sense had locked onto his position, like a maggot latching onto his bones. Looking back in the distant star field, Yang Kai saw a stream of light approaching him. Yang Kai grit his teeth and once again stretched out his hand to tear space apart. A moment later, Luo Hai caught up, stopped, and expanded his divine sense a second time to search for Yang Kai's position, and after noticing something began his pursuit again. The two of them, one fleeing, one chasing, the distance between them sometimes shortened, the atmosphere extremely tense. Yang Kai knew that he absolutely could not fall into Luo Hai's hands, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Luo Hai's originally calm and confident expression had disappeared and was replaced with infinite anger and annoyance. He had thought that even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he would never be able to escape from his grasp. The Tao of space was indeed mysterious, and a cultivator who was proficient in it was extremely difficult to kill. but compared to him Yang Kai's cultivation was simply too low. Luo Hai didn't know how much Saint Qi and spiritual energy it took to tear space, but he knew that the price was definitely not small. All he needed to do was follow Yang Kai from a distance, and once Yang Kai ran out of strength, Luo Hai would be able to capture him. This was Luo Hai's plan. But what surprised Luo Hai was that over the past half a month, Yang Kai had torn space at least 200 times, each time escaping 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. And as time passed, the distance he was able to escape was getting farther and farther, as if Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space had become more and more exquisite. This little brat doesn't show any signs of exhaustion. Where did he get so much Saint Qi to squander? Where did he get such a powerful spiritual energy? Even if he took a spirit-grade pill, it wouldn't have been able to support his escape for so long. Luo Hai couldn't figure it out. But he didn't give up. He firmly believed that his guess was right and that Yang Kai would eventually stop. Luo Hai's guess was right. Every time Yang Kai tore space he needed to expend a huge amount of Saint Qi and spiritual energy. Over the past half a month he had almost exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Saint Qi wasn't so bad. If he didn't have enough Saint Qi he only needed to use his golden blood to replenish himself. But his spiritual energy wasn't. The consumption of his spiritual energy was too terrifying, and his recovery wasn't fast. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to continue. Even so, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. A large number of pills had been swallowed by Yang Kai, and the ones he had refined to restore his spiritual energy had almost all been used up. Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow the herbs that could help restore his spiritual energy. Although swallowing these herbs like this was a bit of a waste and he couldn't fully utilize the medicinal efficacies of these herbs, escaping was more important right now, so how could Yang Kai care about such things? Pushing himself to his limits again and again, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was expanding and his spiritual energy was becoming more and more solid. His mastery of the Tao of space was also becoming more and more refined. Yang Kai didn't notice this as all his energy was now focused on how to get rid of Luo Hai's pursuit. After thinking about it, there was only one way. Yang Kai could hide inside the sealed world bead. But this method was too risky. Once he hid inside and was discovered by Luo Hai, he would become a turtle in a jar. Unless he had no other choice, Yang Kai didn't dare to do this. Another 5 days passed. The two of them had already flown an unknown distance through the starry sky territory, but Luo Hai was still like a locust firmly following Yang Kai. Once he tore space and opened up some distance, Luo Hai would catch up in a short time. An Origin King Realm Master was extremely difficult to deal with. His knowledge sea was almost dry, and the herbs he swallowed were unable to replenish his spiritual energy. He only had 3 chances left before Yang Kai would be completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore space again and dove in, appearing a few thousand kilometers away in the next moment. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore space a second time, a third time. In an instant he had escaped 10,000 kilometers from Luo Hai. His face as pale as paper, Yang Kai looked around and immediately landed on a huge asteroid nearby. This asteroid was about a few hundred kilometers in size, like a mountain. After arriving on the asteroid, Yang Kai found an extremely secluded place and immediately threw out the sealed world bead, hiding it in a crevice in the asteroid before jumping into the small sealed world. Inside the small sealed world, peace reigned. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from Zhou realm had been living here peacefully for a long time. Here there was no competition and the world energy aura was rich. Besides the incomplete world principles, this was simply a paradise. Inside the small sealed world, there were many loft-like buildings scattered across a 100-kilometer radius. Inside each of these lofts, there was a cultivator meditating and cultivating in seclusion. These lofts were built by the cultivator from Zhou realm. The small sealed world had mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, so it was very convenient for them to collect materials locally. The 3 clans, human, monster and demon clans, coexisted in harmony without any disputes. Everyone cherished the life they had now. The cultivation conditions and environment here were many times better than in Zhou realm. Almost 90% of the cultivators here had already broken through and taken a step forward in their cultivation. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, Monster Race Great Senior Thunder Dragon. These veteran Third Order saints had all broken through to the Saint King realm one after another. Although the world principles of this small sealed world were not complete, they were enough to meet the needs of these people to break through. After all, the Saint King realm was not very powerful. When Yang Kai appeared here, the entire small sealed world fell silent. No one noticed his arrival. Yang Kai forced himself to focus, endured the great pain in his head, and released his divine sense to investigate. Soon he noticed the location of Xianxia and his figure flickered, immediately arriving on the second floor of one of the lofts. Xianxia seemed to be in the middle of alchemy, her face still covered by a black veil. She seemed to be concentrating on alchemy, exuding a mysterious and dignified aura. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her face alone was enough to captivate any man. Kai Yang's appearance had given her a fright, and after noticing that Kai Yang's aura was unstable, her beautiful face paled and she immediately rushed to Kai Yang's side to support him. She cried out in alarm, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Who hurt you?" "It's nothing, I just encountered a strong enemy who is chasing after me." Yang Kai wanted to laugh and comfort Xianxia, but he could not bring himself to do so. Xianxia's expression changed, but she did not ask too much. She knew that someone who could force Yang Kai into such a state was at least an origin king. She was well aware of Yang Kai's combat strength. In Red Moon Palace, even a master like Zhou Xian was not Yang Kai's opponent. Now that he was in such a miserable state, who else but an origin king could do this? Xianxia grit her teeth as her eyes became moist, her heart aching. Chapter 1623. I'll be fine after resting for a while, it's not a big deal. Yang Kai saw her sobbing appearance and knew she was worried about him, so he quickly comforted her. Xianxia nodded slightly, her eyes red. "Do you have any pills that can restore one's soul? Give me as many as you have." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her. Xianxia quickly rummaged through her space ring and soon took out several dozen large and small jade bottles. During this time she had been concentrating on refining pills in the small sealed world, so there was no shortage of materials and her results were remarkable. The pills in these jade bottles were all used to restore one's soul and varied in rank, from Saint King grade all the way to origin grade high rank. With so many medicinal pills, it would definitely be a huge fortune if they were placed outside. These soul-cleansing chi recovery pills are the best. I've refined a few of them with pill veins. You can use these first. Xianxia picked up a jade bottle, opened the lid for Yang Kai and poured out a few pills from it. Yang Kai took these pills without saying a word, stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. Reaching out, he swept all the jade bottles into his space ring before sitting down cross-legged to meditate. The little senior sister held her breath and quietly moved away from Yang Kai so as not to disturb him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she paid close attention to him. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's complexion began to recover, and Xianxia confirmed that he was really fine, just that he had consumed too much spiritual energy. As long as Yang Kai was fine, she could rest assured. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai was meditating to restore himself, but he was also spreading his divine sense outside the sealed world bead, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As the owner of the sealed world bead, he could do this. Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could get rid of Luo Hai with this method. The other party was a second-order origin king, the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had encountered so far. If he were to discover traces of the existence of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would become a turtle in a jar. A figure flew several dozen kilometers away from the huge meteorite where the sealed world bead was located and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai. As expected, he did not find the sealed world bead. Instead, he went in a direction that he had determined. Yang Kai's heart relaxed, but he didn't dare to be too careless. While desperately refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and restoring his divine sense, he continued to pay attention. A moment later, Luo Hai returned from the front and flew back 50 kilometers to the other side of the meteor. The terrifying divine sense belonging to a second-order origin king swept through the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers like a tidal wave, leaving nothing behind. His eyes were like a hawk's, exuding a sharp light, seemingly able to see far into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the huge meteor where the sealed world bead was located. Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath as he secretly became nervous. Fortunately, Luo Hai quickly shifted his gaze and continued to search elsewhere, obviously not finding anything. However, he was an origin king in the end, and Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared in this area. Luo Hai did not believe that Yang Kai could escape from his divine sense in an instant. He was certain that Yang Kai was hiding nearby, but using some unknown method to conceal his aura and vitality, making it impossible for a master like Luo Hai to detect him. Interesting. Luo Hai muttered to himself, his figure constantly shuttling back and forth across the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, searching for any suspicious places while shouting, "Boy, this king knows you are hiding here, but do you think you can get rid of this king like this? Come out obediently and hand over the Emperor artifact and origin essence crystal to this king. And this king can let bygones be bygones and let you live, but if this king finds you, Yang Kai heard his shouts but remained unmoved. Since Luo Hai had already shed all pretense of cordiality, it was impossible for him to let him go. Otherwise, if today's events were to spread, it would be a blow to his reputation. Moreover, whether it was the Emperor artifact or the origin essence crystal, both were of great importance, so how could Luo Hai allow Yang Kai to live? As long as he obtained these two things, he would definitely burn the bridge after crossing the river. Yang Kai secretly cursed Luo Hai in his heart for being so despicable and shameless. Back on Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai gave off a good impression. As the Star Master of a star and a second-order origin king, he did not put on any airs and appeared approachable, but now that there was no one else around, he finally revealed his true face. If it were any other origin returning realm master, they might have been pressured by Luo Hai to surrender and beg him to let them go. However, Yang Kai knew that doing so would only result in a faster death. Half a day later, Luo Hai had wandered back and forth in a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, carefully searching every place and every asteroid, but still finding nothing. This made him extremely annoyed. He himself was a little uncertain whether Yang Kai was really still hiding here, or whether that little brat had already escaped his grasp. Suddenly, Luo Hai paused and his expression became gloomy, as if he had made some kind of decision, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Boy, you forced this king's hand, I hope you won't regret it when you reach the underworld." As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai suddenly stretched out his hands, spread his 10 fingers and formed a circle in front of himself. A frightening amount of Saint Qi surged from Yang Kai's body, and from his 10 fingers, a white light condensed towards the center of his palm. The Saint Qi in Luo Hai's body seemed to have found an outlet and rushed out, gathering together along the 10 white lights. In the blink of an eye, a fist-sized white energy ball appeared in front of Luo Hai. Although this energy ball was not big, it contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. As Luo Hai poured his Saint Qi into it, it continued to grow. The divine sense Yang Kai left outside the sealed world bead sensed this scene and cursed in his heart, knowing that Luo Hai was serious. For a while, he did not know what to do and could only force himself to calm down and observe the situation. After 10 breaths, the white ball of light between Luo Hai's hands had grown to the size of a wash basin. Luo Hai grinned lightly and pushed his hands forward. The white ball of light floated forward as if it was weightless, flying 100 kilometers straight. In the next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed from that position, filling the surrounding 10 million kilometers. With this white light as its center, everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius that came into contact with it was instantly reduced to dust and disappeared. Countless large and small asteroids suspended in the star field were vaporized, and even a small dead star nearby began to crack and disappear. The full power of a second-order origin king's attack was terrifying. Luo Hai remained motionless as he spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was still hiding nearby, he would die. With his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to resist such a violent attack. As for the origin essence crystal and Emperor artifact, they were not ordinary treasures and could not be destroyed by such an energy explosion. Luo Hai did not need to capture Yang Kai alive, he only needed those 2 treasures. Everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius was cleared, but what made Luo Hai pale slightly was that not only was there no trace of Yang Kai's vitality, but even the auras of the origin essence crystal and Emperor artifact were nowhere to be seen. Is he really not here? Luo Hai's face sank as his mood sank to the extreme. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards a certain direction in the void. In that position, there seemed to be something being driven away by the violent energy impact and flying away rapidly. Luo Hai frowned, somewhat puzzled. His attack had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. What was this? It was actually able to survive. No matter what it was likely something extraordinary. Seeing this, Luo Hai was about to chase after it. However, when his eyes turned to the location of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai knew something was wrong. Hurriedly greeting Xianing Chong, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and rushed out of the sealed world bead. In the next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the starry sky. Without caring about anything else, he put away the sealed world bead and rushed into the void crack. "You're still here," Luo Hai shouted as he turned into a bolt of lightning and hurriedly chased after him. However, Yang Kai soon disappeared, and by the time Luo Hai sensed his aura again, Yang Kai was already 5,000 kilometers away. Has his use of the Tao of space improved again? Luo Hai paled slightly as he did not dare to neglect and rushed in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai soon discovered this as well. Now he could actually escape 5,000 kilometers by tearing space, and this was not his limit. He was still able to do so with ease. Being chased by Luo Hai and constantly tearing space to escape seemed to be of great help to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The space force around his body fluctuated as he stretched out his hands again and tore space, stepping into it. When he reappeared, Yang Kai silently calculated the distance he had moved this time. 5,500 kilometers. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with ecstasy as he couldn't help laughing. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to push himself to the brink of death. Standing in place, Yang Kai waited for a moment until Luo Hai was within a certain distance of him before tearing space to leave. 6,000 kilometers. 6,500 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers. Little brat, you've gone too far. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he not guess the intentions of Yang Kai's actions? This little brat was actually using him to suppress his potential and cultivate the Tao of space while escaping. For Luo Hai, this was simply a great shame. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was really difficult to deal with. If it were any other second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they would have already died without a complete corpse. But Yang Kai was actually playing a game of cat and mouse with a master like Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face was livid as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When had he ever suffered such an insult? In Star's territory, besides those old fogies, he was the strongest. Wu Dao had even evaluated him as the most promising origin king in Star's territory to break through to the Third Order. This was a supreme honor. Such a master being unable to do anything to an unknown little brat. Luo Hai almost went mad with anger. Chapter 1624. Seeing Yang Kai leave from a position not far from him again, Luo Hai suddenly came to a stop, his face terrifyingly calm as if a storm was about to arrive. He released his divine sense and locked onto the position where Yang Kai appeared, his deep eyes piercing through space as he stared in that direction. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai shouted, "I am the Star Master, Green Mountain Stars, heed my command and transmit your star force to me." As soon as these words fell, Green Mountain Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, suddenly shook and an incredible energy beam shot out from Green Mountain Star, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant and bombarding Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's already extremely powerful aura skyrocketed and reached the level of a third-order origin king. At the same time, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, Old Jiao and the other origin kings all paled in horror and stood up. Star Force Blessing. The old woman surnamed Lei's withered body trembled as an astonishing light burst from her seemingly turbid eyes. It's actually the Star Force Blessing. Master Luo Hai actually used the source strength of Green Mountain Star. As a Star Master, no matter where he is, as long as he is still within the territory of his star, he can mobilize the source strength of stars. What kind of danger has Brother Luo Hai encountered? Someone actually managed to force him to such an extent. Who is he going all out against? The 7 or 8 origin kings looked around blankly, none of them knowing what had happened to Luo Hai that had actually forced him to mobilize the source strength of his stars. One had to know that even for a Star Master, using the source strength of a star was not a simple matter. Star Masters were closely related to their stars and shared honor and disgrace. Once a part of a star's source strength was extracted, it would be impossible to restore it in a short period of time. This was even more serious than if a Star Master was injured. Whether this battle was won or lost, The loss of Green Mountain's star could not be made up for within 1,000 years unless Luo Hai could break through a minor realm and reach the Third Order within 1,000 years. If Luo Hai had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for him to do so. But in this world, how many people could force Luo Hai to do so? Could it be that he had provoked some kind of reclusive top master? Old Jiao and the others had ashen faces. Although they were Origin Kings, they were all First Order Origin Kings. The Second Order Origin Realm was an unreachable existence for them, let alone the elusive Third Order Origin Realm. Everyone realized that something was amiss. After Luo Hai extracted a trace of Green Mountain's star's source strength, the world energy aura of Green Mountain's star seemed to weaken slightly. This subtle difference wasn't too obvious, but it had indeed become weaker. This was the direct result of drawing the power of the star's origin. It was said that in ancient times, there was a great battle between stars that used the origin of stars. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and the stars owned by the two star lords went from extremely rich to extremely poor. Even now, they had not been able to recover from Yuan Qi. Inside the star territory, Luo Hai's aura soared as he stared at the position where Yang Kai was. Opening his mouth, he sent out a stream of white qi towards the distant void. 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end as a sense of extreme danger filled his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened to Luo Hai, he understood that Luo Hai was definitely enraged, so he didn't dare to neglect and stretched out his hand to tear at the space in front of him. Tearing space had always been successful, but this time something was wrong. The place where Yang Kai was standing seemed to be imprisoned by something, and no matter how he tried to tear, the void crack in front of him was only a meter long and couldn't expand at all. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk, a sharp sound rang out all around. Before the white light sword chi had even arrived, the murderous intent it exuded made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt as if he was standing on the summit of a snowy mountain and the wind was like a sharp blade, cutting through his skin painfully. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he watched the white light sword chi get closer and closer. Not daring to remain in place, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and flew to the side. But just as he moved, the white light sword chi slashed at the spot he had just been standing. The void seemed to have been split in two, and a huge void crack appeared where the sword chi had struck. Luo Hai didn't understand the Tao of space, but his blow had affected the stability of the surrounding space. The aftermath of this attack sputtered in all directions and a clanging sound rang out from Yang Kai's body, as if metal was colliding with metal. In an instant, Yang Kai's clothes were dyed gold by his golden blood and hundreds of tiny holes appeared on his sturdy body. From these holes, a terrifyingly powerful qi drilled into Yang Kai's body in an attempt to destroy his meridians and physique. If the aftermath of this attack was so powerful, Yang Kai estimated that if he had been hit by the white light sword chi just now, he would have immediately been crushed to pieces. His face turned slightly pale, but he didn't bother to check his injuries. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi to suppress the chi that had drilled into his wounds, Yang Kai once again used his space force to tear open a void crack. Just as he left, Luo Hai arrived. Let's see how long you can run. Luo Hai's expression darkened, seemingly not having expected that his attack with the support of Star Force wouldn't be able to harm Yang Kai. His already bad mood instantly worsened as his figure flickered and he continued to chase after Yang Kai. One chased while the other fled, but unlike before, Yang Kai was going all out this time. Luo Hai's strength had inexplicably soared, and Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with the beam of light he had just seen. Perhaps it was the legendary Star Force support. This old dog is really willing to go all out to deal with me. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew what the consequences of using the source of stars were. After escaping from death again, Yang Kai's expression became ugly. Luo Hai, who had the support of Star Force, was completely different from before. Yang Kai estimated that once he exhausted his divine sense again, he would really be powerless to resist. The sealed world bead had been exposed once, so it was impossible for Luo Hai to be easily deceived again. Using the sealed world bead in this empty star territory was no longer advisable. He could only go to a star. On a star there were countless living beings, so even if Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master, it was impossible for him to act too presumptuously. Only by reaching the nearest star would Yang Kai have the opportunity to use the sealed world bead to hide himself again. Yang Kai's eyes became firm as he immersed himself in his knowledge sea and summoned his soul avatar. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai determined his position in the vast star field and searched for the closest one. With this star he could see a miniature star territory, so finding a star was not difficult. A moment later his eyes lit up and his soul avatar flew out of his knowledge sea, turned around and continued to flee. In front of him was a star field storm that was strong enough to overshadow the sun, but Yang Kai was not afraid and directly rushed into it, releasing a burst of 5-colored light around his body as his 5 elements indestructible sword qi protected him. Luo Hai, who followed closely behind, was naturally not afraid of this star field storm, so while spitting out white sword qi from his mouth, he leisurely walked into it. Wherever he passed, the star field storm seemed to be disturbed and took the initiative to part to make way for him. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Hai safely walked out of this star field storm. But looking around, where was Yang Kai? That little brat had disappeared at some point, leaving behind only a trace of his space force in the nearby void. Troublesome. Luo Hai was in a bad mood as he turned his head to look at a huge colorful star a few 100,000 kilometers to his left and squinted. You want to hide there? Good, this king will see how long you can hide. He quickly speculated on Yang Kai's intentions and determined that he was definitely hiding on that colorful star. Because once he hid there, it would be impossible for him to find him easily. A star was different from the dead stars in the star field. A dead star could be destroyed at will and no one would blame him, but if one destroyed a star, it was likely that everyone in the star territory would hunt him down. At that time, even if Luo Hai hid back on Green Mountain Star, he would likely die. Under the premise of not being able to destroy a star, trying to find someone who was deliberately hiding was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Luo Hai was powerless. After all, this was not his Green Mountain Star, so he could not use the star source to spy on everything. This is Scarlet Wave Star, right? Luo Hai soon arrived 10,000 kilometers above the star and glanced around, realizing that he had been here before. Coldly snorting, he said, Good, let's go see that old dog Qihua first. I haven't seen him for 1,000 years. I wonder how his cultivation has progressed and whether he has broken through to the second order. Saying so, he walked off in a certain direction. Among a barren mountain range, a river ran from north to south, and somewhere in the middle of a stream under the silt, the sealed world bead lay quietly. The mountain was called Blue Mountain and the river was called Blue River. Yang Kai passed through the storm in the star field and successfully escaped Luo Hai's divine sense tracking. The first thing he did after arriving on this star was to find a secluded place to hide the sealed world bead before diving in. He believed that Luo Hai would definitely not dare to act recklessly on this star, so he was safe for the time being. Appearing in the loft of the sealed world bead, Xia Ningchang's tears fell. Yang Kai's situation this time was much more serious than last time. Last time he had only exhausted his spiritual energy and was a little tired, but this time he was covered in wounds. These wounds were so thin that they could not be seen with the naked eye, but Xia Ningchang was keenly aware that there was some kind of hidden energy in these wounds that was slowly destroying Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper. Don't worry, I'll be fine after a short retreat. It may take some time. Yang Kai told Xia Ningchang before sitting down cross-legged and beginning to dissolve the qi that had invaded his body. Xia Ningchang walked out of the loft silently, glancing back worriedly before silently standing guard outside. But soon she seemed to remember something and took out a large number of herbs and monster beasts monster core, sat down cross-legged, and began to perform alchemy with a calm expression. She felt that she was too weak and hated that she couldn't help Yang Kai. On Tongshen realm she was not aware of any dangers because there, as long as she wanted to, she could sweep the entire world by herself. But since Yang Kai brought her out, she had truly experienced the wonders and dangers of Tongshen realm's territory. She truly understood just how weak she was. If she was strong enough and could fight side by side with junior brother, perhaps he would not have been injured. Xia Ningchang began to perform alchemy desperately. Chapter 1625. Yang Kai's arrival this time still did not alarm anyone. In the entire sealed world bead, 90% of the cultivator population was in retreat. Inside the loft, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took some pills to help restore his injuries before beginning to circulate his saint qi to dissolve the qi in his body. These tiny bursts of energy contained the killing intent of an Origin King realm master, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's powerful physique, These bursts of energy alone would have been enough to grind him to pieces. The means of a second-order origin king could not be judged by common sense. Pushing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai sent it through his meridians and physique to surround these tiny qi streams. But soon Yang Kai's complexion changed to an extremely ugly one. His Saint Qi, which was rich enough to show disdain for all origin-returning realm masters, was actually unable to do anything to these tiny qi streams. The Saint Qi he sent out to surround these qi streams seemed to be vulnerable in front of them, and no matter how powerful they were, they would be torn apart and destroyed. Yang Kai was not discouraged and instead continued to push his Saint Qi again and again, planning to wear down these qi streams bit by bit. 10 days passed in a flash. Inside the loft, Yang Kai's aura had not recovered much and instead had become even more dispirited. 10 days of hard work had yielded no results. Not only had Luo Hai's qi streams not been dissolved, but Yang Kai had also lost a great deal of his Saint Qi. With a gap of an entire great realm, Yang Kai's Saint Qi was no match for Luo Hai's qi streams. Yang Kai opened his eyes and no longer made any futile efforts. Although his expression was dispirited, his eyes still shone brightly. Qi streams were dead, but people were alive. Yang Kai felt that he could definitely resolve these qi streams, he just had not found the right method. Since his Saint Qi was no match for them, what about the rest? The power contained in Yang Kai's body was not limited to just Saint Qi. There was also Space Force and 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. Considering all this, Yang Kai began experimenting. Condensing his Space Force, Yang Kai wrapped around one of the tiny qi streams. As if aware of this, when Yang Kai's Space Force wrapped around it, this qi stream immediately began to counterattack, its sharp domain piercing towards Yang Kai's Space Force. Although it had some effect on Yang Kai's Space Force, it did not collapse as quickly as his Saint Qi. There's hope. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he became even more cautious in controlling his spatial energy. After a short while, the power of space wrapped around the small qi, and no matter how hard it tried to break free, it still couldn't break free. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine thought moved, and the power of space enveloped in qi instantly broke through the barrier of space and came out of his body. The power of space dissipated, and the invisible force sputtered in the void, shooting towards a certain direction, making a needle-sized hole in the attic and disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was sure that the power of space could expel the qi in his body, but doing so was too cumbersome and inefficient. During their escape, Yang Kai's body had been penetrated by the aftermath of Luo Hai's attack, and if he were to use this method to expel it, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to do so. It had been too long. Yang Kai frowned and began experimenting with his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was used to temper one's body, but during this process, it would allow one to produce 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Each of the 5 elements indestructible sword qi had different functions. Metal and fire focused on offense, wood focused on vitality, earth and water focused on defense. The 5 elements mutually suppressed and reinforced one another, and when cultivated to the extreme, it was possible for a cultivator to achieve an indestructible body. Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art could barely be regarded as a minor accomplishment and could be used in combat, but he was still far from achieving an indestructible body. Now, urging the 5 elements indestructible sword qi in his body, Yang Kai extracted the metal and fire sword qi and began to dissolve Luo Hai's qi. Inside Yang Kai's body, a golden and red light bloomed and shuttled back and forth between his wounds, attacking the qi. Although Luo Hai's qi had no one to command it, it was not willing to just sit there and wait for death. Facing the 2 sword qi attacks, it began to counterattack. However, it was to no avail. The golden and fire sword qis only used the time of 3 breaths to mince the qi into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had not expected that the 5 elements indestructible sword qi would have such a miraculous effect in resolving Luo Hai's qi. On the contrary, his space force was somewhat inferior. However, this was understandable. Although the Tao of space was extensive and profound, Luo Hai's qi seemed to be derived from sword qi, so the 5 elements indestructible sword qi was also a type of sword qi that could restrain it. Seeing hope, Yang Kai spared no effort in pushing his 5 elements indestructible sword qi, not only using the metal and fire sword qi, but also the remaining water, earth and wood element qi, greatly increasing the efficiency of this process. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai did not waste any time and took out his 5 elements supreme treasures and began carving spirit arrays around himself in order to expel Luo Hai's qi while using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Time passed and soon 3 months had passed. The qi in Yang Kai's body was finally completely expelled, and for some unknown reason, Yang Kai felt that the power of his 5 elements indestructible sword qi had increased greatly. Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with dissolving Luo Hai's qi and absorbing his sword qi. The 5 elements supreme treasures were the sun's true essence, profound Yin sunflower water, divine nullification sand, profound gold and thunder wood. There was no need to worry about the sun's true essence as it was the star core of a sun star. Yang Kai had basically not experienced any changes so far, and only a small part of the profound Yin sunflower water remained. The same was true for the divine nullification sand. The profound gold was only the size of a baby's palm, and as for the thunder wood, it didn't seem like it would last much longer. The 5 elements indestructible sword qi consumed too much of the 5 elements supreme treasures. Most people wouldn't be able to afford it. It seemed that in addition to the sun's true essence, Yang Kai would have to find some replacements for the other 4 supreme treasures. Otherwise, once these materials were exhausted, he wouldn't be able to continue. Thinking so, Yang Kai didn't stop. While doing so, Yang Kai began inspecting his body. Luo Hai's qi had been completely expelled and his injuries had been completely healed. Moreover, after escaping from Luo Hai's clutches, Yang Kai faintly felt that his cultivation had made significant progress. It seemed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd order origin returning realm. After all, Yang Kai had also gained a lot in the blood prison, but because he had just broken through, he couldn't break through quickly. If he had broken through to the 2nd order a few years ago, Yang Kai felt that he could have broken through to the 3rd order in the blood prison. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he would eventually reach that point. Sweeping the outside with his divine sense, Yang Kai saw Xia Ning Chong performing alchemy, her beautiful eyes filled with determination and bloodshot. It was impossible to tell how long it had been since she had last rested. Yang Kai sighed lightly and sent a message to her senior sister telling her that he had fully recovered, causing her to smile. Yang Kai didn't rush out of his retreat and instead continued to stay in the loft. This time, while being chased by Luo Hai, he had constantly used his space force to escape, which had given him great inspiration and allowed him to gain a much deeper understanding of the Tao of space. At that time, the situation had been too urgent for him to comprehend it carefully. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity, so he stayed in the loft and used his 5 elements indestructible sword qi while comprehending the Tao of space. Pure Ice Island was a famous existence on Scarlet Wave Star. It was famous because Ice Heart Valley, one of the 2 most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, had its headquarters on this island. Pure Ice Island was surrounded by the sea, and the ice on the surface of the sea was several dozen meters thick. The temperature here was extremely low, so Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute martial skills and artifacts were all ice attribute. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the 2 most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star was because it had an Origin King Realm Supreme Elder. In addition, the sect's Valley Master and Elders were all peak 3rd order Origin returning Realm Masters, only 1 step away from breaking through to the Origin King Realm. In terms of 3rd order Origin returning Realm Masters, Ice Heart Valley had over 100. This number was extremely terrifying and no great force on Shadowed Star could compare to it. Star Emperor Mountain, once the most powerful force, only had 30 3rd order Origin returning Realm Masters, but now, all of them had joined High Heaven Sect. On par with Ice Heart Valley was the equally famous Brilliant Flame Sect. These 2 sects had occupied the position of the most powerful sect on Scarlet Wave Star for over 10,000 years. But whether it was because they had different philosophies or because a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, there were often grievances between the 2 sects. If they encountered each other while out in life experience, they would often fight to the death. These grievances were deeply rooted and had remained so for 10,000 years, with no possibility of resolving them. At this moment, at the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice palace, more than a dozen women of various ages and sizes were sitting in 2 rows. At the head of the group was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. Her appearance could not be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely beautiful, like the stars in the sky, making people reluctant to look away after a single glance. Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long. A master at the peak of the Third Order Origin returning realm who had reached the Grand Accomplishment stage in Shur and was the strongest master in Ice Heart Valley below the Supreme Elder. Ice Heart Valley's members were all women, and there had never been a precedent of a man entering the sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them just because they were women, and anyone who dared to do so had already died. The atmosphere inside the Ice Palace was a bit dignified as many of Ice Heart Valley's elders seemed to be discussing something important. Valley Master Brilliant Flame Sect's movements have been a bit strange recently. Their suppression of Ice Heart Valley has weakened significantly, and many of them are now moving out more frequently. They seem to be searching for someone, the woman sitting on the left said. She looked about 30 years old and was dressed like a young woman. Her figure was exquisite, but her expression was extremely cold. Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder Ran Yun Ting had the same cultivation as Valley Master Bing Long, but her strength was slightly inferior, so she could only hold the position of Great Elder. Searching for someone? What? Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long raised her brow and asked in an extremely soft voice, "Have you heard any specific information?" Ran Yun Ting shook her head. "We don't know much about Brilliant Flame Sect's lower echelons, only that they are looking for a young man." "Right, I have a portrait of him here, please take a look." Valley Master. Chapter 1626. Bing Long nodded before reaching out and pulling the portrait over. Looking at it, the person in the portrait looked to be about 25 or 26 years old with a cold and resolute expression. It was hard to say whether his appearance was good or bad, but there was something special about him that made Brilliant Flame Sect go to such lengths to find him. "Take a look." Bing Long tossed the portrait to another elder. "Remember this person's appearance. If we can find him, bring him back to Pure Ice Island. Brilliant Flame Sect wanted to act against my Ice Heart Valley some time ago, but they were suddenly delayed because of this person. It seems this person's involvement is not small, otherwise Brilliant Flame Sect would not have acted so rashly. Perhaps Ice Heart Valley's crisis can be resolved through this person." "In that case, should we also look for this person?" Ran Yun Ting asked. Bing Long nodded. "Naturally, but there is no need to do so deliberately. When you return, please send a portrait of this person to each of your elders so they can pay more attention to him when they go out." "Yes, Valley Master is wise." All the elders responded in unison. The portrait was handed over to the elders one after another. All of them were Third Order Origin returning realm masters, so their memories were naturally not bad. With just a glance, they remembered the appearance of the person in the portrait. Bing Long then said, "A few years ago, our sect's Supreme Elder made a mistake in her cultivation and has yet to recover. Have you found any clues about the herbs we searched for?" Hearing this, the dozen or so people present all shook their heads sadly, one of the elders saying, "The other herbs have been purchased at a high price, but the profound red treasure ginseng is extremely rare. Perhaps only Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Mountain has it." Heavenly Thunder Mountain. Bing Long's face sank. That is Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. Only a handful of people from Brilliant Flame Sect are qualified to enter, let alone us. Send someone to search carefully, no matter the price, we must find it. Yes. Hateful. Ran Yun Ting ground her teeth. If Supreme Elder had not made a mistake in her cultivation a few years ago, how could my Ice Heart Valley have been suppressed by Brilliant Flame Sect? For 10,000 years, the strength of our two sects has always been neck and neck, but this time... Hearing what she said, all the elders wore indignant expressions. "Great Elder, don't talk nonsense. Are you blaming Supreme Elder for making a mistake in her cultivation?" Bing Long glared at Yang Kai and shouted in a dignified tone. Ran Yun Ting's tender body trembled as she hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare, that was absolutely not what I meant." Bing Long's face relaxed slightly as she nodded. "This queen knows that's not what you mean, but this is also a calamity for my Ice Heart Valley. Although it is not convenient for Supreme Elder to act now, it will not be easy for Brilliant Flame Sect to force us to submit. And let's not talk about this matter for now. This queen is more concerned about another matter. Great Elder, what is your current situation?" Ran Yun Ting smiled faintly. "She's doing very well. She's already a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was moved. He reached the First Order Origin returning realm so quickly? Her aptitude is actually that good. When Great Elder brought her back, she was only a third-order saint, right? How many years has it been? Even if she had abundant resources, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? Bing Long also seemed to be very happy, her face beaming with joy as she asked, Great Elder, I heard that you have special characteristics of ice crystal? Is that true? Indeed. Ran Yun Ting nodded. Her physique is indeed ice crystal, but it doesn't seem to be an innate one, but rather an acquired one. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounters she had before this. After learning my Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques, her cultivation has soared. To tell Valley Master the truth, not only is she now a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but she is also preparing to break through to the second order. Inside the Ice Palace, the expressions of the elders present became even more interesting, all of them extremely surprised and shocked. Bing Long was also very happy. There is no difference between innate and acquired. Her ice crystal is the key to the future of my Ice Heart Valley. The heavens have not abandoned my Ice Heart Valley. It seems that she is very likely to reach the same level of achievement as Supreme Elder in the future, and the future of my Ice Heart Valley may be entrusted to her. Ran Yun Ting said modestly, Valley Master overestimates her. This little girl's cultivation is still low, so she still needs Valley Master's guidance. Do everything possible to meet her needs. Bing Long shouted tenderly. Yes. Ran Yun Ting nodded respectfully. Great Elder, I heard that the reason Brilliant Flame Sect is targeting my Ice Heart Valley this time is because of you? Someone asked with a chuckle. And I have also heard about this. It is rumored that the son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Feng, met that little girl while he was out for life experience and couldn't forget her. After returning, he encouraged Wei Qing to come to my Ice Heart Valley and demand for her. I haven't seen that little girl yet. It seems that after coming to Pure Ice Island she rarely goes out and has been in retreat all this time. I have seen her once and she is indeed a peerless beauty. No wonder that little bastard Wei Feng can't forget her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I would also be captivated by her. The group of elders laughed and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. It's just groundless speculation, Ran Yun Ting smiled bitterly. Bing Long said, You are all elders of my Ice Heart Valley, can't you see that this matter is just a pretext? Brilliant Flame Sect is just using this as an excuse to embarrass us while taking the opportunity to test the condition of Supreme Elder's injuries. Once they determine that Supreme Elder is indeed injured, I'm afraid they will make a big move. This matter won't be able to be concealed for long. I want to see if Brilliant Flame Sect's teeth are tough or if my Ice Heart Valley's defenses are stronger. They won't have the courage to invade on such a large scale unless they don't care about life or death. If they dare come, we'll teach them a lesson. The group of women shouted with great momentum. On the left, an old woman who seemed to be in her 60s frowned, a look of worry appearing on her face. After the others finished speaking, she said, Reporting to Sect Master, this old woman heard a piece of news a few days ago. What news is so important to Elder Wu? Bing Long turned her eyes to the old woman and asked. Everyone else also turned their gazes towards her. This old woman heard that Luo Hai has arrived at Brilliant Flame Sect. Elder Wu quickly said, Wu Hai. Inside the Ice Palace, everyone frowned, seemingly unable to remember who Luo Hai was, but soon someone exclaimed, Green Mountain Star's Master, Master Luo Hai. Is it really him? No way, what is he doing here on Scarlet Wave Star instead of Green Mountain Star? Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master as a second-order origin king, his name had long spread throughout the entire star territory, so even though the people of Ice Heart Valley were on Pure Ice Island, they had long heard of his name. Now that they heard that he had come to Brilliant Flame Sect, all of them paled. Is this news reliable? Bing Long's tender body leaned forward slightly as her jade hand gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. From the creaking sounds coming from the armrest, it was obvious that her mood was fluctuating greatly. It's reliable, Elder Wu said solemnly. The spies this old woman placed in Brilliant Flame Sect saw it with their own eyes. The Ice Palace immediately quieted down as everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, their expressions becoming strange. I'm sure all of you know that although Master Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, his friendship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Chi Hua is not shallow. For him to come to Brilliant Flame Sect at this time, Elder Wu did not finish her words, but everyone understood what she was implying. That's unlikely. Bing Long shook her head. He does have a friendship with Qihua, but there is no need for him to come all the way from Green Mountain Star just to deal with our Ice Heart Valley. Qihua doesn't have such great face. But Valley Master, this is a sensitive time, we have to be on guard. If Luo Hai and Qihua join forces, the situation of our Ice Heart Valley will be worrisome. Bing Long's pretty face paled. If this was the case, Ice Heart Valley would likely have no choice but to disband. Luo Hai alone was not someone Ice Heart Valley could resist. He was a master who was even stronger than Qihua and Ice Heart Valley's supreme elder. I think that Master Luo Hai's arrival on Scarlet Wave Star at this time may have something to do with the person Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for, an elder speculated. What do you mean? Think about it. Brilliant Flame Sect has only recently been searching for this person and has even slowed down their suppression of us. Master Luo Hai also recently arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, and the place he went to was Brilliant Flame Sect. Connecting the dots, could it be that Master Luo Hai asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help him find that person? Everyone's eyes lit up. That's very likely. If that's the case, then we must find this person before Brilliant Flame Sect does. Bing Long's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. As long as we find him and hand him over to Master Luo Hai, the current crisis of my Ice Heart Valley can be easily resolved. After Supreme Elder fully recovers, Brilliant Flame Sect will definitely not cause any more trouble. Valley Master is right, Ran Yunting nodded in agreement. Pass down my order, mobilize all available forces and do everything possible to find this person's whereabouts. Bing Long made a prompt decision, grit her teeth and shouted. Yes. All the elders nodded and left the Ice Palace. On this day, more than 10,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples set out from Pure Ice Island and headed to various places on Scarlet Wave Star, each of them carrying a portrait of Yang Kai. At night, near the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice room, Ran Yunting sat cross-legged and circulated her secret art. The temperature in this ice room was so low that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would find it extremely uncomfortable and would have to circulate their Saint Qi to resist the pervasive chill. But for Ice Heart Valley's great elder, this was the best place to cultivate. The pervasive cold Qi seemed to be attracted by something and rushed into her body, resonating with her Saint Qi and enhancing her strength. Light footsteps came from outside the door, but soon the sound of footsteps stopped and someone outside called out, "Greetings, honored master." "Come in." Ran Yunting smiled lightly and opened her eyes. The next moment the door opened and a beautiful figure walked in from the outside. She wore a spotless white robe with a lock of cloud-like black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. She had perfectly shaped eyebrows, a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, a delicate nose, and an oval face that was as clear as jade. Her snow-white skin was soft and supple, and her figure was elegant and graceful. She was like an ice doll that had been carefully sculpted by a heavenly god, with not a single flaw to be found on her. Chapter 1627. Ran Yunting looked the young woman up and down, a trace of approval appearing on her face. "Good looking at you, it seems your ice jade secret art has made progress again. Master's efforts to cultivate you were not in vain, even making an exception to teach you this secret art." The young woman's expression was neither happy nor sad, not even the slightest change in her expression since she entered. Instead, she exuded a bone-chilling chill from head to toe as if she really was a block of ice. Hearing this, the young woman said, "Honored master's kindness, I dare not neglect it." "Very good, sit down." Ran Yunting nodded lightly and pointed to an ice jade futon in front of her. On this day, every month on this day, the woman would come to Ran Yunting's residence to pay her respects and ask her to explain the problems and doubts she had encountered. The master and disciple pair had obviously experienced such things countless times, so the young woman was not unfamiliar with them and sat down obediently. "Have you encountered any obscure problems recently?" Ran Yunting asked with a pleasant expression. Although Ran Yunting's current cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than hers, with her speed, it would only be a few years before Ran Yunting would be able to keep pace with her. In a few more years, Ran Yunting might even reach the same height as her grand elder. Ran Yunting had high hopes for her, so she didn't show the slightest impatience. The young woman nodded gently and was about to speak when her beautiful eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a portrait hanging on the ice wall behind Ran Yunting. The woman's delicate body suddenly shook. She who had always been calm and collected, and even if the sky collapsed she wouldn't be moved, actually revealed a trace of extreme shock. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a shocking expression as she stared without blinking at the person in the portrait. The young woman's expression was extremely complex. There was surprise, disbelief, and confusion. Her expression changed several times in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, she restrained herself. "Do you know this person?" Although the young woman's expression changed quickly, it could not escape Ran Yunting's observation. Seeing her expression change, Ran Yunting asked doubtfully. The young woman slowly shook her head. "I don't know." Ran Yunting frowned, seemingly in disbelief. The young woman explained, "Honored Master's house has always been simple and crude, with nothing but a bed and a chair. Today I suddenly saw a portrait of a man, so I was a little surprised." Hearing her explanation, Ran Yunting didn't think too much about it and nodded. "And I have never seen the person in this portrait, but recently Brilliant Flame sect has been searching for him. Valley Master has also ordered us to go out and search for him. He may be the key to resolving my Ice Heart Valley's crisis." "Is that so?" The young Yunting's head the young woman's face. She nodded lightly. "Your honored masters first, so you have master of course this matter. You master's master, and masters your masters of the sect is sect, and shoulders of your master's master. S's masters that as well as his master, ting master of sects, and down your down and into your of masters on downs and down. We will do our best," the woman said in a deep voice. "Good. And let's talk about the problems you've encountered recently," Ran Yunting said in a genial manner. The young woman immediately opened her mouth and asked a few questions that confused her. Ran Yunting listened carefully, and the master and disciple exchanged questions and answers. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn, and the young woman got up to leave. After leaving the ice room, the woman walked out unhurriedly, soon leaving the inner island of Pure Ice Island and arriving at the outer island. Pure Ice Island was divided into an inner island and an outer island. The inner island was heavily guarded, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter without being summoned. Only the core disciples of the elders and the core members of Ice Heart Valley could enter. The outer island was a place for ordinary people to live. The outer island covered a large area, so the young woman went straight to an ice peak in the southeast of the outer island. Under the ice mountain there was a man-made ice mansion. There were hundreds of ice mansions like this in the entire ice mountain, and there were hundreds of ice mountains like this in the entire outer island. These ice palaces were naturally cave dwellings for people to live in. Depending on one's cultivation and contribution to Ice Heart Valley, the grade of these ice palaces varied. The young woman came to one of the ice palaces near the foot of the mountain, stretched out her hand, poured her Saint Qi into the barrier in front of it and waited quietly. After a long time there was no response. The young woman frowned, took out a token from her space ring, and placed it on the barrier in front of the ice palace. The next moment the barrier opened on its own accord, revealing a passage. The young woman walked into this passage, her pace quick. Soon she arrived at the innermost part of the ice palace and looked around, but there was no trace of anyone inside. There was only a letter left on a desk with the words, "To Zhou Xian." Her hand trembling, the young woman picked up the letter, opened the wax seal, and pulled out a piece of paper from it to read carefully. "Zhou Xian, I have received an order from the Elder Council to go out with my fellow sect members to perform a task. The order was issued in a hurry, so I was unable to say goodbye to you. If you come here to find me, you will definitely see this letter. The task this time is to find a person, and that person is Yang Kai. He has arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, but for some reason Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are both looking for him. Remember, don't act rashly, wait for me to come back." It was signed by Xianxia, the former top master of Tongxian Realm, Ice Master Xianxia. Zhou Xian read this short letter from beginning to end several times, her tender body trembling slightly as she made sure she was not mistaken. Yang Kai had really come. When she saw the portrait of Yang Kai in her honored master's ice room, Zhou Xian almost couldn't believe it, but for some reason she couldn't ask Ran Yunting in person. As such, she hurriedly came to find Xianxia early this morning to ask if she had heard any news. Back then Xianxia had come to Ice Heart Valley with Ran Yunting. After all, Xianxia also cultivated the ice attribute, and her cultivation wasn't high because Tongxian Realm's world energy was lacking, So when Ran Yunting brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, she also brought Qingya along. However, although Qingya's aptitude was good, she couldn't compare to Su Yan. She could only live on the outer island and was an ordinary disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now she was a second-order Saint King and would soon break through to the third order. Su Yan often took time to visit Qingya. The two of them were both from Tongxian realm, so their relationship was naturally close. But this time Su Yan came too late. After the Elder Council's discussion yesterday, they immediately decided to send someone out to search for Yang Kai. After receiving the order, Qingya left Pure Ice Island with countless fellow sect members. She couldn't go to the inner island to send a letter to Su Yan, but she knew that Su Yan would definitely come to visit her, so before leaving she left behind a letter informing Su Yan of Yang Kai's whereabouts. Holding the letter in her hand, Su Yan's mood fluctuated rapidly as her eyes became slightly moist. If Ran Yunting were to see this scene, she would definitely be shocked. She had always thought that her heart was as cold as ice and that nothing could affect her, so how could she be moved by a letter? Several dozen years of bitter contemplation now released was enough to swallow Su Yan whole. Her blood and qi tumbling, Su Yan let out a groan as her face suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth. Her saint qi also fluctuated, becoming unstable. Su Yan's beautiful face paled and she didn't dare to neglect, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating her secret art to resolve this situation. After a long time, her chaotic aura gradually subsided and she got up, carefully put away the letter and quickly left Qingya's ice mansion. The two top forces on Scarlet Wave Star were frequently dispatched, and in a short period of time, almost all of Scarlet Wave Star had been stirred up. The sects and families that had close relationships with the two top forces were all ordered to cooperate with Brilliant Flame Sect or Ice Heart Valley to find Yang Kai. Scarlet Wave Star was almost turned upside down. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared into thin air and no one had seen any trace of him. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai was concentrating. He was not in a hurry to go out. He had finally gotten rid of Luo Hai, so how could Yang Kai suddenly appear again? Who knew if Luo Hai was still looking for him? If he ran out and threw himself into a trap, he would have to worry about escaping again. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his gains from the past few days. Invisible fluctuations of energy spread out from Xia Ningchang's loft. It was the mysterious power of space. The small sealed world originally only had a radius of 100 kilometers. And although it was not crowded with tens of thousands of people from the three clans, human, monster and demon clans, it did not have much room for activity. But today, as the fluctuations of Space Force spread out, the area of the small sealed world was expanding at an extremely fast rate, and some scenery and land that had not been visible before appeared in front of the people living here. 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Soon the masters from the three clans who were in retreat seemed to have sensed something and came out one after another, releasing their divine senses to investigate their surroundings and immediately discovering the abnormal changes in the small sealed world. Brother Ling, this small sealed world is actually expanding. Am I seeing things? Meng Wuya stood in the void and took in the bizarre scene in the distance with a shocked expression. You're not mistaken, Ling Taisu slowly shook his head. It really is expanding. Ha! With a burst of laughter, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon appeared beside Meng Wuya. Good, I don't need to squeeze with Zhang Yuan and his group anymore. This king has had enough of their demonic qi. Thunder Dragon, this senior heard what you said. A cold snort sounded as Demon Commander Zhang Yuan leisurely appeared. So what if you heard? I, Thunder Dragon, am not going to speak ill of others behind their backs. It's all for your benefit. Thunder Dragon spat disdainfully. Zhang Yuan snorted. Do you think this senior wants to squeeze with you? Your demonic qi is nothing special. Thunder Dragon grinned meaningfully, not caring at all. Although the human, monster and demon clans all lived in mysterious small worlds now and did not have any major disputes, the competition between them was still very fierce. Yang Kai had given them this opportunity, and now each of them was working hard to reach a higher level of the martial Dao, seeking greater strength. As such, when they occasionally